articulate it, but I feel he is concealing something from us. Tao Zikuan furrowed his brow and shook his head. It matters not. He is destined to be one among the deceased. Let him carry his secrets to the underworld. Tao Zi chuckled coldly, tossing his cigar into the air, only to catch it gracefully between his fingers. A suited man standing behind Tao Zi promptly produced a lighter, igniting it and leaning forward to light the cigar. With the cigar now ablaze, Tao Zi crossed his legs and took a deep puff. They're here. At Tao Zi's words, Tao Zikuan instinctively turned toward the entrance. Brother Zi, this woman is even more beautiful than in the photos, he remarked, observing the four women who were ushered in by the suited man, his gaze roaming. Upon recognizing a somewhat familiar face, Tao Zikuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurriedly spoke to Tao Zi, who was enveloped in smoke. After all, she is the wife of a billionaire. She cannot be lacking in allure. Zikuan, are you perhaps interested? Tao Zi remarked with a knowing smile directed at Tao Zikuan. Such beauty is indeed rare, and coupled with the status of a billionaire woman, I must admit I am somewhat intrigued, Tao Zikuan remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It's a rare find. Let me see just how stunning a woman could be to captivate my younger brother. Tao Zi laughed heartily, rising to his feet and turning to gaze in her direction. TSK. Indeed, she is even more pure and spirited than in the photographs. Alas, if it weren't for your man being my enemy, I would hesitate to harm you. Such a waste. What a pity, Tao Zi mused, scrutinizing Yun Lingxian closely while shaking his head. As she beheld the man before her, puffing on a cigar, a shiver ran through Yun Lingxuan's body. She recognized that this man was far from benevolent. She could see cruelty and excitement flickering in his eyes, expression she had only encountered in the gaze of a deranged murderer on a legal program. Who are you? What enmity do you hold with Li Rue? Struggling to suppress her fear, Yun Lingxian gritted her teeth and summoned her courage to inquire. What enmity do I hold with him? To be honest, I have never even met him. However, my father likely perished at his hands, so tell me, how significant is our feud? Tao Zi chuckled, observing Yun Lingxuan's bewildered expression. He approached her, exhaling a cloud of smoke directly into her face, and calmly continued cough. 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 Yun Lingxian, her face engulfed in smoke, covered her mouth and coughed incessantly. Tomorrow, I shall send a video to your man. I am quite eager to see his expression upon witnessing our tumultuous encounter, he taunted. I will never allow you to succeed. Hearing Tao Zi's words, Yun Lingxuan's eyes filled with panic. Although she had suspected as much, hearing it uttered from this man shattered the last remnants of hope within her. Want to die? It's not that simple. Once I tire of you, you will still serve my subordinates, he chuckled. I will not let you prevail, Yun Lingxian declared. Her eyes reddened with determination. In an instant, she reached behind her and grasped a dagger tightly in her hand. With a swift motion, she raised the glinting blade to her pristine neck. Ah, sister, Lingxian, no, the three women exclaimed in alarm at the sight. A knife. Where did you get that knife? The sudden appearance of the dagger in Yun Lingxuan's hand startled Tao Zi, causing him to retreat several steps. Only when he felt completely secure did he widen his eyes and question her. Release us, or you shall only attain a lifeless body, Yun Lingxian replied resolutely, refusing to answer Tao Zi. Damn it, where did she get that knife? By the way, where is LV Liang? Unfazed by the threat posed by Yu Lingxian, Tao Zi murmured softly, his head bowed. After a brief moment of realization, he abruptly lifted his gaze, fury igniting within him as he directed a loud inquiry towards the man in the suit who had just escorted Yu Lingxian inside. Sensing something amiss, the suited man swiftly approached the entrance and peered into the corridor. Boss, Lu Liang is missing. Damn it, how dare he betray me? You two pursue him. I want him alive. I intend to make his life a living hell, Tao Zi exclaimed, forcefully discarding the barely smoked cigar onto the ground, cursing vehemently. Yes, responded the two men, both towering at nearly 2 meters, as they quickly dashed out the door. Damn dog, once I catch you, I will ensure you are reduced to ashes, Tao Zi muttered under his breath. Captain, a small rubber boat was just launched from this vessel, and 2 individuals have disembarked, heading towards another small boat. Should we send someone to follow them? Chapter 415. 2 good news disregarding all else. Our mission is to rescue the target. Inform everyone to board the ship and strive to leave no casualties. A moment later, several ropes tied to shark claws were cast into the air, followed by numerous shadowy figures swiftly ascending the luxurious cruise ship using the ropes. Brother, so many of our comrades have perished in this mission. How much do you think the boss will reward us? On the deck of the opulent cruise liner, a man clad in a headscarf, a cigarette dangling from his lips, adjusted his pants while glancing sideways at another man mimicking his actions. I have no idea. This perilous mission is unprecedented. The boss should not shortchange us. Indeed, if the boss could grant me $1 million, that would be splendid. I could then indulge in some fun with a beautiful university student. Haha. What is so amusing about a university girl? I prefer someone younger. Haha. As the two men chuckled lewdly, a soldier dressed in black tactical gear stealthily approached them from behind. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds echoed as the bodies of the men collapsed backward as if devoid of bones. You'll never have another chance in this lifetime, the soldier whispered as he caught the falling figures. Inside the luxurious hall of the cruise ship, Zikuin set up the camera. I'm quite agitated and need to vent. 20 seconds later, Taui suddenly looked up at Taukoin. Right here? Yes. Isn't it more spacious than the bed? Huh. Brother E is correct. I'll get it ready immediately. Taukoin laughed heartily, bending down to retrieve a large handbag beside his feet, from which he extracted several professional cameras. You 1T succeed, Yun Lingshuan declared resolutely, raising the dagger that had been resting against her neck, poised to strike. Ah! The sudden screams reverberated, causing the eardrums of those present to ache. If you die, I'll make them 3 pay in your stead. Just as the sharp dagger was mere inches from her neck, Yun Lingshuan suddenly heard a cold voice piercing through the tension. In an instant, she halted her movement. As long as you comply, perhaps I may spare them. No, absolutely not. Sister, you cannot agree to this. Damn bastard, you 1T get away with this. Oof. Whoever speaks again, I shall have her ravaged right now. Taui snarled with a fierce expression. Is what you say true? If I obey, will you truly release them? Of course. Very well, I accept your terms. Seeing Yun Lingshuan relent, Taui erupted into a triumphant laugh. Bang! Bang! Ah! The sounds of shattering glass mingled with the women's screams, abruptly silenced Taui's maniacal laughter. Who are you? Tao Zi asked, mouth agape, as he witnessed 5 or 6 fully armed soldiers shatter the window and leap inside, appearing as if he had encountered a specter. Everyone crouched down, shielding their heads. Otherwise, they would face merciless execution. Bang! A man clad in a black suit, who had been standing behind Tao Zi, fell backward with a thud. The reverberation of his body hitting the ground made everyone present shudder involuntarily. Anyone who dares to move will meet the same fate, a soldier coldly warned, shaking the handgun in his hand. Chief, I have 2 pieces of good news. Which would you like to hear first? Li Rue, leaning against a black leather sofa, suddenly stood up, fixating his gaze on Li Wu. All right, stop looking at me like that, Chief. You have no idea how frightening your stare is. Li Wu retorted with a smirk. Quit the nonsense. Speak plainly, like a man. Hurry up. The first piece of good news is that we just captured 2 fools who delivered themselves to us. The second piece of good news is that we have secured the target ship, Li Wu stated directly, rolling his eyes at Li Rue's earlier comment. Secure the target ship? Are you implying that Ling Xian and the others are safe? Li Wu's voice had barely faded when Li Rue excitedly grasped his arm, inquiring. Yes, Chief. The Chief's wife is completely safe now, Li Wu affirmed with a nod. Haha, splendid. Li Rue laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice in excitement, finally alleviating the tension that had weighed on his heart. Let us go. Order the fleet to approach. I want to board the ship. Understood, Chief. By the way, what should we do with those 2 fools we captured? Li Wu was about to turn and issue commands when he suddenly looked back and asked. 2 fools? These individuals piloted a small boat into our fleet and were apprehended by our soldiers. Upon inspection, several corpses were discovered aboard, leading to their capture. During interrogation, we learned they had just disembarked from the target ship. They are subordinates of that individual. Moreover, one of them was involved in extorting money from us. Li Wu patiently explained to the bewildered Li Rue. Oh, let us confine them for now. We could discuss their fate later. Yes, Li Wu replied and swiftly turned to issue the orders. Minutes later, Li Rue first boarded a speedboat, then successfully ascended to the luxurious yacht via a staircase lowered from the opulent vessel. After walking briskly alongside the soldiers for a minute, he arrived at a beautifully crafted door. With excitement coursing through him, he pushed the door open. Li Rue, a familiar, excited voice echoed in his ears. He quickly turned his neck to gaze in the direction of the sound. Ling Xian, he exclaimed joyfully, hastening towards Yun Ling Xian, whose eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Li Hui, amidst her sobs, Yun Lingshan rushed towards Li Rue. Are you all right? He asked, embracing her tightly, his voice quivering with concern. Why would TIB? I nearly lost my life, she cried, pulling away from his embrace, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him with a mix of grievance and despair. It's all right now. You are safe with me. No one can harm you, Li Rue reassured her, tightening his grip as he pulled her back into his embrace. Overwhelmed, Yin Lingshan wept freely into his chest. After a few moments, she finally lifted her head, stepping away from him. She hastily wiped her tears and glanced at Tang Wenxin and the other girls, feeling a bit embarrassed as she bowed her head. Seeing that Yin Lingshan had ceased her weeping, Li Rue felt a slight relief in his heart, only then noticing the group of men bound and kneeling before him. Are you the leader? Do we have a grievance? He inquired, taking a few steps toward a young man who, despite also kneeling, exuded a distinct aura that set him apart from the others. Li Rue squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he posed the question. Chapter 416. All a misunderstanding upon hearing the voice, Tao Zi, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped around his head, could not resist the urge to slowly raise his gaze. It's you. Did you bring these people here? He exclaimed, astonished, as he looked up at the indifferent young man looming over him. During the time, he had been under the control of these fully armed individuals. He had pondered their identities, contemplating countless possibilities, yet never had he imagined that the most improbable scenario would come to pass. He had even speculated that he might be facing maritime bandits, a notion so unlikely it was almost absurd, yet not entirely impossible. However, the truth lay before him. These armed figures were indeed summoned by the very man who harbored a vendetta against his father. In his investigations, he had discovered that Li Rue was merely a wealthy upstart. How could he possibly possess the means to gather such a formidable group? Even more bewildering was how these individuals had managed to locate him. It is I. I am Li Rue. Do you require a more detailed introduction? Li Rue surveyed the kneeling men, his gaze eventually settling on Tao Zi, a slight smile curling his lips as he continued. Let us engage in a game. I shall attempt to guess your name. For each character I correctly identify, I will take one of your fingers. Should I guess two, then 2 fingers shall be forfeit. What do you think? Observing Tao Zi's troubled visage, his expression a complex tapestry of unease and silence, Li Rue lifted his chin, his countenance devoid of emotion. No words? I shall take that as your acquiescence. Your surname must be Tao, correct? After a brief silence, with no response forthcoming, Li Rue lowered his gaze to Tao Zi, his voice cold and commanding. Suddenly, a startled cry drew Li Rue's attention. Do not fret. You may join this game as well. Please wait a moment, he remarked, his voice indifferent as he regarded a young man in his early 20s, distinguished in demeanor. Yu Tao Zi stammered, his mouth agape as he gazed up at Li Rue, his finger pointing in disbelief. The astonishment Li Rue inspired was immense. Not only had he pinpointed his location amidst the vast ocean, but he had also summoned a cadre of highly trained armed men. Now, with an accurate mention of his surname, how could he not be astonished? At that moment, it dawned on him that Li Rue was far from an ordinary nouveau riche. Huh, judging by your reaction, I must have guessed correctly, Li Rue chuckled. Since I have triumphed, you shall face the consequences. Proceed, take 1 finger from each. Those who dare resist shall be slain on the spot. Yes, echoed a chorus of voices in unison, as over 30 armed soldiers drew their daggers and approached the kneeling men. No, please. I can pay. Don't cut off my fingers. Please, cried one man in desperation. I have a family. I don't want to be disabled. Spare me. Silence. Execute the last row. Upon hearing the cacophony of pleas for mercy, Li Rue furrowed his brow deeply. After a moment, he suddenly bellowed, ah, ah. The screams of anguish rose and fell like a haunting melody, causing Tao Zi to tremble and involuntarily glance back. What met his eyes were 10 robust soldiers, fully equipped, who were viciously trampling on the heads of his 10 subordinates. Simultaneously, they twisted the arms of these men, contorting them at angles that clearly exceeded the limits of shoulder mobility. Beads of sweat instantly erupted on Tao Zi's cheeks. As the cries of his subordinates escalated in intensity, Tao Zi's breathing became increasingly rapid. Ah! The cries grew more harrowing and agonizing, resonating in the ears of all present. The 10 soldiers uniformly drew their daggers, sliding them across the bodies of the wailing victims, before sheathing them back at their waists with synchronized precision. Witnessing the 10 men writhing on the ground in pain, clutching their hands and crying out in despair, the 4 women, Yin Lingxian, Yin Rong, Tang Wenxin, and Lu Yin, stepped back in unison. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of fear. Simultaneously, their curiosity about Li Rui intensified, including that of Yun Lingxian, who was no exception. Brother Z, I'm scared. Brother Z, let us pay them off. Please don't cut my fingers. Tao Zikuan, equally horrified by the scene behind him, felt panic wash over him. In a trembling voice, he hastily addressed Tao Z. Brother Z? Heh, Tao Z? Did I guess correctly again? Li Rui feigned surprise, smirking at the dazed Tao Z. The game is over. Each of you will lose 3 fingers. Noticing that Tao Z remained in shock, Li Rui's expression shifted, and he coldly remarked, enough of this. Without a glance at the kneeling individuals, he turned and made his way toward a nearby leather sofa. Wait, did you already know who I am? Observing Li Rui's retreating figure, Tao Z abruptly stood, calling out to him. Bang! Ah! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground was accompanied by anguished cries. The soldier standing behind Tao Z delivered a brutal kick to his kneecap. The pain caused Tao Z to collapse heavily to the ground, the hard floor meeting his knee with a jarring impact. Overwhelmed by the searing agony radiating from his knee, he could not suppress his cries of torment. You are not foolish, Tao Z. The Tao family intrigues me. What animosity lies between us? Li Rui halted, his back still turned as he inquired. Li Rui, you know my name and the Tao family, so you must be aware of my uncle. Your uncle? Of course, I know him. It is Tao Qianfeng, is it not? Yes, my uncle is Tao Qianfeng, and he is. The game you lost requires you to accept the punishment first. We shall discuss other matters later. Li Rui interrupted, cutting off Tao Z before he could finish his sentence. Li Rui, now that you're aware that my uncle is Tao Qianfeng, do you still dare to treat me this way? Your actions could bring catastrophic consequences to the Li family. Are you not aware of my uncle's status? Allow me to enlighten you. Strike now. Yes. No, please don't. Brother Z, save me. Tao Zikuan, with his head forcefully pressed to the ground by an assailant, looked towards his cousin Tao Z, who was similarly restrained, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded for help. Despite hearing his cousin's cries for assistance, Tao Z remained indifferent. Under normal circumstances, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Do you not see that I am struggling to secure my own safety? Li Rui, this is all a misunderstanding. I can offer you 20 billion as compensation. Let us consider this matter resolved. Rest assured, I will not seek revenge. My word is my bond. Chapter 417. I will ensure your longevity, Tao Z. He pressed his cheek against the ground, straining every muscle in his body to break free, yet he remained utterly immobile. Realizing that his struggles were futile, he could only cry out in desperation to Li Rui. 200 billion? That's a considerable sum. Do you genuinely believe I am in need of such money? Li Rui, now seated comfortably on a leather sofa with his legs crossed, looked down at Tao Z, whose head was pinned by soldiers, and mockingly inquired. 400 billion. I have said it. We shall discuss other matters later. Li Rui, are you intent on an irreconcilable feud with the Tao family? Seeing that Li Rui showed no reaction to the staggering sum of 400 billion, Tao Z, realizing that monetary persuasion had failed, resorted to threats involving his family. Upon hearing this, Li Rui did not respond but simply closed his eyes. Li Hui, just as Tao Z attempted to say more, an excruciating pain shot through his arm. In an instant, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt an even more intense agony in his little finger, a heart-wrenching pain that compelled him to scream in anguish. Brother Z, it hurts so much. Help me. Helping me. Sobi. I want to go home. Tao Zikuan, clutching his severed finger, writhed in agony, crying out pitifully. Continue. Yes. For the next 3 minutes, in the opulently decorated hall, the wails grew louder with each passing moment. Whoever is screaming shall have their tongue removed, Li Rui coldly declared, opening his eyes. The 30 or so men who had been rolling on the ground, howling in despair. Upon hearing Li Rui's warning, one of them immediately shoved his intact hand into his mouth and bit down fiercely, muffling his screams. Now, Tao Z, you may disclose the significance of your uncle. With the cacophony finally silenced, Li Rui nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the cold sweat trickling down Tao Z's forehead. Listening to Li Rui's inquiry, Tao Z attempted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a scream escaped him uncontrollably, driven by the fear that his tongue would be severed by the demon before him. He quickly clenched his jaw tightly again. Truth be told, even if you remain silent, I am aware, Elder Tao. Though you step back, the connections you wield can easily be employed to deal with an ordinary citizen like myself. Wouldn't you agree, young Master Tao? Observing Tao Zi biting down hard in pain, Li Rui sneered without an ounce of compassion. More than 30 hours prior, he had perused the investigative report sent by Zhao Yi and was well acquainted with the Tao family of Long City, including Tao Qianfeng and Tao Zi. You, how could you know? Why do you dare act this way? You understand that provoking the Tao family, even with a fortune of 1,000 billion, will leave you with no means of resistance. You must realize that in this world, there are things far more valuable than money, correct? Listening to Li Rui accurately state the identity of his uncle, Tao Zi felt little surprise. After all, someone capable of investigating his identity would naturally know of his uncle's status. However, he was astonished by Li Rui's complete lack of fear regarding the Tao family. No matter how wealthy a merchant may be, he remained just a merchant, and Tao Zi could not fathom how one could remain unafraid of the Tao family, which was nearing the pinnacle of power. Why do I dare to act this way? You will come to understand. For now, I simply wish to know what enmity lies between us. Might I trouble young Master Tao to enlighten me? As Li Rui spoke, Tao Zi gasped for breath, gripping tightly with his uninjured hand to his bleeding palm. Wrap it up quickly. Do not let him die. Li Rui signaled to the soldiers behind Tao Zi. Yes. The soldier acknowledged, reaching for his waist to retrieve a personal first aid kit, crouching down to tend to Tao Zi's wounds. Ouch. Be gentle, it hurts. Ignoring Tao Zi's cries, the soldier continued to bandage him in a haphazard manner. I need treatment too. Wrap me up. I am Tao Zikuan, also of the Tao family. I cannot die. I am still of use, cried Tao Zikuan, lying on the ground, watching as Tao Zi received care, feeling the blood continuing to flow from his own body. Hearing the commotion, Li Rui glanced at Tao Zikuan, then smiled slightly, nodding to the soldier standing behind him. He would not allow those who dared to covet his woman to meet an easy end, especially these two members of the Tao family. They would learn the meaning of suffering beyond death. Can we speak now? What enmity do you hold against me? Seeing that Tao Zi had been bandaged up, Li Rui inquired once more. Revenge for my father's murder. Tao Zi hesitated briefly, then gritted his teeth and replied. Realizing that even invoking his uncle would not sway Li Rui, he abandoned the idea of intimidation, now seeking to simply convey his truth and explore other possibilities. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He believed that upon returning to Longhua, leveraging the connections of the Tao family would enable him to deal with this upstart without difficulty. As for his uncle's earlier warnings, they had completely faded from his mind. Revenge for your father? Who was your father? Li Rui asked, taken aback, then immediately curious. My father was Tao Qingxiong. Tao Qingxiong? Li Rui frowned, muttering to himself, recalling countless times, yet still failing to place the individual. I do not know him. He was killed in the Xiong family estate in Yusher country. Xiong family estate. At this revelation, Li Rui was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Well then, it appears I am indeed the enemy you seek for your father's murder. However, one must say, your father brought this upon himself. What kind of place is the Xiong family estate? A man who ventures there surely harms many girls. He has met a just end. Listening to Li Rui's words, Tao Zi could not help but glance at him, biting her lip but choosing to remain silent. Although I am your father's murderer, your desire for revenge seems justifiable. Perhaps if your vengeance were solely directed at me, I might even consider sparing you. However, you have crossed an unforgivable line by targeting those close to me. Tao Zi, I will not kill you. Not only will I refrain from taking your life, but I shall also ensure your longevity. I intend for you to live a long life. Li Rui, what do you mean by this? This beast nearly sullied Ling Xian, and you wish to care for him? You want him to live a long life? Standing by, Yu Rong, who had remained silent and bore a look of terror, could no longer restrain herself upon hearing Li Rui's words. She pointed an accusatory finger at Tao Zi and shouted angrily at Li Rui. At the sound of her voice, Li Rui abruptly rose from the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Tao Zi. My woman is not someone you can covet, he declared, taking several steps towards Tao Zi, his eyes narrowing as he looked down upon him. I will ensure you live a long life, one in which you will find neither solace nor escape. My hand. Chapter 4:18. The Li family branch, listening to the anguished screams of Tao Zi, Li Rui coldly intensified the pressure of his foot. Observing the blood incessantly oozing from the freshly bandaged, severed finger, Tao Zi fainted, whether from fear or excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back. Li Wu, Chief, do you have any orders? Take all these individuals to the Jadestone Kingdom. They have slain Li Shi and the others. I demand they pay 100-fold for their crimes. Within 10 years, I will allow none of them to perish. They must endure the tortures of this world. Understood, Chief. I assure you the task will be completed. Li Wu responded solemnly, saluting Li Rue. Brother, please let me go. My uncle is formidable. If you capture me, it will invite great trouble. Let me go. After all, this is your enmity with Z, not mine. I'm still young. My life has yet to truly begin. I beg you spare me. Tao Zikuan, who had been listening to the exchange between Li Rue and Li Wu, was nearly paralyzed with fear, sobbing and pleading for mercy. Bang! Tao Zikuan was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the floor. Casting a cursory glance at the writhing Tao Zikuan, who was clutching his stomach and retching, Li Rue quickly diverted his gaze. Lingxian. Li Rue looked up, addressing the astonished Yun Lingxian gently. Li Hui. Yun Lingxian responded, still in a daze. How had Li Rue transformed into such a ruthless figure? And how had he gathered so many armed soldiers? This was akin to something out of a movie, starkly contrasting with Li Rue's former identity as the chairman of the group. This oversight is entirely my fault, Lingxian. I never anticipated that someone would dare to wield firearms in the Dragon Kingdom. I am truly sorry for the fright you have endured, Li Rue said, his expression filled with guilt. You cannot blame yourself. The Li Shi brothers you sent to protect me are already quite remarkable. It is unimaginable that someone would dare to use firearms in the Dragon Kingdom. If anyone should apologize, it is I. Had I not ventured out for leisure, the Li Shi brothers would not have perished, Yun Lingxian said, lowering her head as tears fell, striking the ground one by one. This is their mission. They will not die in vain. Very well, Lingxian, I will arrange for someone to escort you back. There will be individuals waiting for you in the Magic City. What? You won't return with us? Yun Lingxian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. I have a record of exiting the country and must choose a lawful path back to the Dragon Kingdom. But Yun Lingxian hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Rest assured, I will leave over 30 seasoned soldiers to ensure your safety. No one shall harm you again. Noticing Yun Lingxuan's trepidation, Li Rue extended his hand, gently patting her shoulder, offering soft words of comfort. As they listened to Li Rue's words, Yun Lingxian instinctively glanced at the more than 30 fully armed soldiers, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. Li Rue perceived the unease in her expression and understood that she harbored doubts about these soldiers. Given that Yun Lingxian had just endured a kidnapping ordeal, her fear and mistrust of these heavily armed men were entirely justifiable. You are the elite soldiers of the Li family army, and I have an important task to entrust to you. Li Rue suddenly turned, fixing his gaze intently on the 30-odd soldiers and proclaiming loudly. The soldiers, upon hearing their leader's command, instantly sheathed their weapons, standing at attention with unwavering focus on Li Rue, collectively affirming, We await your orders, Chief. This is your chief's wife, and I need you to escort her safely back to Longhua. Can you accomplish this? Guaranteed to complete the mission. And what if you fail? Then we shall pay with our lives. Li Rue nodded in satisfaction at the soldiers' resolute promises. While the brevity of his exchange with the soldiers may have seemed inconsequential to others, for Yun Lingxian, Yun Rong, Tang Wenxin, and Lu Yin, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had known of Li Rue's wealth, but had always assumed these individuals were mercenaries hired by him. Yet what had they just heard? These armed soldiers referred to Li Rue as their chief. The declaration that they would die rather than fail their mission only deepened their astonishment. Wasn't that akin to the Death Warriors from the movies? The revelation that Li Rue commanded such loyalty left the four ordinary women momentarily speechless. Are you still afraid of them? Li Rue asked with a smile, turning towards Yun Lingxian. Li Rue, why do they call you chief? Yun Lingxian inquired, her curiosity piqued as she glanced back at the soldiers, her question revealing her incredulity. Because they are all part of my Li family, he replied. Ah, I have been in your home for so long. Yet I have never seen them, Yun Lingxian remarked, her face a mixture of disbelief as she pressed for answers. They belong to a branch of the Li family. A branch of the Li family? How many are there? I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps 70,000, 80,000, or even 90,000. In the future, it may even swell to 1 million or 2 million, Li Rue stated, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the system in place, 100,000 strong Li family army was merely a matter of time. A collective gasp escaped the four women as they absorbed this astonishing information. Li Hui, are you a prince from a foreign land, now returned to claim your inheritance? Tang Wenxin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Not all. All right. You have all been sufficiently startled. Please find a room to rest," Li Rue suggested, sensing their need for respite. "Oh," Tang Wenxin replied, reluctantly acquiescing to his wish. "Li Rue, please return quickly," Yun Lingxian implored, grasping his hands tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a firm grip on Yun Lingshuan's hand, Li Rue nodded emphatically. "What is that outside?" Suddenly, Yun Rong caught sight of the shattered window, through which blinding light streamed in. Shielding her eyes from the intense glare, she exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this? Is it a ship? Those lights are so high. What kind of vessel could possibly be that large?" Hearing her, Lu Yan also turned her gaze towards the window, marveling at the lights that towered above the sea level by 20 to 30 meters. "Li Rue, what is happening?" Yun Lingxian inquired, her curiosity evident as she looked at him. "Let us go to the deck. I will show you," Li Rue replied with a mysterious smile. The four girls exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before nodding in agreement. "Come along," he said, turning to walk towards the door. Upon seeing this, the four girls quickly followed suit. Chapter 419. What are your thoughts on the Li family? As the four women stepped onto the deck of the cruise ship, a fierce sea breeze tousled their hair, allowing it to dance wildly in the wind, while they remained motionless, utterly captivated by the astonishing sight before them. 10 colossal white vessels bobbed gently on the waves, illuminated by their own lights. The women beheld the enormous cannons they had only seen on television, confirming their suspicions that these magnificent ships were indeed warships. Li Rue, are these all warships?" Yun Rong stammered, her body trembling as she pointed toward the nearby white behemoth. "Yes," Li Rue replied with a proud smile. "No, Li Hui. Do not tell me that these warships are brought by you?" Tang Wenxin asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gulped nervously. "Why not? No more pretense. I reveal the truth. This is the navy of the Li family. Ha ha ha." Having rescued Yun Lingshuan, Li Rue was in high spirits, unable to contain his laughter at the sight of the 10 enormous ships. In Long City, at the Tao residence. "Third brother, have you found them?" Tao Qianfeng suddenly rose from his armchair, eagerly addressing the middle-aged man who had just entered. "Brother, Zi and Zikuan first went to Chunning County. Then they took a flight to Modu," the middle-aged man reported, halting a couple of meters away from Tao Qianfeng. "What? They truly went to Chunning County? And to Modu? Damn it, what are they doing in Modu?" Upon hearing this, Tao Qianfeng shouted in anger, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. "Brother, Z brought a considerable number of people, and..." At this point, the middle-aged man lowered his head before lifting it again, revealing a hesitant expression as he gazed at Tao Qianfeng. "And what? Speak." Tao Qianfeng glared fiercely, resembling a lion poised to pounce. "Brother, there was a shooting at a hotel in the center of Modu, resulting in over 10 fatalities." "What? A shooting and more than 10 dead? Was it Z's doing?" Tao Qianfeng gritted his teeth, clinging to the last shred of hope. "Yes, 4 of them were bodyguards sent by the Li family, while the others were Z's secret subordinates." The middle-aged man reported truthfully, his head bowed. "Damn useless fools. That's the heart of Modu. How dare they use guns? Do they wish to bring ruin upon our Tao family? Bastards, damn bastards." Tao Qianfeng overturned a chair in his fury, shouting loudly. Seeing his brother in such a rage, the middle-aged man cautiously glanced up before immediately lowering his head again. Huff, huff, gasping for breath. Tao Qianfeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Brother, are you all right?" As Tao Qianfeng swayed precariously, resembling someone on the verge of collapse, the middle-aged man hastily stepped forward, extending his hand to steady him, inquiring urgently. The present stature of the Tao family rests solely upon the shoulders of this elder brother. He must not suffer any harm, for the very foundation of the Tao family teeters on the brink of disintegration. Mobilize the entire strength of the clan and locate Zi and Zikuan at once. Ensure that their subordinates are dealt with decisively, leaving no trace behind. This matter must not be associated with our Tao family. Gunfire in the heart of the Demon City is forbidden, an absolute taboo that even we cannot afford to breach. Do you understand? With the middle-aged man as support, Tao Qianfeng returned to the grand chair. After regaining composure, he suddenly lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man, his expression solemn. "Yes, I will go at once." With that, the man turned and departed swiftly. "Oh, Zikuan, you have truly disappointed me. The Tao family must not be brought to ruin by your actions. Do not blame your uncle. If blame is to be assigned, it rests upon your shoulders." Watching the middle-aged man vanish from sight, Tao Qianfeng let out a deep sigh, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Find Tao Zi and Tao Zi Kuan. Send them on their way. Tao Qianfeng abruptly closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, then spoke. Understood. In the hall, devoid of anyone other than Tao Qianfeng, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed in response. In an office adorned with an air of antiquity, an elderly man in his 60s. His hair, a striking gray, donned spectacles as he scrutinized a newspaper under the lamp's glow. A faint knocking reverberated, reaching the old man's ears. Gumin, he called out, folding the newspaper with care as he spoke. Secretary Wu, what brings you here? Upon noticing the cautious, middle-aged man of around 40 entering, the elder offered a warm smile and inquired. Elder, we have discovered that the earlier intercontinental missile and the 10 warships that appeared in the southern waters a few days ago are connected to the Li family army of the Yushur Kingdom. Oh, the Li family army. Their rise has been remarkably swift. They now control nearly a third of the Yushur Kingdom's territory and populace. The Li family army is formidable, boasting close to 100,000 soldiers and an array of advanced weaponry. Even our reconnaissance satellites have captured images of stealth bombers. What? Stealth bombes. Are you certain, Secretary Wu? The elder abruptly rose, his demeanor shifting dramatically, a frown creasing his brow as he questioned Wu. Elder, the information from the military is infallible, Wu replied, swallowing hard as he sensed the elder's sudden shift in energy. Intercontinental missiles, super cruisers, stealth bombers. What exactly is the Li family army's origin? What is truly unfolding? Upon witnessing Secretary Wu's steadfast assurances, the Grand Elder harbored no further doubts. Yet, he found it perplexing how the Li family's army had acquired such formidable weapons, some of which were even beyond the reach of the Dragon Kingdom. It was as if these armaments had materialized from thin air. Secretary Wu shook his head in bewilderment. By the way, Grand Elder, we have also discovered a potential connection between the Li family in Chunning County and the Li family's army. Noticing the Grand Elder's silence, Secretary Wu suddenly recalled an important matter he had yet to report and spoke up hurriedly. The Li family in Chunning County? The one currently developing a chip industrial park? Indeed, the head of the Li family, Li Rue, has numerous records of overseas travel. Although his destinations have consistently been the Rubber Kingdom, it is certain that his ultimate destination is the Jade Kingdom. The Li family, Li Rue, the Li family's army, the Grand Elder murmured these names softly, subsequently sinking into a prolonged silence. Secretary Wu, what are your thoughts on the Li family? Chapter 420. To be friends, not foes with the strength of a single family. One can rival an entire nation, the secretary mused, his expression grave. Oh, how do you think the Dragon Kingdom should approach the Li family? This is a matter of great national significance. I dare not speak lightly, replied the Grand Elder. Here, it is just the two of us. You may share your thoughts. Well, it is best to befriend, not to antagonize. As dawn broke, the sun slowly ascended, casting its first rays upon the vast, boundless ocean. The golden sunlight, akin to a magical brush, gently swept across the water's surface, instantly transforming it into a shimmering expanse of gold, as if adorned with a layer of resplendent gilding. On the deck of the white giant vessel, Li Rue stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Wu. Chieftain, after this, our Li family's branch will be thoroughly exposed to the public eye, with the might of the Dragon Kingdom. Uncovering the relationship between the Li family of the Jadestone Kingdom and our Li family in Chuxin County should not be a daunting task. What are your intentions, Chieftain? What to do? There is nothing to be done. We shall proceed as usual. Chieftain, for the sake of safety, perhaps you should remain in the Jadestone Kingdom. After all, this is our territory, ensuring absolute security. Listening to Li Rue, Li Wu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before a hint of concern crossed his face. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, raised here, and my family resides in the Dragon Kingdom as well. Let's not speak of staying in the Jadestone Kingdom again, Li Rue replied with a smile. Very well, I am merely concerned for your safety. You are the cornerstone of the Li family, and nothing must happen to you. I understand your worries. As long as the Li family in the Jadestone Kingdom exists, I will not be in danger unless, once we disembark, I will arrange for some weapons for you. And you shall manage the Li family army and our territory in the Jadestone Kingdom. With the previous 1,000 elite talents, I am confident that when I return, I will witness a revitalized branch of the Li family. Yes, I shall fulfill this task. Li Wu solemnly saluted Li Rue. Chieftain, he chuckled. You mentioned arranging more weapons for me? What exactly will be included? After delivering a serious salute, noticing Li Rue's silence, Li Wu's demeanor shifted as he grinned and inquired. What weapons do you desire? I wish for a nuclear submarine. How about 4 additional ones? Li Wu gazed eagerly at Li Rue. Certainly, Li Rue nodded without hesitation. After all, he currently possessed 200 billion Dragon Kingdom coins as a system reward, and he had long decided to procure advanced weaponry for the Li family army. Moreover, nuclear submarines were high on his priority list, given their exceptional cost-effectiveness. A nuclear submarine coupled with intercontinental missiles, costing over 200 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, may seem exorbitant. Yet when compared to the devastating power capable of obliterating a nation, it appears as trivial as a mere trifle. Do you wish for anything else? Li Rue lifted his gaze to the azure sky, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of sophistication as he declared, "Let us procure another 100 fighter jets." Upon hearing Li Rue's grandiloquent assertion, Li Wu, displaying no hesitation, responded, "That is acceptable. Additionally, let us acquire 10 stealth bombers." As soon as Li Rue finished speaking, Li Wu's excited words spilled forth once more. "We're out of funds. With 4 strategic nuclear submarines and 100 fighter jets, if you desire anything further, you must diligently manage the Li family branch. As long as you possess the means, any weaponry can be obtained." Hearing Li Wu request yet another 10 stealth bombers, Li Rue rolled his eyes and remarked, "The 4 nuclear submarines and 100 fighter jets have already cost us 184 billion long country dollars. The 200 billion we recently acquired has dwindled to merely 152 billion. 150 billion may seem ample for ordinary purchases, but when it comes to procuring such elite weaponry, it is barely sufficient." "Understood," Li Wu replied, sounding somewhat disappointed at Li Rue's refusal. "The ship that is to come later, make arrangements to send me back to the homeland immediately. You know whom to arrange and how. No need for further instructions, right? Rest assured, Patriarch, those ruffians who dared harm members of the Li family will deeply regret their existence," came the confident reply. With a gentle acknowledgement, Li Rue nodded in satisfaction. The following day, in Long Country, Xing City, Li Yi, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Li Rue and inquired, "Shall we head directly to Li family village, or would you prefer to rest at the villa first?" "Directly to Li family village," Li Rue replied, opening his tightly shut eyes. "Understood." 3 hours later, 2 vehicles made their way along the road to Li family village. As the vehicle carrying Li Rue entered the village, a gathering of over 100 individuals stood in the courtyard of the villa, their heads bowed in silence, rendering the scene, which should have been lively, eerily quiet. "Father, what on earth is happening? What has happened to Li Shi and the others?" A sudden voice broke the silence, prompting the subdued crowd to lift their heads towards the source of the sound. "Ah, my son, you have returned." Li Yongjin looked up at Li Tsong, first letting out a sigh before shaking his head and asking, "What is it? Father, please tell me what is going on. You only mentioned over the phone that Li Shi and the others were in trouble, but you did not clarify the details. How could they?" Li Tsong pointed towards the 4 ice coffins not far ahead, his expression one of shock. "Ah, those 4 were tasked with protecting Lingxian. An incident occurred in Magic City, and the adversary employed firearms." Li Yongjin sighed deeply once more, recalling the past. "Lingxian? Oh no, what has happened to her? Is she safe?" Upon hearing that Lingxian was among those in trouble, Li Tsong's anxiety surged, for he was well aware of his 7th brother's deep affection for her. Should 7th brother learn of the incident involving his woman, it is likely he would unleash chaos upon the world. His subordinates are indeed formidable characters. Of that he is well aware. The young lady Lingxian returned yesterday, unscathed save for a slight fright. Before Li Yong could respond to Li Tsong, he took a step forward, addressing him directly. "That is reassuring, truly reassuring," Li Tsong murmured, exhaling a sigh of relief upon hearing Li Yong's words. "By the way, when is Xiao Rue returning?" Calculating the time, "It should be soon," Li Yong replied, unconsciously glancing towards the entrance of the villa courtyard. Moments later, just as Li Yong was about to divert his gaze, a familiar vehicle came into view. "He is back," Li Yong exclaimed with delight. At his words, everyone turned to look in the direction he was gazing. Observing the throng of over 100 people in the square, Li Rue furrowed his brow deeply. Once the Range Rover came to a halt, Li Rue opened the door and stepped out. Chapter 421, An Intrusion Son. Li Yongzheng was the first to speak. "Xiao Rue," he called out joyfully as he stepped towards Li Rue. The others, witnessing this, instinctively parted to create a path. "Dad," Uncle Li Rue greeted each person in turn. "Xiao Rue, Li Shi, and the others are dead. They were good kids," Li Yongjin said sorrowfully as he approached Li Rue. "I'm aware, Uncle. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. Those responsible will find no solace, nor escape," Li Rue replied resolutely. With that, he bypassed Li Yongjin and strode toward the 4 ice coffins. Reaching the first coffin, Li Rui reached out to touch it, leaning down to gaze inside. Through the glass, he beheld a lifeless face. This visage was not entirely familiar to him, aside from those 4 loyal bodyguards who often accompanied him. He had only a fleeting impression of the others. Yet, he understood that even these unfamiliar souls were unwaveringly devoted to him, ready to lay down their lives without a moment's hesitation. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Li Rui arrived before the 4th ice coffin. His previously expressionless demeanor suddenly shifted. His pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in shock. Moments later, the muscles in his face began to twitch uncontrollably. For within the coffin lay a figure whose neck was stitched with a multitude of threads. Had their head been severed? With a sudden, uncontrollable tremor, Li Rui unleashed a furious roar, striking the ice coffin with a powerful fist. The resounding crash drew the attention of the 100 onlookers present. Li, contact Anyi. Kill, kill, kill. To the bitter end, to the bitter end. Li Rui turned, his eyes blazing crimson as he commanded Li Yi, who nodded in affirmation before moving aside. Son, what has happened to you? Remain calm. Do not act impulsively, Li Yongzheng urged anxiously, observing his son's frenzied state. Father, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Today, as the head of the Li family, I declare that Li Yi and the others are now part of our family lineage. Is there anyone who objects? Li Rui declared, scanning the crowd. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, then collectively shook their heads. Very well, with no objections, Li Yi and the others are now members of the Li family. Now that our kin have been slain, can this vendetta go unavenged? A semblance of calm restored, Li Rui turned his gaze back to the crowd. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence, each person casting furtive looks at one another. Some contemplated speaking, but after a moment's hesitation, bowed their heads instead. They too yearned for retribution, yet they were acutely aware of their surroundings. This was Longhua, a land governed by law. Li Rui's call for vengeance, rooted in blood for blood, was evidently impractical. Yet, under the weight of Li Rui's authority, no one dared to openly oppose him. And thus an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Brother Rui, this grudge must be avenged. Li Shi and the others perished while protecting sister Lingxian. We must seek retribution so that they can rest peacefully in the afterlife. Just as a heavy silence enveloped the crowd, a youthful voice suddenly broke through. Indeed, when Long speaks the truth, this vendetta must be addressed. I too believe we must retaliate. The Li family is not to be trifled with. As Li Wenlong's words echoed, several voices joined in agreement. Hearing these distinctly youthful tones, Li Rui's lips curled into a faint smile. Youth without fervor is a waste of youth. Young people must be passionate. Otherwise, what does it mean to be young? At merely 25, why ponder so much? Let's act decisively. But who are our enemies? We have no idea. Another youthful voice interjected, startling everyone engaged in fervent discussion or deep contemplation. Indeed, how can we discuss revenge when we do not even know who our enemies are? I am well aware of who is responsible. Enough of this. Everyone disperse. I shall handle the matter. Although the 2 primary perpetrators have been captured, awaiting them is a fate worse than death. Yet this is insufficient. The Tao family must pay a price for my lingering hatred. Uncle, let us revise the plans for the ancestral tomb. Acquire the entire mountain. From now on, all who have contributed to the Li family shall be interred there, receiving the veneration of the Li descendants, including the 14 members of Li. Very well. I shall arrange this. Li Yongjin nodded in response. Seeing Li Yongjin's agreement, Li Rui exchanged pleasantries with him before turning towards his own villa. Lingxian had been deeply shaken and required his comfort. As night fell in Longsheng at the Tao family manor, what is the situation? Have we not located anyone? Tao Qianfeng furrowed his brow, hands clasped behind his back, casting a displeased glance at a masked figure before him. Master, Tao Zikuan, and all their subordinates have vanished without a trace. We have employed every method available. Initially, we only discovered that they had sailed to international waters. Just 2 days ago, their ship returned to Modu, yet their whereabouts remain unknown. The masked figure reported with a fist salute. International waters? Tao Qianfeng murmured darkly. We boarded their vessel and found evidence of a gunfight, with bloodstains that had not been entirely cleaned. They must have been seized. Seized? Have we determined who is responsible? As he spoke, Tao Qianfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. The Li family is the most likely suspect. This Li family is formidable. It appears I have underestimated them. Not only do they collaborate with the military, but their own strength is not to be underestimated. Tao Qianfeng seemed to be speaking to himself, as if addressing the masked figure. Now that Z and Zikuan are in the hands of the Li family, If they acknowledge their involvement in the shooting incident in the heart of Modu, the Tao family will undoubtedly be investigated by higher authorities. This must not happen. Master, what do you mean? The Li family's conglomerate has a partnership with the military. We are powerless to act and must resort to desperate measures. However, such actions could easily attract the attention of those above us. Master, are you certain you wish to proceed? We have no other choice. As long as there is no evidence, the Tao family will be unharmed. We shall mobilize all our resources to orchestrate an incident that will ensure the disappearance of the Li family. Yes, the masked figure nodded in acknowledgement before turning to exit. Suddenly, a dull yet noticeable sound reached the ears of the masked figure. This is not good. Trouble is brewing. What are you saying? What trouble? Tao Qianfeng, bewildered by the masked figure's sudden outburst, asked in confusion. Master, someone has broken in. Chapter 422. Master of the house, I apologize, what? This is Long City. Who dares to be so audacious? Tao Qianfeng exclaimed in shock. Master, we must leave swiftly. They're drawing ever closer. He continued, a mixture of fear and anger evident in his voice. Damn it, where have our people gone? The fact that they have made it here indicates they are not weak. More likely, they are all formidable experts, and in considerable numbers. Our people may be in grave danger, the masked figure in black remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Let us go, hurry. Without waiting to finish his sentence, Tao Qianfeng rushed towards the door. Bang! The ancient door was violently kicked open, splintering into shards that struck Tao Qianfeng's face like bullets. Ouch! He cried out, touching his cheek, only to find his fingers stained with blood, his pupils dilating in horror. Hee, are you Tao Qianfeng? Where do you think you're going? An eerie laugh echoed in his ears, followed by someone calling out his name. Instinctively, he raised his gaze towards the source of the voice, and the sight that met his eyes caused his heart to race. Standing outside the hall's doorway were dozens of figures clad in black hoodies, all wearing masks that obscured their identities, rendering it impossible to discern their gender or age. At the forefront of these black-clad individuals stood two figures. One had his hands clasped behind his back, coldly surveying Tao Qianfeng, while the other held a middle-aged man, blood trickling from his lips. Old 3, Tao Qianfeng gasped instinctively. Your mission is complete. You may now die. The black-clad figure chuckled before forcefully throwing the middle-aged man to the ground. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the man rolled several times before spewing blood into the air, his body convulsing violently before he finally lay still. Old 3, Tao Qianfeng shouted. Disbelief etched across his face. This is Long City. How dare you commit murder here? You are truly lawless, he accused, pointing an accusatory finger at the nearest black-clad figure. Do you know who I am? To dare lay hands on me. Do you comprehend the consequences? You will find no rest for your souls, regardless of who stands behind you. Seeing the black-clad figures merely gazing at him in cold silence, Tao Qianfeng threatened once more, with the time you have. I suggest you take a few deep breaths, for this is your final opportunity. Dark Sky, you are rather verbose, if you are unwilling to act. Allow me to take over. A rough voice suddenly emerged from the black-clad figure with hands behind his back. No way. I want it rock, paper, scissors. This big boss is mine. If you try to take it from me, Dark One, you and I will have unfinished business. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall inform the master. By heavens, you lack martial virtue. I had intended to allow you a few more breaths of air, but as you can see, this fellow is unwilling. Thus, when you arrive in the underworld, do remember to place the blame upon him, not me. Haha. With a sinister smile, and Tian slowly advanced towards Tao Qianfeng. Damn it, call for help. Tao Qianfeng exclaimed, glancing sideways at the masked figure behind him. No need to summon anyone. Over 100 of them remain, and soon it will only be the two of you. Now, let's be on our way. At least you'll have company on the road. I'm truly too merciful. And Tian retorted with a chuckle. With that, and Tian propelled himself towards Tao Qianfeng. Master, be careful, shouted the masked black-clad man, rushing towards Tao Qianfeng as well. Clang! The two chilling daggers collided with a resounding, melodious sound. A skilled adversary, and Tian exclaimed in surprise, stepping back to observe the slight nick on his dagger. In contrast to Tian's astonishment, the masked man's eyes reflected grave concern. The mere clash had made it abundantly clear that the strength of the individual before him was certainly on par with his own, and there were dozens more like him on the opposing side, causing his heart to tighten with dread. If fate did not intervene, it was likely a matter of life and death. Master, contact the Security Bureau of Long City. Otherwise, we are doomed today. Tao Qianfeng, still in shock, reached for his phone without hesitation. Save your effort, fool. No calls can be made from this estate. And Tion cruelly taunted him. Come now, you're a master. I'm already exhilarated, my blood boiling. Slaying those novices is akin to killing chickens, but I prefer to eliminate masters. Heh. As he spoke, and Tion brought the dagger to his lips and licked it with his tongue. The blade is teeming with bacteria. Should you fall ill, I shall not concern myself with your plight. A sudden voice interrupted, catching the attention of the tense crowd. Damn it. And, do you understand the concept of sophistication? You've ruined such a splendid atmosphere. And Tion turned with an exaggerated eye roll to complain to an Kill. Before he could respond, and Tion roared and charged at the masked man once more. Clang, clang, clang. The hall echoed with the sounds of their fierce combat. The pace of their movements quickened, and within a minute, Tao Qianfeng could barely discern the fleeting shadows of their daggers. Witnessing this scene, Tao Qianfeng's heart trembled. He was acutely aware of his subordinate's prowess. It was precisely because he understood this that he was all the more astonished by the skill of the black-clad assassin attempting to take his life. Just moments ago, he speculated that these individuals were, with a probability of 80 to 90%, connected to the Li family. However, uncertainty began to creep in. Could this suddenly emerging Li family truly possess such formidable subordinates? Moreover, their numbers were no fewer than several dozen, a depth of resources that even the Tao family lacked. Is it all falling apart? Your pace is faltering. No, the warm-up has only just concluded, and you're already failing? You have profoundly disappointed me. Since you cannot meet my expectations, you may as well perish. After uttering these words, Dark Sky accelerated the speed of his dagger strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The increasingly dense sounds of metal colliding resonated like a rock anthem in the ears of the bystanders. Huh. The sound of heavy breathing erupted as the masked figure in black suddenly retreated several steps, leaning against a chair behind him, gasping for air. Indeed, he was a skilled fighter, though regrettably, he was somewhat advanced in age. Today, should you fall by my hand, it would not be a dishonor to you. Come now, allow me to pierce your heart and drain your lifeblood. My apologies, master. The previously gasping masked figure suddenly turned his head and addressed Tao Qianfeng. Chapter 423, Li Rui. I wish to bear your child before Tao Qianfeng could react. He saw a masked figure rushing towards him. What do you want? Tao instinctively took a step back, his anger palpable as he questioned the intruder. His inquiry was met with silence. In the next moment, he felt his body lift off the ground. Bang! An abrupt kick from the masked assailant sent Tao hurtling away. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground coincided with the shattering of glass. Tao cried out in agony as he hit the floor, a searing pain radiating through his insides. Damn it, what a treacherous scoundrel, betraying his own master. I wasn't even done having my fun. Dark Sky seethed, watching the masked figure escape through the broken window. All right, the brothers outside will handle it. He won't get away. Eliminate the target, and we shall retreat, he commanded. Fine, I understand, Dark Sky replied with a dismissive pout, then slowly approached Tao Qianfeng. You cannot kill me. You must not harm me. I am. Tao clutched his abdomen with one hand while bracing himself against the ground with the other, his feet frantically digging into the earth, blood streaming from his mouth as he screamed in terror. You have only yourself to blame for provoking the wrong people. You disregarded the rules. If you dare wield a gun in Dragon Country, you must have anticipated this day, Dark Sky admonished. The Li family. Are you from Li family? Tao stammered, pointing at Dark Sky in disbelief. Correct. And your reward for answering correctly is to be sent to the afterlife. Dark Sky chuckled darkly. Tao clutched his throat, letting out a desperate cry, his eyes widening in horror. Moments later, his grip slackened, his head tilted, and he lay motionless. Dark Sky, I believe you would fare better as a stage actor. You are far too verbose, Dark One remarked flatly, turning to leave. I'm talkative? At least I'm not a robot like you. Always wearing that stern expression, Dark Sky retorted, rolling his eyes in dissatisfaction before following suit. Captain, we have found something. Just as Dark One stepped out of the hall, a member clad in black hurried towards him, holding up a thick folder. What is it? Dark One inquired, curiosity piqued. Evidence of Tao Qianfeng's corruption, and there's more. What else? Tao has connections with the Japanese. What? Connections with the Japanese? What an unexpected windfall. Dark One, we've not only avenged ourselves, but we've also rid Dragon Country of a pest. It's a double victory. Dark Sky exclaimed with excitement as he exited the hall alongside Dark One. Deliver these documents to the Dragon Country Security Bureau. Let us go, Dark One said, lost in thought for a moment before looking up decisively. Understood. The following morning, within the elegantly adorned office, the elder spoke urgently. The Tao family has encountered a calamity. The secretary, Mr. Wu, inquired, "What has transpired?" The elderly gentleman, in his 60s, lifted his gaze, set down his pen, and, with furrowed brows, questioned Mr. Wu. "Last night, there are no survivors from the Tao family." These 9 concise words astonished the elder, compelling him to rise. "Who is responsible?" The voice of the elder, devoid of emotion, reverberated through the room. "We have yet to ascertain the details. However," Mr. Wu began, shaking his head before continuing. Tao Zi and Tao Zikuan had traveled to the Magic City a few days prior, and shortly thereafter, a gunfight erupted there, claiming over 10 lives. Following this, Tao Zi and Tao Zikuan vanished. Their vessel had ventured into international waters. What? The gunfight in a Magic City was instigated by members of the Tao family? Such audacity. That place is the Magic City, and there were fatalities. The elder slammed his palm on the wooden desk, his voice rising in anger. "Elder, the fleet of the Li family has also traversed the same international waters that the Tao family visited," Mr. Wu quietly reminded him. "Are you implying? This is merely conjecture. I possess no evidence." Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow and gradually retook his seat. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of fingers drumming on the wooden desk filled the silence. "Elder, the Security Bureau has received documents concerning Tao Qianfeng's bribery, along with evidence linking him to the Japanese invaders." After a few moments, when the elder ceased drumming, Mr. Wu, well acquainted with the elder's thought processes, hastily added, "Bribery? Connections to the Japanese? Outrageous. What does Tao Qianfeng intend? If he is still alive, I shall see to his demise." The once calm elder erupted in fury once more. Observing the elder's wrath, Mr. Wu bowed his head in silence. "Help me contact Li Rue. I wish to discuss matters with him." After a span of 5 or 6 minutes, the elder spoke again. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Mr. Wu replied, opening the wooden door of the office and departing swiftly. "Li Rue, in the Dragon Kingdom, are you a boon or a bane?" The elder pondered aloud after a few moments of contemplation. "Lin Xian, come eat a chicken leg. This is from your aunt's free-range chicken, absolutely delicious. After the fright you experienced, you must replenish your strength," Wang Sumei said, extending her chopsticks to place a sizable chicken leg in front of Yun Lingxian. "Thank you, Aunt," Yun Lingxian replied with a smile. However, Li Rue recognized that the recent events had indeed terrified her. Although several days had passed, the once cheerful Yun Lingxian had not genuinely smiled since the incident. Even now, her smile appeared to be one of mere politeness, filling Li Rue with an indescribable discomfort. "Lingxian, the events have passed, and those individuals have received their due punishment. You have not suffered any substantial harm, so please cheer up a bit," Li Rue said with a smile to Yun Lingxian. "Ah, Li Rue, if I were to die this time, would you forget me?" Yun Lingxian set down her chopstick side and gazed intently at Li Rue. "Stop talking nonsense about dying. If you dare to utter such words again, do you believe I won't slap you?" Li Rue suddenly stood up, slamming his chopsticks on the table, and glared at Yun Lingxian as he chastised her. "Li Rue, have you lost your mind? If you continue to shout here, you could just get out." Wang Sumei, witnessing her son's outburst towards Yun Lingxian, was taken aback, and after a moment of shock, she scolded Li Rue in a state of anxiety. "You are my woman, and if the king of hell dares to take you, I will blow up his realm with mushroom bombs. Lingxian, I cannot live without you." Ignoring his mother's reprimands, Li Rue suddenly leaned over the table, supporting himself with his hands, and spoke softly to Yun Lingxian. "Li Rue, I want to have your child." Yun Lingxian suddenly smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly as she addressed Li Rue. Chapter 424. This marriage is inevitable. What? 3 astonished voices erupted simultaneously from the dining table, where Wang Sumei, Li Yongzheng, and Li Rue sat, each displaying a look of utter disbelief. "Lingxian, what does this mean?" Li Rue gulped nervously before tentatively inquiring. "I wish to marry you. I long to bear your children. That way, even in death, you shall not forget me, for we will have our offspring," Yu Lingxian declared suddenly, rising with unwavering determination in her gaze as she addressed Li Rue. "Marry, this. Upon hearing her words, Li Rue's mouth fell slightly open, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Stricken by his anxiety, he stammered, unable to articulate a response. "I think it's a good idea, son. Previously, Lingxian had not expressed any desire for marriage, and I didn't press you. But now that she has spoken, this union must take place." "How can you?" A young man, Remain at ease while cohabitating with a young lady without any formal commitment? Wang Sumei, regaining her composure, transformed her astonishment into delight. Observing Li Rui's flustered state, she anxiously urged him, "Indeed, my son, it is time for you both to wed. Your fourth brother is marrying this year, and Yuhan is also tying the knot. Why not follow suit and marry this year as well? Mother, with only a month left until the year's end. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" Li Rui cautiously glanced at Yu Lingxian, who merely smiled back at him. He realized his mother had a valid point. He could no longer procrastinate. It would be unjust to Lingxian. Recognizing the necessity of this marriage, he had no intention of declining. However, he was still unprepared for his father's suggestion of marrying by year-end. So he inquired with a tone of negotiation, "Father, is this timeline truly feasible? My son, does this mean you consent to the marriage?" Li Yongzheng chuckled. "Timing is negotiable. We can always arrange for a wedding after the new year. I shall consult your uncle immediately to select an auspicious date. After the new year, you must finalize this union and grant me a robust grandson," he exclaimed with palpable excitement, rising from his seat and striding towards the villa's entrance. "Father, can't we discuss this further?" Li Rui called out to his father's retreating figure. "There is nothing to debate. Simply prepare for the wedding and ensure you provide me with a grandson," Li Yongzheng replied, waving his hand dismissively without looking back. As Li Rui turned to Wang Sumei, he noted her expression. Don't look at me. This matter is settled between you and your father. My opinion bears no weight here. Son, our Li family is now undoubtedly a prominent clan in Chunning County. Everyone greets us with the utmost respect. In this lifetime, your father and I have no other wishes. Our sole desire is to help you raise a child. Thus, the matter of marriage and having children is non-negotiable. Furthermore, is not Lingxian the one you cherish? She chose to stand by you when you had nothing, and you ought to grant her the recognition she deserves. If you are reluctant to marry, could it be that you harbor affections for another? Seeing that Li Rui was about to voice his thoughts, Wang Sumei first offered heartfelt counsel, and then, with a clever glint in her eye, employed her trump card. "Dear, do not speak in jest. I have no affection for anyone else. My heart belongs solely to Lingxian." Upon hearing his mother's words, Yunjing glanced at him, prompting Li Rui to hastily wave his hands in explanation. "A man's words can be deceitful. Although you're my son, I still believe that all your words are mere empty phrases. If you truly love Lingxian, then marry her. Everything else is superfluous." All right, I concede." Li Rui sighed in resignation. "Huh, you rascal. To marry such a beautiful girl as Lingxian is indeed your fortune. Do not act as though you are at a loss. If all goes well, by the end of next year, I might be cradling a grandson or granddaughter." Wang Sumei laughed heartily, delighted that Li Rui no longer hesitated. "Very well. You all enjoy your meal. I shall seek out your father." After her laughter subsided, Wang Sumei suddenly rose, addressing Li Rui. Nodding in response, Li Rui turned to Lingxian. "I must explain my reluctance towards marriage, in truth." With his mother departing the villa, Li Rui, concerned that Yunjing might misinterpret his feelings, quickly organized his thoughts and turned to her. "I understand you. You despise those elaborate ceremonies. Then let us have the simplest of weddings. I do not require a grand celebration or luxurious cars. We could simply obtain a marriage certificate. Everything else is inconsequential." Yet, before he could finish, Yunjing gazed at him with deep affection and interrupted. "Lingxian." Li Rui called her name softly, feeling a pang of guilt. Yunjing remained silent, merely responding with a smile. "Lingxian, marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event. While I am not fond of overly complicated rituals, we cannot be overly hasty either. Allow me to handle this." "All right," Yunjing replied sweetly, her smile brightening. Just then a phone rang, pulling Li Rui back to reality as he pondered how to arrange their wedding. "Luyan, what did you be calling me for?" Li Rui murmured softly. "With such a large company under her management, you've made things easier for yourself, but surely Lu Yin must be exhausted. If she's calling you now, it must be for something important," Yunjing remarked, rolling her eyes. Faced with Yunjing's words, Li Rui could only shrug in protest. "I'll take this call." He indicated his phone. Go ahead." Upon receiving a response from Yun Lingxian, Li Rui pressed the answer button on his phone and stepped aside. "Lu Yin, what brings you to me?" he inquired as soon as the call connected. "Boss, someone wishes to see you." "Someone wants to see me? Did I not decline last time?" Li Rui replied, his brow furrowed. "It is not Li Lao, it is someone else." Who is it?" "Boss, it's the general manager of the Tongfei Group in Chuxin County. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone." "All right, I shall come over shortly," Li Rui responded after a moment of contemplation, noting Lu Yin's air of mystery. Ending the call, He furrowed his brow in deep thought, speculating endlessly about the identity of this individual, yet arriving at no conclusion. However, he understood that this person must possess significant influence, certainly greater than that of Li Lao. Otherwise, Liu Yan would not have acted so enigmatically. Did Liu Yan seek you for something of great importance? Yin Lingxian casually inquired upon Li Rui's return after hanging up. Indeed, I must visit the company headquarters. You should rest well at home. All right, off you go. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Rui once again retrieved his phone and dialed Li Yi, instructing him to arrange for a vehicle before turning and exiting the villa, before the only office building in Chuxing County that surpasses 200 meters in height. Two Land Rover Range Rovers came to a halt as Li Rui opened the door and stepped out. Boss, a female voice called out. Li Rui looked up in the direction of the sound and saw Liu Yan approaching him, accompanied by 7 or 8 men and women. Liu Yan, who wishes to see me? Li Rui asked directly upon their meeting. Chapter 425, The Mysterious Figure Boss. This isn't the right place to discuss matters. Allow me to introduce them, Liu Yan stated, gesturing towards the 2 men and 2 women standing behind her. Following her indication, Li Rui turned to observe the quartet, all clad in suits and holding black briefcases, their expression solemn. As the 4 directed polite smiles towards him, Li Rui, adhering to the conventions of courtesy, nodded in return. Upon observing their posture and demeanor, Li Rui discerned that these individuals were undoubtedly of significant stature. Without further hesitation, he nodded in agreement to Liu Yan. They are personnel from the National Security Bureau of the Dragon Country. The upcoming video conference with that individual will require the utmost confidentiality, which these 4 will oversee, she explained. Oh, Li Rui replied, now enlightened. Hello, I am Ma Gaoxian. Greetings, I am Wufeng. I am Uchichi. Zhong Xinka. The 2 men and 2 women stepped forward, smiles adorning their faces as they introduced themselves succinctly. Nice to meet you all, Li Rui responded with a grin. Chairman Li, the video call you are about to partake in is classified and will be conducted through a secure network. We have established a temporary video conferencing facility within your company. Ma Gaoxian articulated, pointing towards the Tongfei Group headquarters. Very well, let us proceed, Li Rui nodded, striding towards the headquarters. An incident from the previous night suddenly flashed in his mind, and he was certain that this was the reason the mysterious figure sought to meet him. The demeanor of the 4 agents from the National Security Bureau suggested that his suspicions were largely accurate. With this thought, a faint smile began to form on the corners of Li Rui's lips. A group of over 10 individuals ascended to the top floor of the Tongfei Group headquarters via the elevator. Upon exiting, they paused in front of an office door after walking several meters. Chairman Li, please enter. Ma Gaoxian gestured towards the office. Understood, Li Rui responded, opening the door and stepping inside. The others retreated about 10 meters, standing still with their heads bowed. As Li Rui entered, he was immediately met by a large LCD screen. The screen displayed an elegantly decorated office, with a solitary rustic wooden chair positioned at its center. Curiosity piqued. Li Rui approached a black leather sofa in the office and seated himself comfortably. As he contemplated the identity of the person on the other side of the empty wooden chair, a deep, steady male voice resonated in his ears. Apologies for keeping you waiting. At the sound, Li Rui instinctively raised his gaze towards the display screen. Before him sat an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, bespectacled and with hints of gray in his hair, who gradually took a seat on the wooden chair. Upon gazing at the figure on the screen, Li Rui was momentarily taken aback. Although he had never encountered this man in reality, he had seen him numerous times on television. While he was aware that the individual he was about to meet must possess significant stature, he had never envisioned this particular person. After all, just half a year ago, he was merely an inconspicuous figure, and even now, he felt that such prominent individuals should remain distant from him. You must be Li Rui, the elder remarked, a warm smile illuminating his face. Indeed, you are quite young, yet have achieved so much at this tender age. It is truly astonishing. Li Rui's expression was one of disbelief as he cautiously inquired, Are you the Grand Elder? Though he had seen the Elder's face countless times on television. Without the Elder's own affirmation, he dared not be certain, for the identity of the Grand Elder was formidable. Yes, indeed, I am the Grand Elder, he chuckled. There is no need for you to be astonished. It is I who should be surprised. In fact, the entire world should be in awe. I am quite perplexed as to how you have accomplished this. With the Grand Elder's confirmation echoing in his ears, Li Rui finally accepted the reality before him. He was indeed in the presence of the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Before he could fully gather his composure, the Grand Elder's remarks took on a significant tone. causing Li Rui's demeanor to stiffen. To an outsider, the elder's words might seem cryptic, but within Li Rui's mind, clarity reigned. In the face of such a great nation, the affairs of the Li family army could not be concealed, nor could their connection to him. Moreover, since the deployment of the fleet to rescue Yun Lingxian, he had already prepared himself. If secrecy was futile, there was no need to maintain it. With the current strength of the Li family army, there was no necessity for subterfuge. Yet even so, upon hearing the Grand Elder's insinuating inquiry, Li Rui found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not claim that it was all the doing of a system. This was a matter he would never disclose to anyone, not even to Yun Lingxian or his future children. It was a secret he would carry to his grave. Li Rui, the Grand Elder continued, I am 62 years old. I should be a bit older than your father. Noticing Li Rui's prolonged silence, the Grand Elder shifted the subject, asking so, since that is the case, would it be too much to ask you to call me Dragon Uncle? Dragon Uncle? Li Rui was rendered speechless. Here was the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom, requesting him to address him in such an informal manner. How could he not be astonished? What is the matter? Do you find it disagreeable? The Elder inquired with a hint of amusement. Not at all, it's just. Li Rui struggled to articulate his thoughts. Just what? You are indeed the esteemed Elder of the Dragon Nation. However, young Li Rui, you underestimate yourself far too much. With your current prowess, you stand equal to any nation. Even the Eagle Nation would think twice before considering you an adversary, weighing the potential cost of millions of lives lost. Upon hearing this, Li Rui was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shifting as if to speak, yet he ultimately chose silence, remaining contemplative. Thus it is decided. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Dragon Uncle in private, dear nephew. How do you find this notion? After a brief moment of reflection, Li Rui nodded in agreement. Very well, dear nephew Li Rui. The purpose of our meeting today is to pose a question to you. I wonder if you would be willing to provide an answer. The elder's countenance grew increasingly grave. Please, Dragon Uncle, ask away. What is your perspective on the Dragon Nation? My surname is Li. My given name is Rui. I was born in the Dragon Nation. My home is in the Dragon Nation, and the blood of the Dragon tribe courses through my veins. My parents are citizens of the Dragon Nation, as are my friends and relatives. This place is my home. I, Li Rui, am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. In life, I am a dragon citizen, and in death, I shall remain a dragon soul. To express my sentiments towards the Dragon Nation in an ancient manner, those who offend the Dragon Nation shall find that I, Li Rui, will pursue them relentlessly, regardless of distance. Listening to the elder's inquiry, Li Rui instantaneously grasped its implication. Without overthinking, he candidly articulated his true feelings. If one were to truly consider it, Li Rui could be classified as a patriotic firebrand. Before he acquired the system, every time he witnessed foreign powers flaunting their might and bullying the Dragon Nation, he felt an intense fury. Consequently, he often expressed seemingly irrational patriotic declarations online. Though those statements may appear foolish and juvenile in retrospect, they authentically reflected Li Rui's fervent love for his homeland. Splendid, splendid. The Dragon Nation is fortunate to have you. How delightful. The elder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 426. Arrogantly overlooking the blue planet Li Rui, my esteemed nephew. I have heard that your company is developing a semiconductor industrial park, particularly focused on chip production. After several seconds of hearty laughter, the elder abruptly shifted the topic of conversation. Indeed, our semiconductor industrial park is specifically designed for chip manufacturing. Oh, may I inquire about the performance of the chips produced by your company? The elder leaned forward eagerly, his expression filled with anticipation, arrogantly overlooking the blue planet. What? Are you suggesting that the performance of your chips can indeed overshadow the blue planet? Li Hui. The reason I ask this is that our nation is poised for a significant negotiation with the Eagle Nation, which is crucial for our confidence. I require a precise answer from you. The elder stated with a grave expression. 1 nanometer chips. 1 nanometer? 1 nanometer chips. Li Rui, are you jesting with me? The elder stood up, astonished. Yes, once our semiconductor industrial park is completed, we will be capable of producing 1 nanometer chips, Li Rui replied nonchalantly. Haha, splendid. Nephew Li Rui, you have truly astonished me. And when can we expect the finished products? The elder inquired, brimming with excitement. I estimate that we will have finished products ready by the end of the year. By the end of the year? That means in just over a month? Indeed. Almost 2 months. Nephew Li Rui, I did not misjudge you. You have accomplished a monumental task for our nation. Your contributions will be remembered by all in our country. Ha! with 1 nanometer chips. I am eager to see if the Eagle Nation can still flaunt their power before us or maintain their grip over us. Haha. A few minutes later, Li Rui opened the door to his office and stepped out. Boss, Li Yan called out first. It's nothing. You may continue with your work. I will return on my own. All right, if you require anything, just give me a call, the employee responded. MHM, Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to Li family village from Chunning County, as soon as he stepped out of the car and entered his villa, he saw his father approaching him with a beaming smile, hurrying towards him. Son, you're back. I've been waiting for you, Li Yong exclaimed joyfully, grasping Li Rui's arm. Ah, Dad, what has got you so cheerful? Li Rui asked, bewildered. Hee, let us discuss it inside. Your uncles are waiting for you as well, Li Yong chuckled, leading Li Rui toward the villa's main hall. Uncle, second uncle. Upon entering the hall, Li Rui greeted each of the elder relatives seated in chairs. Little Rui, you've finally awakened to your potential today. Ha! Your father came to speak with me this morning, and I was somewhat skeptical at first. Later, your mother spoke to me, and it was then that I truly believed you were earnest about marriage. That is splendid. Your uncle will surely select an auspicious date, ensuring that your future is filled with prosperity and good fortune. Haha. Li Yongjin held a weathered, ancient tome in his hands, caressing its pages while laughing heartily at Li Rui. Brother, the most crucial aspect is to choose a date that assures a flourishing lineage, one that guarantees Xiao Rui the blessing of many children. Li Yong, turning to Li Yongjin, winked and softly offered his opinion. Having a dozen children? Isn't that a bit excessive? Li Yongjin asked hesitantly. Not at all. I believe others in our Li family should also have more children. After all, we can afford to raise them. The more children we have, the livelier it will be, ensuring our lineage thrives. When we face our ancestors a century from now, we can stand tall, can't we? That makes sense. Li Yongjin nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Listening to the conversation between his uncle and father, Li Rui rolled his eyes, realizing that whatever he said would be futile. He approached the dining table, picked up a pristine pear, took a hearty bite, and then turned to find an empty spot on the sofa, where he plopped down. Lu, come over and have a look at this date. Li Yongjin suddenly called out to Li Yongzheng while perusing the ancient text. This date seems quite favorable. Son, how about getting married on the 16th of next year's first month? Li Yongzheng walked over to Li Yongjin, glanced at the ancient book, nodded in contemplation, and then looked at Li Rui, asking, the 16th? Isn't that a bit rushed? The 18th is also good, Li Yongjin remarked, looking up at Li Rui. Still too soon. How about the 22nd? Too hasty. The 30th? Still, enough. Brother, I suggest we set it for the 6th of February. That date seems quite suitable. Seeing Li Rui dismissing each proposed wedding date while munching on the pear, Li Yongzheng could not help but exclaim, get lost. He then looked down at the ancient tome, pointing at it, and inquired of Li Yongjin. Very well. Let us confirm the wedding date for the 6th of February next year. Haha. Witnessing Xiao Rui's marriage is my second greatest wish. Li Yongjin exclaimed joyfully after settling on the date. Brother, what is your greatest wish then? Li Yongzheng asked curiously, having heard that Li Rui's marriage was merely the second on Li Yongjin's list. My foremost wish, of course, is to hold Xiao Rui, along with the children of my unmarried nephews. Li Yongjin replied with a beaming smile. You're absolutely right. Witnessing these little rascals marry and have children is my greatest desire as well. Li Yongzheng nodded in agreement. Fifth brother. Xiao Rui is a year younger than Guoyang and 2 months younger than Junyi. Why haven't you taken any action regarding their marriages? Li Yongzheng suddenly turned to Li Yongguang, who was seated with his head bowed. Alas, dear Lu, do you think I did not wish for this? These two troublesome youngsters, one aged 27 and the other 25, I too am anxious, yet what can be done? In the past, they disregarded my advice, and now that they have the means to earn substantial wealth, they're even less likely to heed my counsel. I find myself utterly helpless, truly exasperating, lamented Li Yongguang, his spirit downcast. By the way, Xiao Rui, would you consider assisting Uncle Wu by persuading your 5th and 6th brothers? They certainly will listen to you, as they have shown no inclination to heed my words. Li Yongguang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with hope as he turned to Li Rui. Uncle Wu, how can I address this matter? Relationships thrive on mutual affection, and since my 5th and 6th brothers have yet to find their beloved, I cannot possibly compel them to marry someone they do not cherish, replied Li Rui, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing Li Rui's response, Li Yongguang recognized that enlisting Li Rui to persuade his 2 sons to marry was futile, and with a deep sigh, He acknowledged this reality. Hee Uncle Wu. While I find myself powerless regarding my fifth and sixth brothers, I perceive a glimmer of opportunity with Wenlong, Li Rui remarked with a sly grin, observing Li Yongguang's despondent demeanor. Xiao Rui, what do you mean by that? Li Yongguang inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. I shall wait until Wenlong returns and inquire further, Li Rui replied, an air of mystery enveloping his smile. Hearing Li Rui's words, Li Yongguang, already puzzled, grew even more inquisitive. Aware that pressing for answers might yield little, he turned his beseeching gaze towards Li Yongzhang. Chapter 427. Who told you to shout like that? Little rascal, are you just teasing us? Wenlong has been missing for the past couple of days. Who knows when he will return? Speak up quickly. Li Yongguang implored with a desperate look at Li Rui, who feigned annoyance in response. Xiao Rui, just tell us what you know. Why the suspense? Wang Sumei chimed in, also pretending to be displeased. Indeed, Xiao Rui, if you know something, just spill it. We are all family here. What is there to hide? Yes, do tell. We are all quite curious. All right, I will speak. Li Rui rubbed his temples, his expression one of resigned exasperation. Upon witnessing Li Rui's concession, the crowd present displayed triumphant smiles. In truth, there is not much to share. It is merely that Wenlong has fallen in love. What? That cannot be true. Wenlong is in a relationship? He has always been about gaming. When did he even start dating? How could I not know? He has never mentioned it. Yet, you must admit, Wenlong is quite capable, dating at the age of 20. It seems no one in the Li family has achieved that yet. Indeed, the Li family tends to be shy, with marriage and romance typically occurring later. This is certainly a departure from the norm. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, a lively discussion erupted in the room. Xiao Rui, how did you find out? Li Yongguang inquired, still somewhat skeptical. He believed he knew his youngest son fairly well, impulsive and playful. However, when it came to pursuing girls, he had seemingly inherited the Li family's lack of prowess. Hearing that his youngest son was now in a relationship felt quite unbelievable. Wenlong told me himself. The girl is the one who performed with Huang Xiaoming during fourth brother's wedding. Oh, I remember now. That little girl. Wenlong is dating her? I am not entirely sure of the details. We will have to wait for Wenlong to return to inquire further. All right, when Wenlong comes back, I must ask him directly. Li Yongguang said, his brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong, fifth uncle? Wenlong is not that young anymore. Dating is hardly a cause for concern, is it? Li Rui, noticing his uncle's lack of the anticipated excitement, asked curiously. That girl is quite beautiful. In terms of appearance, she certainly matches Wenlong. However, Li Yongguang trailed off, hesitating to continue. Fifth uncle, are you worried about the girl's background? Li Rui quickly grasped his uncle's concern and inquired. Yes, I have heard that the entertainment industry is not very clean. Rest assured, fifth uncle, I have already conducted my inquiries. That girl has not been tainted by the entertainment world. I have spoken to Huang Xiaoming. I trust that as long as he is sensible, he will ensure she is not led astray. Li Rui replied confidently with a smile. Oh, how delightful it is. At long last, a hint of a smile graced Li Yongguang's countenance. Meanwhile, as Li Rui and the Li family engaged in conversation about Li Wenlong and the young lady who had captured his affections several hundred kilometers away in Xing City, a quaint street bustling with activity unfolded. A group of men, armed with cameras, diligently followed a few strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, capturing the moment with fervor. Not far beyond the barricades, a throng of over 100 men and women, holding banners inscribed with names and illuminated signs, gathered excitedly. Their voices rose in a cacophony of enthusiasm, shouting various names with fervent zeal. Su Ren, I love you, just like a mouse loves honey. Yu Shi, you're the most beautiful. You reside in my heart. Love is ever present. Gao Yu, you are the most handsome. The chorus of exuberant screams soared higher and higher. Ziying, I love you. I want you to be my wife. Suddenly, a voice distinct from the rest pierced through the crowd, causing a momentary hush among the onlookers. All gazes shifted toward the young man, brandishing an electronic sign. Who the hell are you? Do you even understand the rules? Who allowed you to shout like that? Who brought this person here? At that moment, a bald, middle-aged man, seated on a small chair in the picturesque street, angrily tore off his hat and hurled it to the ground, pointing at the young man with the sign and berating him. The staff members wearing identification badges who were being scrutinized exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. After a brief moment, they all shook their heads, indicating their lack of knowledge. What on earth is happening? This tourist spot is usually deserted, let alone today when we have reserved the entire venue. Apart from the individuals we invited, there should be no outsiders. If he is not someone you invited, how'd he get in? The middle-aged bald man questioned the staff with a skeptical gaze. Director, we truly did not invite this person. Should I go and inquire? One staff member suggested. Go quickly. If he was invited by you, make him leave immediately. And if anyone here called him, they should leave as well. The middle-aged bald man exclaimed angrily. The staff member, reprimanded by the director, dared not retort and hurriedly made his way toward the young man with the electronic sign. Su-run, the director is furious. What's going on? A poised woman in her 30s asked the handsome young man beside her, glancing at the irate bald man from a distance. Sister Yushi, it seems a background actor mistakenly shouted the wrong slogan. The handsome man named Su-run looked up and then, with a charming smile, turned to the poised woman and explained, Oh, I see. I hadn't noticed that. You truly are impressive, Su-run, the elegant woman exclaimed with admiration, her voice tinged with a playful lilt. At this moment, Song Xing, standing nearby, felt a shiver run down her spine as she overheard the conversation between the two individuals, internally cursing the couple. She was nonetheless restrained by the fact that they were well-known first-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry, seemingly backed by significant influence. Although she harbored discontent, she maintained a facade of politeness. Teacher Su-run, Teacher Zhang Yushi, I must attend to a matter over there. I shall return shortly, Song Xing said, flashing a charming smile as she addressed them courteously. Xing, what is it that you need to do over there? The director is currently in a foul mood, and approaching him now might earn you a reprimand. The handsome man named Su-run advised with a kind smile, tilting his head as he listened to Song Xing. Xing, I am only 12 years your senior. Calling me teacher makes me feel aged, Zhang Yushi remarked with evident displeasure. Oh, I apologize, Sister Yushi, Teacher Su-run. That person came in with me, and I need to explain the situation to the director, Song Xing said, nodding and offering her apologies. A minor role like yours has already hit the jackpot by participating in such a prestigious variety show. How dare you bring someone in at will? I am curious to see how you will explain this to the director. Chapter 428. Do you know who he is? Ignoring the scornful remarks behind her, Song Xing hastily approached the balding middle-aged man. What was the situation? Why wasn't he allowed to leave? Observing the staff who were inquiring about the matter, she quickly returned. Meanwhile, the young man who had been shouting remained rooted in place. The middle-aged man turned to the staff member who had just jogged back and queried with a stern expression, Director Yang. That person claims he was brought in by Song Xing, the staff member cautiously explained. What? Brought in by Song Xing? Didn't she only come with her agent? Who is this man to her? The individual claims to be a friend of Song Xing. This is preposterous. Have a security, throw him out. Wait, Director Yang. He truly is my friend. I apologize for his earlier inappropriate behavior. At that moment, a melodious and clear voice resonated from behind. The balding man turned to see that the speaker was indeed the young star, Song Xing. Song Xing, we are at work here. No one aside from the relevant staff is permitted to enter. Why did you bring a friend? The middle-aged man reprimanded, visibly displeased. I'm sorry, Director Yang. I realize my mistake, Song Xing said, sticking out her tongue and bowing her head in contrition. For Huang Xiaoming's sake, I will let this matter slide today. Hurry and escort him out, the middle-aged man huffed. Yes, I will have him leave right away, Song Xing replied with an apologetic expression. Director Yang, he jumped in. Suddenly, a startled exclamation broke the tension. Upon hearing this, both the middle-aged man and Song Xing turned their gazes towards the railing. Xing! The young man shouted excitedly as he sprinted towards Song Xing. Quick, apprehend him. What are you all doing? The middle-aged man, pointing at the approaching youth, barked angrily at the nearby staff. Yes, several male staff members responded, rushing towards the oncoming figure. Within seconds, the young man, utilizing his agile movements, deftly maneuvered through the crowd and arrived breathlessly before Song Xing. Xing, did I cause you trouble? Li Wenlong scratched his head, looking sheepishly at Song Xing. You are aware, aren't you? I told you not to come, yet you insisted on showing up and causing a scene. Song Xing rolled her eyes at Li Wenlong. Hee, I just wanted to see you. I acknowledge my mistake, Li Wenlong said, his face full of remorse. Are you all incompetent? Capture him. The middle-aged man, now seething with rage, pointed at Li Wenlong, his eyes blazing as he berated the staff, rushing towards the young man. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not running, Li Wenlong exclaimed, raising his hands as he saw several men lunging towards him. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, 4 or 5 men landed on the ground, tangled together in a heap. Ouch! Do you want to crush me to death? Amidst the chaotic pile of bodies, a feeble voice called out, Hurry up, Hurry up. Do you wish to suffocate him? Observing Li Wenlong being pinned down by several men, Song Zing anxiously shouted, "Everyone, get up and take him outside." A middle-aged balding man commanded with a wave of his hand, fearing that the young man might suffer serious harm. Upon hearing this, the male staff member stood up and swiftly pulled Li Wenlong to his feet, grasping his arms to drag him away. "Let go. I can walk by myself." Li Wenlong protested, struggling against their hold. "Director Yang," Song Zing softly addressed the balding man, her tone imbued with unspoken meaning. There's no room for negotiation. I, Yang, am meticulous in my work and tolerate no slack. There are no personal favors here. Even if your boss, Huang Xiaoming, were to arrive, this matter is non-negotiable. Hurry, drag him out. The middle-aged man retorted with a cold snort. "Director Yang, are you certain there is no room for discussion?" A sudden female voice interrupted, penetrating the tense atmosphere. "Yi Xiaoying? What do you mean by that?" The balding man inquired, his expression darkening as he recognized Song Zing's agent. "Yi Xiaoying. Do you know who he is?" Yi Xiaoying asked, pointing at Li Wenlong, who was being restrained by two men. "Who is he?" "Just a no-name nobody," came a sarcastic voice, ill-timed and dismissive. "Zhang Yuxi, what do you mean by that?" Yi Xiaoying confronted the approaching Zhang Yuyu, her face flushed with indignation. "What do I mean? The literal meaning. A mere 18-line actor who must have paid a hefty price to appear on the same variety show as me. Aside from a smidgen of beauty, he has nothing else to offer," Zhang Yuxi remarked, a smirk playing at her lips as her gaze slid disdainfully towards Song Zing. "You wretched woman, what are you saying?" came the simultaneous cries of anger and disdain. "Director Yang, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't referring to you," Zhang Yuxi quickly clarified, realizing her slip. The middle-aged man, after hearing her explanation, let out another subdued snort and fell silent. "You vile creature, what were you just saying? You are the one who is for sale. Your entire family is for sale. Being ugly is not your fault, but scaring people with your looks certainly is. With all that makeup, is your family in the renovation business? Is your father a painter?" Li Wenlong unleashed a torrent of words, akin to a laser cannon, aimed squarely at Zhang Yuxi. You truly are nobody. Someone hit him. If something goes wrong, I will take the blame," Zhang Yuxi seethed, trembling with rage as she pointed at Li Wenlong. "I dare anyone to try," Yi Xiaoying proclaimed, resembling a fierce tigress, her hands firmly placed on her hips as she glared at several male staff members. She was acutely aware of Li Wenlong's formidable background. He was the chairman of Tungfei Group and the cousin of Li Rui. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Such an act would surely provoke dire consequences. "I would," a voice imbued with magnetism suddenly interjected as the staff members stood in a state of uncertainty. "Su Ren?" Yi Xiaoying uttered, her brow furrowing in surprise. "Your boss, Huang Xiaoming, hold a certain status in the entertainment industry, but to us at Tianding Group, he is hardly significant. Do you believe I ought to show him any deference?" The handsome man named Su Ren spoke with a confident smile. "You are absolutely right. Huang Xiaoming is of little consequence before Tianding Group." Zhang Yuxi chimed in with an air of superiority. "Su Ren's father is one of the shareholders of Tianding Group, with considerable influence. Even if Huang Xiaoming were present, he would have to heed Su Ren's words." Yi Xiaoying glared at Zhang Yuxi in indignation, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. "Song Zing, you possess beauty and immense potential. Come find me tonight, and I shall offer you guidance. Your future is boundless," Su Ren said with a mischievous grin, directing his gaze at Song Zing. "Su Ren, I regret having addressed you as teacher. Please show some decorum," Song Zing retorted, her face flushed with anger. "Since you have called me teacher, I am naturally entitled to offer you guidance. How can that be construed as lacking in propriety? Surely, you are not misinterpreting my intentions?" He chuckled, as Li Wenlong, restrained by staff members, heard the brazen provocation directed at the girl he admired. He could no longer contain himself. His impulsive nature ignited. His eyes blazed with fury, resembling a wild beast on the brink of a rampage. Chapter 429. Who dares to challenge me? Li Rui? A piercing scream echoed as Li Wenlong sank his teeth into a staff member's arm. The staff member yelped in pain, involuntarily releasing Li Wenlong from his grasp. Mimicking the previous action, Li Wenlong bit down on another staff member's wrist, freeing himself from his restraints. "You son of a b!" Li Wenlong shouted, charging directly at Su Ren. A scream erupted. Su Ren covered his nose with his hands, bowing his head in agony as he cried out, "You damn creature! How dare you harass Ziying? I'll kill you!" Li Wenlong delivered a fierce kick to Su Ren's abdomen. Su Ren, clutching his stomach, fell to the ground in distress. You little wretch! How dare you strike Su Ren? You're as good as dead. Zhang Yushi shrieked, initially covering her mouth before pointing at Li Wenlong, hurling insults with bravado. Wretched girl, let your tongue be silenced. With a swift motion, Li Wenlong raised his hand and struck Zhang Yushi across the face, transforming her porcelain complexion into a swollen red. It hurts. The sudden pain surged through Zhang Yushi's mind as she crouched down, wailing in torment. I'll kick you to death. Li Wenlong, still seething with anger, lifted his leg to strike Zhang Yushi once more. Stop. If you don't cease this moment, I shall ignore you. A voice, laced with urgency, pierced through the chaos, halting Li Wenlong in his tracks. Ziying, am I not avenging you? If you leave her in such a state, won't you end up in prison? At your age, how can you still be so impulsive? Despite the reprimanding tone of Song Ziying, a smile crept across Li Wenlong's face, for he understood that her words were rooted in concern for him. Thank you for your concern, Ziying. Who told this insipid girl to spew such nonsense? If she dares to speak recklessly again, I shall teach her a lesson, even if it means facing imprisonment. Li Wenlong concluded with an earnest expression. Director Yang, let them take action. What are you waiting for? Do you still wish to secure funding for your film? At this moment, a somewhat recovered Su Ren, clutching his nose, stood up and shouted angrily at the balding middle-aged man. Hearing Su Ren's furious outcry, the middle-aged man frowned, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He was no fool. He recalled Yi Xiaoying's words from earlier. For her to ask, do you know who he is? Meant this young man undoubtedly held significant influence. As for whether this youth's backing surpassed Su Ren's, he found himself unable to make a judgment at that moment. Director Yang, if you help me deal with this little wretch today, I can persuade my father to invest $2 billion in your film. I know you have always desired to create an artistic film to win awards, but such films rarely earn profit and no one will invest. Today is your sole opportunity. Break this little rascal's leg, and you will immediately secure an investment of $200 million, fulfilling your lifelong dream. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing the mention of such a substantial investment, the middle-aged, balding man's pupils constricted, just as Su Ren had articulated. To create a film worthy of accolades was indeed his lifelong aspiration. Now, this dream was tantalizingly within reach, causing him to momentarily waver. Director Yang, he is the cousin of Li Rue, the chairman of Tongfei Group. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Just as the middle-aged man was embroiled in an inner conflict, a clear and melodious female voice jolted him back to reality. Li Rue's cousin? Yi Xiaoying, are you jesting with me? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. What company is Tongfei Group? It is a colossal enterprise that dominates the high-end battery sector across the Blue Star. This company generates annual revenues in the hundreds of billions and maintains close ties with the military. Moreover, he had recently come across some whispers suggesting that Tongfei Group had invested over $1 trillion in constructing a semiconductor industrial park, with the final products likely to be chips. If these rumors held any truth, then Tongfei Group was undoubtedly poised to become the foremost conglomerate in the Dragon Nation. And now, he was contemplating breaking the leg of Li Rue's cousin. He must be out of his mind, akin to lighting a lantern while searching for excrement. Director Yang, I am not jesting. If you think I am, you may attempt it, but the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. I am well aware that Li Rue, the chairman of Tongfei Group, shares a profoundly cordial relationship with his cousin, Li Wenlong, Yi Xiaoying stated confidently, arms crossed. At this moment, the middle-aged man finally registered the name Li Wenlong. The chairman of Tongfei Group was indeed named Li Rue, and this young man was Li Wenlong. Both shared the same surname, making the possibility of them being cousins quite plausible. Realizing this, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he pondered whether he had been overly harsh towards this young man. Ha ha, what a laugh. The chairman of Tongfei Group's cousin? If you wish to boast, at least concoct a credible tale. Yes, the chairman is indeed named Li Rue, but how could his cousin be so unfashionably attired? The entirety of his wardrobe likely does not exceed 1,000. Could he truly be Li Rue's cousin? It is utterly ludicrous, Su Ren remarked, wiping the blood from his nose, suppressing the pain coursing through his face as he laughed derisively. Su Ren, while Tianding Group is indeed formidable, valued at several hundred billion, your father is merely one of the shareholders. In stark contrast, Li Rue of Tongfei Group possesses 100% control, with a valuation that has long surpassed $1 trillion, even reaching several trillion. If you doubt this, you may test it and see if your backing can withstand an encounter with Tongfei Group. Yi Xiaoying retorted coldly with a smirk. Observing Yi Xiaoying, who seemed not to be boasting, Su Ren's previously mocking expression gradually faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. At that moment, he found himself unable to ascertain whether Yi Xiaoying was indeed exaggerating or if, as she claimed, the seemingly unremarkable individual before them was truly Li Rui, the chairman of Tengfei Group, and his cousin. Su Ren, they must be trying to intimidate you. If he were really Li Rui's cousin, then I must be the queen mother. Zhang Yushi, having regained her composure despite the pain, interjected. Li Wenlong, if you have feelings for Ziying, now is the time to express them. She has been wronged. Surely you must take some action. Is relying solely on your fists sufficient? In the entertainment industry, your strength alone cannot protect Ziying, Yi Xiaoying suddenly remarked, turning her head to Li Wenlong with a pointed look. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoying's words, Li Wenlong paused momentarily, then comprehended the implication. Without further hesitation, he retrieved his phone, opened a messaging application, and initiated a video call. Moments later, the video connected. Ruego. Li Wenlong smiled and called softly. Haha, your smile is so insincere. Spare me the facade. What prompted you to call me on video? Is there something amiss? Li Rui inquired with a hearty laugh from the other end. Ruego. I'm currently in Xingqing with Ziying. Oh, you're with that young lady? Haha. I was just discussing you and her with your father. How are things progressing? Ruego. I need your assistance, Li Wenlong replied, sidestepping the question. Assistance with what? I would like you to support Ziying. I don't want her to be bullied in the entertainment industry, Li Wenlong stated with resolute determination. Bullying? What is going on? Li Wenlong remained silent, merely flipping his phone around to direct the camera towards Su Ren and Zhang Yushi. Although Li Wenlong did not respond verbally, Li Rui instantly grasped the situation. It was not uncommon for veterans in the entertainment industry to bully newcomers, even as an outsider. He had long become accustomed to such behavior. What do you want me to do for that young lady? I'm not sure. Ruego. Please use your discretion. All right. Let me ask you this. Are you certain it's her? Yes, Ruego. I intend to marry her, Li Wenlong asserted with unwavering conviction. Good. You're filming a variety show, correct? Hand the phone to the director. Okay, Li Wenlong responded, passing the phone to a balding middle-aged man. The balding man hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly accepted the phone. What should I call you? Li Rui asked with a smile directed at the bald man. My name is Yang Benchong. Hello, the middle-aged man stammered, having just realized that everything Yi Xiaoying had previously stated was indeed true. The individual on the other side of the video was, in fact, Li Rui, the chairman of Tengfei Group. Director Yang, Song Ziying is my sister-in-law. Anyone who dares to bully her is also challenging me, Li Rui. Should anyone wish to provoke her, please convey my message. I, Li Rui, welcome it, Li Rui said with half-closed eyes and a faint smile. Chapter 430. A great support, yes, Chairman Li. I shall comply without fail, Yang Benchong said, slightly bowing, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. Although he was a director in the presence of lesser stars, he was akin to a deity. With merely a word from him, those goddesses whom ordinary souls could only dream of would line up to seek his guidance in his quarters. However, it was precisely because he occupied the role of a director that he comprehended more profoundly than others the formidable nature of these capital tycoons. While the average person might perceive them as merely affluent, those who frequently interacted with such moguls understood the terrifying extent of their influence. With a mere wave of their hand, they could easily obliterate insignificant characters like him. Furthermore, the individual on the other end of the video call was a top-tier magnate. How could he possibly afford to be anything but respectful? Please hand the phone to my cousin, he instructed. Yes, Yang Benchong replied promptly, turning to pass the phone to Li Wenlong. Ruego. Thank you, Li Wenlong expressed his gratitude, having overheard Li Rui's earlier remarks. He felt genuine appreciation for this cousin. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? We share the same blood. When it comes to your lifelong affairs, how could I not assist you? Li Rui retorted, his eyes widening in mock displeasure. Yes, Ruego. You are absolutely correct, Li Wenlong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I have a task for you today. This new year, you must bring that young lady home for everyone to see. Can you manage that? Meeting the parents already? Ruiye. ISNT that a bit too soon? Enough with the chatter. I'm asking you to bring the girl home for the elders to meet, not to rush into marriage, Li Rui declared, rolling his eyes in irritation. All right, Li Wenlong replied, somewhat dazed, and then handed the phone to Song Ziying, as she stood nearby. Hearing Li Rui refer to her as sister-in-law, Song Ziying felt her cheeks flush as she accepted the phone from Li Wenlong. Gazing at the familiar face on the video screen, one she had encountered twice before, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Don't be anxious, I want tea bite. Li Rue said with a friendly smile. I'm not nervous, Song Zing attempted to assert with feigned calmness, noting the flickering uncertainty in her eyes. Li Rue shook his head with a wry smile. Wenlong may be impulsive and playful, but I assure you, his character is impeccable. He is absolutely devoted in matters of the heart. Don't ask me how I know. To my knowledge, he has never been in a relationship. He added with a chuckle. Song Zing exclaimed in surprise, glancing sideways at Li Wenlong with a somewhat peculiar expression. According to her thoughts, individuals from a background like Li Wenlong's are bound to be surrounded by an array of beautiful women, and it is inconceivable that he has never experienced romance. However, the words that escaped from Li Rue's mouth could not possibly be fabricated. Such a prominent figure has no need to deceive himself. As she cast a peculiar glance at Li Wenlong, her heart secretly rejoiced. Hence, I assure you, this lad Wenlong is absolutely reliable. If you marry him, you will never regret it. Should he ever wrong you in the future, I shall personally take care of him. What do you think? Li Rue said with a beaming smile while gazing at Song Zing. Thank you, Song Zing replied, unsure of how to respond to Li Rue, finally nodding after a prolonged moment and softly uttering a few words. All right, I shall not say more. As long as you and Wenlong lead a good life, the Li family will be your strongest pillar of support. After saying this, noticing that Song Zing remained silent and in a daze, Li Rue chuckled and hung up the phone. Zing, what is wrong? Li Wenlong stepped forward, observing the dazed Song Zing clutching her phone. It's nothing. She shook her head in response, then casually handed the phone back to Li Wenlong. Hee, Zing, with Tung Fei Group as your backing. I wonder who would dare to bully you in the future, Yi Xiaoying exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Song Zing with excitement. Xiaoying, Song Zing playfully pouted, biting her lip and pretending to be displeased as she looked at Yi Xiaoying. What is there to be ashamed of? This is a statement directly from the chairman of Tung Fei Group, Yi Xiaoying continued. Zing, the entertainment industry is quite pragmatic. With someone backing you, even a pig can become a star. Without support, every step is fraught with difficulty. Now that you possess such a formidable ally, consider it your stroke of luck. There is no need to hide it. Take Zhang Yuxi, for instance, that wretched person. Why does she dare to bully you? It's simply because she perceives you as a mere small star with no strong backing. Now that you have Tung Fei Group behind you, ask her if she still dares to bully you. After finishing her words, Yi Xiaoying cast a provocative glance at Zhang Yuxi, who had stood up, looking dazed. Zhang Yuxi, do you still dare to act arrogant? Do you believe that with a mere word from Tung Fei Group, you could be utterly blacklisted? Would your company risk offending Tung Fei Group for you? Seeing Zhang Yuxi standing there like a statue, her eyes devoid of spirit, Yi Xiaoying was not going to miss the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, pressing on with a triumphant expression. Director Yang, is that person truly Li Rue, the chairman of Tung Fei Group? Before Zhang Yuxi could respond to Yi Xiaoying, Su Run, who was standing beside her in a similar stupor, tentatively inquired of Yang Benchong. Su Run, I have seen Chairman Li's photograph on several occasions. That person is indeed Li Rue, the chairman of Tung Fei Group, Yang Benchong replied while nodding at Su Ren. Upon hearing Yang Benchong's response, Su Ren's pupils gradually widened. His family is in business, and his father is one of the shareholders of Tianding Group, with assets exceeding 10 billion. He had conversed with his father on several occasions about the Tung Fei Group, and, as a result, he understood all too well the formidable nature of the organization. Now, having inadvertently offended the cousin of the chairman of Tung Fei Group, he had also indirectly displeased Chairman Li Rue, which filled him with profound regret. Su Run, this is impossible, it cannot be, he thought. There is only one Tung Fei Group in Long Country, and only one chairman. It cannot be so easy for us to encounter them. They must be deceiving us. At that moment, Zhang Yuxi approached Su Rin swiftly, grasping his arm with urgency etched on her face. You wretched person, get away. A sharp slap echoed in the air. Followed by a cry of pain. Brother, I was wrong. I apologize sincerely. Please forgive me. I am willing to host a banquet to make amends. I earnestly seek your forgiveness. Su Rin first struck Zhang Yuxi forcefully across the face before turning away without a glance, approaching Li Wenlong with a forced smile. Li Wenlong remarked, casting a glance at Su Rin, but offered no reply, merely snorting coldly. Chapter 431. Help me assess that man. This scoundrel had just trifled with his woman. Even if he were to bow his head in contrition now, it would be impossible for him to receive a pleasant countenance in return. Observing that Li Wenlong was ignoring him, Su Rin could only manage an awkward smile before shifting his gaze towards Yang Benchong. All right, let us pause the recording of today's program. Zing, You and the others may return to rest, Yang Benchong said, stepping forward as he understood Su Ren's intention. Very well, Director Yang. We shall take our leave. Song Ziying replied. Indeed, return and rest well. I shall call you when the filming is to resume, Yang Benchong remarked, displaying his most amiable smile toward Song Ziying. She acknowledged with a nod, turning to Li Wenlong and Yi Xiaoying towards a distant car. Director Yang, what shall we do? What shall we do? Su Ren exclaimed anxiously, disregarding the pain coursing through him as he addressed Yang Benchong, watching the trio depart. I am not familiar with Chairman Li's temperament. I am unable to assist in this matter, Yang Benchong replied. Director Yang, you are well versed in such matters. Please devise a solution for me. If this trouble can be resolved, I shall uphold my previous promise of a 200 million investment, Su Ren implored. Upon hearing Su Ren mention the 200 million investment again, Yang Benchong's foot, which was poised to depart, halted involuntarily. This matter may require your father's intervention, or even the chairman of Tianding Group, to speak with Chairman Li Rui. I cannot conceive of a better solution, he suggested. Yes, summon my father. He will surely have a way. Director Yang, as long as this issue can be resolved, I will ensure my father invests 200 million in your film, Su Ren declared, swiftly making his way towards the distant car. Watching Su Ren's retreating figure, Yang Benchong initially appeared dazed. Then a vague smile crept upon his face before he shook his head and prepared to leave. Director Yang, Zhang Yushi, you are no longer suited for this variety show. I will inform the investors. You need not come tomorrow, Yang Benchong stated without turning back. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon a month had passed. Only 7 days remained until the new year. In previous years, by this time, the young workers from Li Family Village had already returned home, and the village would be bustling with activity. However, this year, with the immense changes in Li Family Village, it was surprisingly quieter than in years past. Uncle, why hasn't my elder brother returned yet? Li Rui inquired as he stepped out of the villa, encountering Li Yongjin. Your elder brother will return shortly. The semiconductor industrial park is in its final stages. The company is quite busy. He just granted the workers a day off yesterday and went back to the company early this morning. He will likely be back in an hour or so. Li Yongjin replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, uncle, are you here to see my father? Indeed, with the new year approaching, it is only fitting. We need to discuss the matter of our family's ancestral worship during the new year and set a time for it. After all, this marks the first occasion for the Li family to observe this tradition, and we are navigating uncharted waters. It would be prudent to deliberate thoroughly. Otherwise, we may find ourselves at a loss. All right then, you can go seek out my father. He is at home. Xiao Rui, do you have any business? As Li Rui stepped outside, Li Yongjin suddenly inquired. No, uncle, I've just been feeling a bit stifled at home and thought I might take a stroll. Since you have no pressing matters, why not join us in our discussion? After all, you're the clan leader, and the details regarding the ancestral worship ultimately fall upon your shoulders to decide. Oh, is that so? In light of Uncle Li Yongjin referring to him as the clan leader, Li Rui suddenly remembered his role and responded with an awkward smile, acquiescing to the suggestion. He followed his uncle back to the villa, where he listened to the deliberations of his uncle, father, and the other arriving uncles regarding the ancestral worship for the new year, while idly fiddling with his phone. Xiao Rui, what do you think of the process and timing for the ancestral worship on New Year's Eve? Uncle S' voice suddenly broke through Li Rui's drowsiness. That sounds good, no issues at all. This young lad finds the role of clan leader quite comfortable, Li Yongjin remarked with a roll of his eyes. Ha! Xiao Rui is indeed a capable individual. Such trivial matters hardly require his attention. Indeed, let's focus on the finer details. And since Xiao Rui finds no issue with the arrangement, we shall proceed as decided. I will send the particulars to the clan group shortly to inform our kin. Agreed. Well, since we have settled the matter, let us disperse, Li Yongjin stated as he rose and made his way outside. The other Li family members followed suit, leaving the villa hall quiet. In a minute, only Li Rui, Li Yongjin, and Li Yongwang remained. Fifth brother, do you have anything else to discuss? Li Yongjin inquired, glancing at Li Yongwang with curiosity. I need to speak with Xiao Rui about something, Li Yongwang said, pointing towards Li Rui with a smile. Oh, fifth uncle, what is it that you wish to discuss? Li Rui asked, a look of confusion on his face. It concerns your cousin Jianglan. Oh, Zianglan, what has happened to her? Li Rui straightened up, his expression turning serious. That unfortunate cousin suffered a miscarriage due to her husband's violence. Although she has recovered after emergency treatment, she spent over a month in the hospital. I have taken steps to ensure justice for her. Yet I still harbor concerns for her well-being. After enduring such a traumatic experience, Many may develop psychological issues. Hearing fifth uncle mention her name tightened his heart. She is physically well, and I have provided her with compensation. She has purchased a house in Xing City and has been living there with Lei for the past few months. It is a relief to hear she is all right. So, fifth uncle, what is it you wish to convey regarding cousin Jianglan? During your cousin's hospitalization, a high school classmate frequently visited and cared for her. As Li Yongguang spoke, he paused mid-sentence. Although his words were left unfinished, Li Rui, no fool, instantly grasped the implication. Is it a male? Indeed, according to your cousin. This male classmate pursued her during their high school years. What can I do about it? Li Rui scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. Truth be told, after enduring an unfortunate marriage, your cousin has no intentions of marrying again. She merely wishes to raise Lei in good health. However, upon learning of her circumstances, this male classmate has persistently pursued her and has shown great kindness towards Lei. As time passed, your cousin began to entertain some thoughts about him, feeling that Lei's lack of paternal affection was a significant deficiency. That makes sense. And then? Li Rui inquired, his expression one of curious innocence. Xiao Rui, you know well that the money your cousin possesses is something most ordinary people could not earn in 3 lifetimes, and I am concerned. Oh, I understand. Uncle Wu, what would you like me to do? In a moment, your cousin will bring that man to my home. I need you to assess his reliability. If he proves unworthy, I cannot allow my daughter to be with him. She cannot endure a second heartbreak. I see. I will go over shortly. By the way, Uncle Wu, do you know where he is from and his name? Yes, he is somewhat of a local, though his family moved to Xingxing after he went to university. All right, please send me his name. A phone number would be even better. Chapter 432. Li Jianglan's return home after a little over a minute. Watching his fifth uncle rise to leave, Li Rui greeted his father before ascending the stairs. A little more than 10 minutes later, with a relaxed smile, he descended the stairs and exited the villa. Fifth uncle, how much longer until Jianglan and her sister return? Li Rui inquired cheerfully as he approached Li Yongguang's residence. I just called your cousin. They will soon be entering the village. Please, have a seat, replied Li Yongguang, gesturing for Li Rui to sit down while pouring him a cup of hot tea. At the entrance of Li family village, a white sedan slowly approached. The driver was a young man, approximately 24 or 25 years old, while in the back seat sat a beautiful woman, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Beside her was an adorable little girl, brimming with excitement. Mommy, will we get to see Grandpa and Grandma, as well as Uncle soon? The little girl asked, tilting her head to gaze at her mother with innocent anticipation. Yes, Lei, in just a few minutes, we will see Grandpa, Grandma, and the uncles. Are you happy? The beautiful woman, momentarily setting aside her worries, responded with a tender smile. That's wonderful. I prepared so many gifts for Grandpa, Grandma, and the uncles. Mommy, do you think they will like what I brought? The little girl asked, her big eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at her mother. Of course, Grandpa, Grandma. And the uncles will surely appreciate the gifts from Lei, the beautiful woman assured her, gently ruffling the girl's hair. Mommy, don't mess up my hair. It won't look nice that way. The little girl pouted, pretending to be displeased. Hee, my Lei will always be the most beautiful and adorable. The beautiful woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth with a smile. Since Mommy said that, I will forgive you. By the way, Mommy, where did you put the gift for Uncle Li Rui? It's right here. You've asked about it a dozen times on the way. I certainly wouldn't lose it, she replied, retrieving a large box approximately 70 to 80 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide from beside her. I chose this gift for Uncle Li Rui after much deliberation. The little girl exclaimed joyfully, hugging the large box tightly. The box is too big. Mommy, you carry it, and later you can personally hand it to Uncle Li Rui, she said, smiling as she loosened her grip on the box. Jianglan, we are about to enter the village. A slightly anxious male voice came from the front of the car. Shiziming, you need not be too nervous. We are merely acquaintances now. Just consider yourself a regular friend who is giving me a ride home. I'm not nervous at all, Jianglan. I intend to marry you. I have no desire to remain just friends. Why must you endure such hardships? After all, I'm a woman who has been married and has borne children. If you were to wed me, undoubtedly, there would be whispers and gossip. Your parents would likely disapprove, wouldn't they? What others say is their concern. My desire to marry you is my own affair, and no one has the right to interfere. It was during my university years that I departed from Chuxi County, thus missing the chance to be with you. Countless nights and days have passed in regret. This moment is a divine opportunity bestowed upon me. I cannot let you slip away again, Shi Ziming declared, his voice growing increasingly resolute. Ah, Li Jianglan sighed deeply, her tone imbued with regret. How could she not share such sentiments for the boy who once pursued her in high school and then vanished? Jianglan, we have entered the village. Please remind me if there is anything I must pay attention to. I feel quite anxious and fear I might forget something important. There is nothing much to worry about. My parents are quite amiable, and it seems my two older brothers and younger brother have yet to return. Oh, I see. That's reassuring. So, does this mean as long as I manage well with your parents, I will have passed this hurdle? Sure, Zimming remarked, his demeanor relaxing slightly. Not quite, Uncle Sure. If you wish to be with my mother, you must first gain the approval of Uncle Li Rue. My grandparents and other uncles will heed his opinion. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly interrupted, leaving Sure Zimming momentarily stunned. He had only heard the name Li Rue from Li Leilei's frequent mentions, knowing that Li Leilei held this uncle in high regard. Yet, he was unaware of Li Rue's true significance, as Jianglan had never elaborated. Hearing Leilei's words now made it clear that Li Rue was indeed the pivotal figure behind the tremendous changes in Jianglan's family. Jianglan, what is the story behind Leilei's uncle Li Rue? I don't recall you ever mentioning him. Sure Zimming queried after abruptly halting the car and turning to face Li Jianglan. Li Rue is my seventh cousin. The recent transformations in our family are largely due to him. The reason I hadn't mentioned him is that I did not want to place undue pressure upon you. Jianglan replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before smiling. From what you imply, your seventh cousin must have quite the impressive background. Sure Zimming asked, intrigued. Do you not follow economic news at all? As a programmer, why should I concern myself with such matters? Very well. My seventh cousin is the chairman of the Tongfei Group. Surely, you have heard of Tongfei Group? The Tongfei Group. The chairman of Tongfei Group? Sure Zimming echoed, his pupils dilating in astonishment, his body stiffening as if struck by an electric shock. All right, let us hurry inside. My parents are waiting for us at home. Fifth uncle. That must be the car my cousin is in, right? Seated comfortably on the sofa, Li Rue was engrossed in his phone when he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the villa's entrance, noticing a white car parked at the doorstep of his uncle's residence. Recognizing it as likely belonging to Li Jianglan, he rose and inquired of Li Yongguang. It must be her, Li Yongguang replied, standing up as well and peering towards the villa's entrance, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Let us go greet our cousin, Li Rue suggested, striding toward the entrance. Observing this, Li Yongguang extinguished his cigarette forcefully in the ashtray, then got up to follow him briskly. Brother Rue. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Rue heard a familiar voice calling out, Uncle. A cheerful, youthful voice quickly followed, and soon he saw a small figure darting towards him at great speed. Ah, Leilei. It has been ages. Have you missed your uncle? Li Rue crouched down, scooping the little one into his arms, and gazed at Leilei with a broad smile, asking jovially. Chapter 433. Happy New Year. I think of my uncle. I think of him every day. Does Leilei think of Grandpa as well? At that moment, Li Yongguang also emerged from the villa, laughing heartily. Yes, Leilei thinks of Grandpa too. Grandpa also thinks of Leilei. Come here, give Grandpa a hug. Li Yongguang said with a beaming smile, extending his arms towards Li Leilei. Upon seeing Li Yongguang's outstretched arms, Li Leilei turned her head to glance at Li Rue, and then reluctantly leaned towards Li Yongguang. Observing this, Li Rue promptly released his hold on Li Leilei. It was only at this moment that Li Rue turned to appraise the man standing beside Li Jianglan. Jianglan, aren't you going to introduce us? Rue, go. This is my friend, Sure Zimming, Li Jianglan introduced with a smile. Sure Zimming? Quite a fine name. Hello, I am Li Rue said, extending his hand to Sure Zimming. Hello, I am Sure Zimming. Sure Zimming stepped forward, shaking Li Rue's hand, his expression tinged with nervousness. The individual before him was a billionaire, a figure so grand that it rendered ordinary people like him awestruck and anxious. Let us go inside and sit down. Li Yongguang called out while cradling Li Leilei. All right, let us head inside, Li Rue responded, turning back to Li Yongguang before casting a glance at Li Jianglan and Sure Zimming. Okay, Li Jianglan and Sure Zimming replied, stepping towards the villa. Wait, Mom, I need to get the gift for Uncle Rue. Li Leilei, nestled in Li Yongguang's embrace, suddenly exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, Li Jianglan quickly turned around, walked to the car, opened the door, and retrieved a large paper box. Ah, Jianglan, what is this? Heva, Rui. This is Leilei's New Year gift for you, Li Jianglan said with a smile, presenting the box to Li Rue. With a puzzled expression, Li Rue accepted the box. Leilei, what gift did you get for your uncle? He inquired as he walked towards the villa. The gift is a surprise, of course. Uncle has to see it for himself, Lele replied with a mysterious smile. All right then, I shall unwrap it myself, Li Rue said, beginning to open the box as he walked. 1 minute later, Li Rue sat on the sofa, holding a half-meter-tall Ultraman, speechless. Uncle, do you like it? All boys love Ultraman, so I decided to give it to you, Lele said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ultraman fights monsters to protect the blue planet. And you fight bad guys to protect me and Mom, she added. I like it. I really do, Li Rue replied, his mouth twitching in resignation. Though he verbally expressed his fondness, internally he was lamenting, for it was not Ultraman he admired, but the character Lazy Sheep. Come and have tea, Li Yongwang said, as he noticed several individuals seated on the sofa. He poured a cup of hot tea for each of them. Uncle, thank you, Shi Zipping exclaimed, hastily lifting his half-seated body to express his gratitude. Li Yongwang remained silent, gesturing for them to drink. The group, each lost in their thoughts, took gentle sips from their cups. Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. As minutes passed, after 3 minutes, Li Rue could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. Shi Zimming, I have learned a bit about your situation with Jianglan. You are aware of her circumstances, aren't you? Yes, I am, Shi Zimming replied, involuntarily shuddering at the mention of his name, quickly turning to face Li Rue. Do your family members approve? This is my personal matter. Their approval is not necessary. Shi Zimming hesitated before responding. Jianglan has already suffered once. She cannot endure a second blow. I wish for no unforeseen incidents. Can you ensure that? Li Rue's expression suddenly darkened, radiating an intimidating aura. I promise. I will not let Jianglan suffer even the slightest harm. If I fail, may the heavens strike me down. Shi Zimming stood up, raising his right hand in oath. Very well, Shi Zimming, remember your words today. If you ever breach this vow, and heaven does not punish you, I, Li Rue, shall. I hope you never have to witness the extent of my methods. Yes, Shi Zimming replied, lowering his head under the weight of Li Rue's formidable presence and direct warning. Haha, I was merely joking. Do not be so tense. We shall be like family from now on. Come over for tea sometime. Li Rue suddenly dropped his serious demeanor, laughing heartily. Certainly, I will, Shi Zimming responded eagerly. Well, after the new year, I hope to invite your parents here, Li Rue continued. Sure, no problem, Shi Zimming affirmed. All right, fifth uncle, I shall take my leave now. You all continue your conversation, Li Rue declared as he stood up. His mission to assert his dominance over Shi Zimming was accomplished, and lingering further felt unnecessary. Previously, he had instructed Zhao Yi to investigate Shi Zimming and found no detrimental records, hence the mild warning. All right, then Xiaorui, you may return, Li Yongwang responded, allowing Li Rue to exit the villa. As time swiftly passed, by the afternoon, the younger generation of the Li family began returning to Li family village one after another. Subsequently, the village commenced its festive preparations, adorning itself with vibrant red lanterns and ribbons. The once tranquil village began to buzz with excitement. A few days later, on New Year's Eve, Li Rue was awakened early by Li Yongzheng. Following a prearranged schedule, he joined Li Yongjin and over 1,000 Li clan members in a ceremonial ancestral worship. The ritual continued until 1 o'clock in the afternoon before concluding. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, before 6 in the morning, Li Rue and Yun Lingxian rose early to wash up. They then descended to join their father, Li Yongzheng, and their mother, Wang Sumei, for the traditional New Year's Eve dinner. Unlike most regions that celebrate with a feast on New Year's Eve in Chunning County, the family gathers for this meal in the morning, a custom Li Rue himself does not fully comprehend. After the New Year's meal, Li Rue followed Li Yongzheng to pay respects to their elders, including his great-aunt and uncles, before finally returning home. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted. Li Rue knew it signified visitors arriving to extend their New Year greetings. He quickly rose to prepare cigarettes for the men. Happy New Year, Uncle Lu. Happy New Year, Aunt Lu. Happy New Year, Brother Rue. Happy New Year, Uncle. Happy New Year, Uncle Chi. In an instant, dozens of guests flooded in, offering their hearty greetings to Li Yongzheng, Wang Sumei, Li Rue, and Yun Lingxian. Xiao Rue, have you prepared the red envelopes? Hurry and distribute them to the little ones. Li Yongzheng, cheerfully handing out cigarettes to the guests, suddenly turned to Li Rue. All right, I'll get them now, Li Rue replied, quickly making his way to a small room at the back of the hall. Moments later, he emerged holding a large tote bag. Come, little ones, come receive your red envelopes. Li Rui laughed heartily as he reached into the bag, pulling out a thick stack of red envelopes. Chapter 434. New Year greetings. The sound of firecrackers echoed with an intensity more than tenfold compared to previous years, resonating from dawn until noon, gradually subsiding. Observing the expanse of white and inhaling the pungent aroma of gunpowder, Li Rui hurriedly covered his mouth and nose as he retreated upstairs. Here, the doors and windows were tightly sealed, devoid of the sulphurous scent of smoke. Have a New Year greetings concluded? Yun Lingxian inquired curiously, gazing at Li Rui, who was taking deep breaths. Yes, the New Year greetings in the village are complete. Today's task is accomplished. Tomorrow, we shall visit uncle and aunt for more greetings, and you are to accompany me. The next morning, early at dawn, Li Rui exclaimed, Lingxian, wake up. It's snowing outside. He drew back the curtains, revealing the playground of the villa blanketed in white. Turning back, he called out excitedly to the still sleeping Yun Lingxian, whose eyes were tightly shut. In Chunning County, the opportunity to see snow throughout the year is scarce, save for these few days during the New Year. Moreover, snowfall is not guaranteed every year, which is why Li Rui felt such exhilaration at the sight of the pristine white ground. Is it really snowing? Yun Lingxian propped herself up, rubbing her eyes in a daze. Indeed, it appears to be quite thick. After we finish the New Year greetings, we can build snowmen and have snowball fights, haha. Hearing Li Rui mention the substantial snowfall, Yun Lingxian, who rarely witnessed snow throughout the year, was naturally intrigued. Throwing off her covers, she donned a set of pajamas casually over her shoulders and hurried to the window. Wow, it's really snowing. Gazing at the snow-covered plaza of the villa, her eyes widened in excitement. Creak! The window was suddenly pulled open by Yun Lingxian. Beaver, it's so cold. The biting chill of the wind hit her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She wrapped her arms around herself and chattered her teeth. Hee hee, you really are silly. Of course, you're not cold in a room with the air conditioning, but it's at least -2 or 3 degrees outside. Who do you think will freeze if you dare to open the window? Li Rui chuckled, observing her shivering form. I knew you wouldn't say anything. Just close the window. Yun Lingxian shot him an annoyed glance. Hee hee, I would have stopped you, but with your speed, I couldn't possibly catch you. Li Rui replied with a grin, stepping forward to close the window firmly. Oomph, if I catch a cold, it will be your fault. After giving Li Rui another glare, Yun Lingxian quickly jogged to the bed and dug back under the covers. Still want to sleep? Don't forget, we have to visit uncle in the morning and aunt in the afternoon. Bring me my clothes. Yun Lingxian called out, her voice muffled as she buried her head deep within the blankets. Half an hour later, Li Rui descended the stairs with Yun Lingxian, who was clad in a red-down jacket. Shortly thereafter, 2 Range Rovers emerged slowly from Li's village. Li, drive slowly. My life is in your hands. Feeling the car's speed increasing, Li Rui, somewhat anxious, addressed Li, who was driving. Rest assured, Chief, as long as it's a vehicle that runs on the ground, there's nothing I cannot operate. It's merely a small car we're driving now. You should have confidence in my skills. I remain unconvinced. With such heavy snowfall, no matter how skilled you are, you ought to proceed with caution. Chief, what snow is there on the road? Li, perhaps you should consult a doctor. Your eyesight seems to be failing. Chief, the snow on the roads has long been cleared. Currently, in the entire Chunning County, there are hundreds of bulldozers at work, all funded by our Tungfei group. Oh, is that so? I wasn't aware, Li Rui exclaimed, straightening his posture and peering through the windshield, looking outside. Indeed, as Li had said, the road the car traversed was pristine, devoid of any snow. This minor detail hardly warrants mentioning to you, Chief. That is true. After nearly 20 minutes of driving, the car came to a halt in front of his uncle's house. Uncle, Happy New Year! Li Rui exclaimed with a beaming smile as he stepped out of the car, greeting Wang Chunlai, who had come to welcome him. Happy New Year, little Rui! Happy New Year, Yun Lingxian! Wang Chunlai replied joyfully, grinning widely. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Li Rui proceeded with the customary tradition of setting off firecrackers. Uncle, why haven't I seen my cousin? After finishing the firecrackers and following Wang Chunlai indoors, Li Rui surveyed the surroundings. He noticed only his aunt, who was busy serving tea to Yun Lingxian, while his elder cousin was conspicuously absent, prompting his curiosity. Today is the 2nd day of a new year. Your cousin has accompanied his wife back to her family. Wang Chunlai responded with a smile. Back to her family? ISNT it a bit early for that. Just the 2nd day of the new year? Hee, once you and Lingxian are married, you'll find yourself doing the same. An hour later, after having breakfast at Wang Chunlai's home, Li Rui and Yun Lingxian set off without delay to visit his aunt's house. Meanwhile, not far from Li Village, in a nearby village, a middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at a middle-aged man in a red brick bungalow. Li Xiangdong, are you accompanying me back to my family today? Dear, what madness is this? Returning to one's family on the second day of the new year is a custom for newlyweds in their early years. Our 2 children have already graduated from university. Why do you still wish to do this? As if you ever accompanied me back to my family when we first got married, the middle-aged woman scoffed, crossing her arms dismissively. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease and guilt crossed Li Xiangdong's face. This year, both my elder sister and second sister are returning to our maternal home, and you must accompany me this time. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. However, Li Xiangdong hesitated as he spoke. There should be no hesitation. In the past, when you claimed you lacked achievements and felt embarrassed to accompany me back, I acquiesced. But this year is different. You, Li Xiangdong, are a scion of the Li family. No matter what, you must accompany me this year to enhance my reputation. I have endured a life of mediocrity alongside you. Now I wish to bask in your success. Is that too much to ask? Although I am indeed a member of the Li family, that is where my connection ends. The prominence of the Li family in Chuxin County is due to the villagers of Li Family Village. And what relevance does that have to me? Li Xiangdong, you now wish to use the Li family's name for your own display, and I cannot agree. The guilt that once lingered in Li Xiangdong's expression transformed into displeasure as he raised his voice in objection to the middle-aged woman's intentions. Chapter 435. Connections are wealth. I am not exploiting the Li family name for theft or robbery. I merely seek to enhance my own standing. Besides, do you not bear the surname Li? I have not uttered a falsehood. What is wrong with that? When the Li family summoned the clan, you were among the first to arrive at Li village at dawn, proclaiming your willingness to sacrifice your life for the Li lineage. Now, as I wish to bask in a fraction of that glory, why is it deemed unacceptable? Pray, enlighten me on what makes it so. The middle-aged woman grew increasingly fervent, her voice rising in intensity. Lower your voice. The girls will hear you, cautioned Li Xiangdong, hastily stepping forward to cover her incessant chatter with his hand. Then leaning closer to whisper in her ear, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Came a voice of puzzled inquiry from behind. Li Xiangdong froze, slowly turning around. Xinran Yan, are you both ready? He asked, forcing a smile as he glanced at his 2 daughters. Yes, we're ready. Mom, are we set to leave? Inquired a girl with long hair, appearing to be in her early 20s. Leave? Where are we going? I have no desire to go anywhere today. Let us remain at home, the middle-aged woman retorted angrily, finding a stool to sit down heavily. Mom, what is wrong? If we don't leave for Grandpa's house soon, we'll miss lunch. The other girl, sporting a short haircut and in her early 20s, expressed her confusion. Ask your father, the middle-aged woman replied, crossing her arms and turning her back on the trio of father and daughters. Dad, what is going on? What did you do to upset Mom? Hearing his daughter's inquiries and glancing at the woman's retreating figure, Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of guilt and sighed deeply. Come on, let us all go together. Now that sounds more like it. Dear, if we're all going as a family, we needn't rent a vehicle. Let us just take your little electric bike. It's only a short distance of about 10 kilometers, the previously irate middle-aged woman said, her expression transforming into one of joy as she turned back to Li Xiangdong. A little over 10 minutes later, a blue, unlicensed electric vehicle departed from the village. An hour later, the blue vehicle came to a halt in front of a brand-new villa nestled within another village. Ah, look who it is. Xiangdong? What an unexpected guest. To think you accompanied my sister back to her family home on the second day of the new year. Let me see. The sun hasn't risen in the west. Has it? As Li Xiangdong stepped out of the vehicle with his wife and 2 daughters, he heard a sarcastic female voice reach his ears even before he raised his head. Upon looking in the direction of the voice, he beheld a middle-aged woman leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while leaning against the villa's entrance. As Li Xiangdong gazed upon the middle-aged woman with a somewhat familiar visage, his brows furrowed slightly. Second sister, is it truly appropriate for you to speak that way? Third sister, where have I been inappropriate? She retorted, her disdain evident. Look at him, wallowing in his own ineptitude. I haven't even called him a worthless wretch, and that should suffice. The middle-aged woman, casually discarding the sunflower seed shells onto the ground, curled her lips in disdain. Second sister, Xiangdong is my husband. If you continue to speak of him in such a manner, do not blame me for disregarding our sisterly bond. Do not use that to threaten me. You, Huang Taohua, silence yourself. At that moment, a woman clad in a fur coat, around 50 years of age, emerged from the grand entrance of the new villa, admonishing the sunflower seed-munching woman. Eldest sister. I. What do you mean I? Our lives may be better than the third sister's, but she is still our sister. Is this how you choose to speak to her? Before Huang Taohua could retort, the woman in the fur coat interrupted once more. Observing the stern expression of the woman in the fur coat, Huang Taohua clenched her teeth, ultimately stomping her foot in frustration and falling silent. Suehua, Xiangdong, Xinran Yan, it's chilly outside. Hurry and come inside. The woman in the fur coat smiled and beckoned to Li Xiangdong and the others. Seeing her foolish second sister had ceased her complaints. Eldest sister, is this the house you renovated for Dad? How much did it cost? Huang Suehua inquired as she peered through the villa's entrance at the spacious and bright hall. Not too much, just a little over $1 million. The woman in the fur coat replied with a gentle smile. Wow, $1 million. Eldest sister, you truly are extravagant. You must have earned quite a bit over the years. Huang Suehua exclaimed, her eyes glistening with envy. Hee, your brother-in-law and I have indeed made some money in the fruit business over the years, but has all been hard-earned. We cannot compare to those wealthy magnates, the woman in the fur coat said with a smile, her gaze ultimately turning towards Li Xiangdong. Eldest sister, may I ask, how much have you and brother-in-law earned over the years? Huang Suehua probed tentatively. Over 30 million, came the response. Wow, Huang Suehua gasped, her expression one of astonishment at the astronomical figure uttered by her eldest sister. She had always known her eldest sister was quite affluent, but the exact amount had remained a mystery. Previous inquiries had only met with vague responses. The fact that her eldest sister had now openly confided such a staggering sum left her utterly astounded. Third sister, over 30 million is indeed a considerable amount for an ordinary person. Your eldest sister and brother-in-law have toiled for over a decade, and with a touch of luck, they have achieved this modest success. However, in comparison to those who possess certain connections, we find ourselves significantly lacking. For them, the pursuit of wealth appears far more effortless. Even the woman clad in a fur coat ultimately revealed a glimmer of envy. Sister, you and your husband have already achieved quite a lot. Connections are a serendipitous fortune. And for those of us from ordinary families, it is a luxury we dare not aspire to. Indeed, we do not dare to dream, but Xiangdong can. Sister, are you aware? Haha, third sister, Xiangdong, connections equate to wealth. To forego them is akin to relinquishing financial prospects. Embracing them could potentially amplify your worth 100-fold. What could be more advantageous? Come, father, younger brother, and your husband are inside, warming themselves by the fire and enjoying tea. Let us join them. The woman in the fur coat concluded, leading the way towards the small room she had indicated. Chapter 436. A change in attitude. Father, third sister, along with her husband, has arrived. A woman clad in a luxurious mink coat pushed open the door to the small room and called out to the 4 gentlemen seated around a table, sipping hot tea and engaged in conversation. The men, varied in age, included an elderly gentleman, likely around 70, who swiftly raised his head upon hearing the voice and turned to look at the newcomers. Ah, my esteemed son-in-law, my dear son-in-law, the elder exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he stood and hurried towards Li Xiangdong. Gome, gome, gome. Xiangdong, Suehua, and Shiran, Yan, it's cold outside. Hurry and warm yourselves by the fire. As he spoke, the elder enthusiastically grabbed Li Xiangdong's hand and led him towards the table. Xiangwang, do move over to make space for your brother-in-law, he instructed, lowering his voice to address a robust middle-aged man. Ah, the middle-aged man, Xiangwang, appeared utterly bewildered by his father-in-law's sudden outburst. He thought to himself, has my father-in-law taken leave of his senses? Why is he being so courteous to Li Xiangdong, whom he has always looked down upon? Xiangwang, come sit beside me and make room for Xiangdong, the elder reiterated, as Xiangwang's confusion deepened. All right, brother-in-law, he replied, realizing the speaker was his wife's sister's husband. Though Xiangwang felt a tinge of fear towards this seemingly wealthy brother-in-law, he did not voice his thoughts. Despite the brother-in-law's smaller stature and glasses, Xiangwang recognized that in this era, wealth often surpassed physical prowess. The brother-in-law's ability to invest over $1 million in renovations for his father-in-law's house indicated substantial wealth. Observing the stark contrast in his father-in-law and brother-in-law's treatment of him compared to previous years, Li Xiangdong furrowed his brow. He was not naive. He understood that such undue affection could hint at ulterior motives. Clearly, his father-in-law was aware of the Li family's current prominence in Chunning and sought to leverage their connection through him. Come, sit down, the elder warmly insisted, gently guiding Li Xiangdong into a chair at the table. Have some tea, he added, personally pouring a steaming cup for him. Li Hua, take your third sister to the adjacent table to warm up, the elder said, turning to the woman in the mink coat. All right, father, she responded, beckoning Huang Tsuhua, Li Shiran, and Li Yan to follow her to another table nearby. Father, please take a seat, Li Xiangdong said politely, though he had already surmised the reason behind his father-in-law's drastic change in demeanor. Yet true to his honest nature, he could not help but extend his courtesy to the elder. Ah, Xiangdong, it has been many years since you last visited my home during the new year, hasn't it? The elder nodded, returning to his previous seat, and then, with a smile, addressed Li Xiangdong. Indeed, it has been several years, Li Xiangdong replied, lowering his head somewhat sheepishly. Xiangdong, I must say, having married my daughter, you are now my son-in-law. A son-in-law is akin to a son. How could you not come to my home during the new year? Are you looking down upon your father-in-law? As the elder concluded, his expression grew increasingly serious. Hearing his words, Li Xiangdong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the memories of his in-laws treating him and his brother-in-law differently in earlier years, he might have believed that the elder was genuinely upset with him for not visiting during the festive season. Xiangdong, your mother heard you were coming and has personally cooked today. Thanks to you, we are in for a treat. The dishes she prepares are truly exceptional, rivaling those of any restaurant. You must indulge in some hearty drinking with me later. It has been far too long since we last shared a drink. Noticing Li Xiangdong's silent discomfort, the septuagenarian chuckled and continued, Yes, the four of us must certainly drink to our heart's content with Dad. At this moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man chimed in. Seeing his brother-in-law also express a desire to partake in the drinking, Li Xiangdong could only nod in agreement. While the elderly gentleman and the bespectacled man were so cordial towards him, a man around 40, who had been silent, wore an increasingly puzzled expression. So, go upstairs and bring down those 2 bottles of Moutai your father has, the elder called out to the bewildered man, a broad smile on his face. Dad, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Those 2 bottles of Moutai have been your cherished possession for over a decade. Are you sure? I am certain. Without a doubt. Enough of the questions. Hurry and fetch them, the elder replied impatiently to his son's inquiry. After hearing his father's repeated confirmations, the man, filled with curiosity, rose and headed upstairs. Xiangdong, this Moutai is exceptional. The bottles I have stored for over a decade are the finest of the fine, the elder declared proudly. Xiangdong, I have long coveted these 2 bottles of Moutai, and today it is thanks to you. Brother-in-law, this is purely Dad's generous hospitality. It has nothing to do with me. Li Xiangdong quickly gestured, aware that such accolades were not easily claimed. Xiangdong, to be honest, it is your presence that has encouraged me to part with these 2 bottles I have treasured for so many years, the father-in-law stated bluntly. Listening to his father-in-law's candid words, Li Xiangdong found himself at a loss for a response, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Xiangdong, you're a relative of the Li family. Well, your elder sister's husband wishes to become acquainted with the members of Li family village. Could you perhaps find a suitable time to facilitate this introduction? Listening to these words from his father-in-law, Li Xiangdong silently mused that the moment had indeed arrived. Father, I might be unable to assist. While I share a familial bond with the Li family, stemming from a common ancestor, that is the extent of our connection. I lack the capability to bridge a relationship between my elder sister and the Li family, Li Xiangdong said with a troubled expression, hesitating. Xiangdong, please do not be hasty in your refusal. If you could merely introduce me to anyone from the Li family, it would suffice. If you could assist your brother-in-law in this matter, he would be eternally grateful, his elder sister's husband implored. Brother-in-law, Li Xiangdong responda, still appearing conflicted and hesitant. Xiangdong, with both father and your brother-in-law pleading with you, how can you decline? That would be rather inconsiderate, wouldn't it? The robust Xiang Guang, who had previously been compelled to yield his seat to Li Xiangdong, felt a surge of discontent. Observing Li Xiangdong's reluctance to even introduce someone to his brother-in-law, he seized the opportunity and rebuked him sharply. Chapter 437, Bridging Connections, Xiang Guang. How do you speak to Xiangdong? Hearing the rebuke from his second brother-in-law, Li Xiangdong was still at a loss for words when his father-in-law took the lead in scolding the man. Dad, enough. If Xiangdong is reluctant to introduce someone, he must have his reasons, and we should show understanding. The Li family of Li Jia village is not an ordinary clan. Even though Xiangdong is a relative, he cannot casually introduce anyone to the Li family. We must comprehend that. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses interrupted Xiang Guang, who was still trying to explain. Xiangdong, what do you think of this proposal? If you could facilitate a financial connection with the Leaf family for me, I would share 30% of my annual earnings with you, which would be no less than 2 million each year. You wouldn't need to do anything other than collect the money. You could potentially earn over 10 million if my business flourishes. So, could you consider helping me establish this connection with the Leaf family? The middle-aged man's voice gradually rose as he concluded his proposition. Hiss, hiss. A series of gasps echoed in the small room. One of the gasps came from a man around 40 years old, who had just descended the stairs carrying 2 bottles of matai. The other 2 came from Xiang Guang and Huang Tsuehua, who sat at another table. Brother-in-law, have you gone mad? Just for an introduction, you would offer millions annually? Why not? If you ask me, I can introduce you to anyone, Xiang Guang said, pointing at himself with an eager expression directed at the bespectacled man. Xiang Guang, stop meddling. You, a pig butcher, can only connect with people of no significance. Your brother-in-law seeks to meet influential figures in business. The people you know are hardly noteworthy. The elderly man in his 70s spoke bluntly, disparaging Xiang Guang. Dad, just because the people I know aren't significant, does that mean he knows some of consequence? I'm a pig butcher. Isn't he merely a farmer? Xiang Guang retorted defiantly, pointing at Li Xiangdong, his face flushed with indignation. What do you know? You are not from our county, so you lack understanding. This year, a true magnate emerged from Xiangdong's family, someone of monumental stature, earning hundreds of billions annually. Can the people you know compare to such a figure? Seeing the discontent on his second son-in-law's face, the elderly man let out a cold snort. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Hundreds of billions? How could that be possible? Dad, this is unbelievable. Believe it or not, it is the truth. The person from Xiangdong's clan is named Li Rue, the founder of the Tungfei Group. In our Chuding County, there are tens of thousands of individuals employed under his company, and the remuneration offered is unparalleled, even surpassing that of major corporations in large cities. Surely, this cannot be a mere fabrication? Observing the disbelief etched on his son-in-law's face, the septuagenarian felt compelled to elaborate further. As he absorbed his father-in-law's explanation, Xiang Guang's pupils constricted, and a realization dawned upon him. No wonder his father-in-law and elder brother-in-law had altered their demeanor towards this brother-in-law. It was due to this remarkable revelation. How foolish he had been to underestimate this brother-in-law, who belonged to a family that harbored such a prodigious figure. With such connections, this brother-in-law might ascend to great heights, just as his elder brother-in-law had promised. If this brother-in-law could introduce him to someone within the Li family, he could effortlessly earn a fortune that would take a lifetime of toil in pig farming to accumulate. Brother-in-law, I regret to say that I am unable to assist you with this matter, he thought, grappling with the enticing offer of at least 2 million annually, contingent upon establishing a connection with the Li family. Li Xiangdong's heart raced at the prospect, yet after a momentary struggle, he ultimately declined. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an amount? Even 2 million a year was beyond what he could fathom earning in a lifetime. However, he understood that his ties to the Li family were tenuous at best. They had exchanged pleasantries only a few times, lacking any deep-rooted friendship. As a mere member of the Li clan, he lacked the capability to secure such wealth. He recognized that if his elder sister-in-law was willing to offer such a sum, her aspirations must be even greater. Xiangdong, why do you keep thinking of refusal when your brother-in-law is asking for your assistance? What do you mean by being powerless? Don't you have access to the Li family's kinship group? You have the social media account of Li Yongjin, the elder from Li village. Why not give it a try? How will you know if you're truly powerless? Exclaimed Huang Tsuehua, rising excitedly from her seat and striding towards Li Xiangdong while speaking loudly. Dear, that kinship group is meant for discussing family matters, and it consists solely of the Li clan. Do you expect me to invite my brother-in-law into it? Li Xiangdong retorted, fully aware of her intentions. She had been stirred by the alluring offer presented by her brother-in-law. Xiangdong, you have toiled in the fields your entire life. Do you wish to die working the land? Look at your 2 daughters, Xinran and Yan. They are of marrying age. What about their dowries? Huang Tsuehua's words left Li Xiangdong momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Now that such an opportunity presents itself, why not seize it? Is it so difficult to know someone from a Li family? She pressed him again. As he listened to her relentless questioning, Li Xiangdong raised his head, mouth agape, before bowing it once more in contemplation. Enough. Let us discuss this after dinner. It's the new year. Let us not quarrel. Allow Xiangdong some time to ponder. The elderly man interjected, sensing the tension in the air and hastily attempting to mediate. Indeed, nothing is more important than a meal. My dear wife, please assist your mother in the kitchen, the middle-aged man with glasses said, smiling as he turned his head towards the woman clad in a fur coat. All right, I shall do so, replied the woman with a smile, rising gracefully to make her way towards another door. Once the woman in the fur coat departed, an eerie silence enveloped the small room, leaving everyone in a state of hushed stillness. Brother Daong, come quickly. The people from Ajayakan are at our doorstep. At that moment, a breathless voice echoed into the ears of the gathering. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Xiaohu, what is happening? The septuagenarian elder inquired, recognizing the newcomer as a junior from Huangjiakan. Although he had just heard the alarming message, he remained perplexed and furrowed his brow in concern. Uncle Mingda, the people from Ajayakan have assembled over 100 individuals, blocking the roads to our village and preventing anyone from passing. Those who attempt to cross are met with violence. The village chief has instructed me to gather all the young men in the village to prepare for a confrontation with Majayakan, which is why I've come to find Brother Daong, the young man named Xiao who explained, taking a few steps into the small room to pour himself a glass of water, which he drank in one swift motion before responding. Chapter 438. Eliminate these scoundrels. Xiaohu, it appears we have guests at our home. De Yong must remain to entertain them with drinks, so he is unlikely to join. Huang Mingda, now 71 years of age, is acutely aware of the potential dangers that lie ahead. Even a fool can comprehend that venturing out could lead to injury or worse. Naturally, during this festive season, he wishes to protect his only son from such risks. Thus, with a quick turn of thought, he fabricates an excuse to decline the invitation. Oh, Uncle Mingda, that might not be appropriate, the young man named Xiao who said, scratching his head, a troubled expression on his face. Father, there will always be time for drinking, but trouble has now come knocking at our village's door. If I do not go today, how can I hold my head high in the village in the future? I must go, Huang De Yong declared, embracing a bottle of Mao Tai, and stepped forward to thrust it into Huang Mingda's hands. Without a backward glance, he turned to exit. Stop right there. Do you not value your life? Huang Mingda called out urgently, watching his son prepare to leave. If everyone is afraid of injury and bloodshed, then the people of Huangjia village might as well bow down as servants, Huang De Yong retorted, striding briskly out of the newly built villa. Seeing this, Xiaohu hurriedly followed suit. Father, what should we do? Will my brother be safe? Why would the people from Ajayakan block our road and resort to violence? We are all fellow villagers. What is the reason for this? Huang Mingda patiently explained to his eldest daughter, our village has harbored grievances against Majayakan for years. Recently, there has been a plan to construct a highway that necessitates the acquisition of a section of our village road, which involves compensation. The people of Majayakan insist they're entitled to a share of this compensation. Father, I believe we should inform the authorities. A brawl involving hundreds could easily lead to fatalities, placing De Yong in great danger, suggested a bespectacled middle-aged man as he rose to his feet. No, I must first assess the situation. If I hastily report to the authorities, the people of Huangjia village may suffer repercussions, leaving me in a most precarious position. Huang Mingda decisively rejected his son-in-law's suggestion. In rural areas, conflicts based on village or family units should only be reported to the authorities as a last resort. Otherwise, one risks becoming a target from both sides. Stay here. I will go and investigate, Huang Mingda stated before swiftly making his way outside. Dear, please go after your father and bring him back. He is over 70. What if something were to happen to him? The woman, clad in a fur coat, expressed her anxiety to the bespectacled man as Huang Mingda disappeared from sight. Well, I shall now retrieve my father, declared the middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, as he hastily made his way toward the door. Xiang Guang, you should go as well. Upon hearing his wife's call, Xiang Guang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Xiang Dong. Observing her brothers-in-law stepping out of the room, Huang Tsuhua, though concerned for her husband's safety, recognized that it would be unreasonable for him to remain behind in such circumstances, and thus called out to Li Xiangdong. Yes, remain at home, Xinran Yan. You must not venture outside. After responding to his wife, Li Xiangdong then instructed his two daughters. All right, father, please take care, the long-haired girl Li Xinran said, her face etched with worry. Dad, if a fight breaks out, please do not get involved. This matter does not concern us. The short-haired girl Yan also urged her father, showing her concern. I understand. You both must look after your mother and, most importantly, yourselves. With that, Li Xiangdong briskly exited the room. At this moment, in Huangjia village, a gathering of over 100 individuals amassed in an open area at the village entrance. The youngest among them was in their early 20s, while the eldest did not exceed 50, all robust and vigorous. Each of these spirited individuals wielded a weapon. Some brandished steel pipes, others wooden clubs, and some even baseball bats. Over 100 men, brandishing their weapons, fervently shouted amidst the snow, tinged with yellow earth. Simultaneously, on the village roads of Huangjia, a steady influx of young men continued to gather, each similarly armed. Some bore hoes, others spades, and some even pitchforks. Is everyone here? At the forefront stood a burly man with a crew cut, clutching a 2-meter-long steel pipe. He turned to address the crowd, calling out loudly, "Village chief, we are nearly ready. All 5 of us brothers are present. All 7 of us brothers have arrived. We are all here as well. Only De Yong is yet to come. Everyone else is accounted for. All right, we shall not wait for those who are absent. The people from Ajayakan have been cursing for quite a while. I cannot endure it any longer. Brothers, arm yourselves, and let us annihilate this pack of scoundrels." The leading man raised a steel pipe high, pointing ahead as he bellowed, "Let us destroy this bunch of scoundrels." The crowd echoed in unison. After their rallying cry, they swiftly charged toward the assembly of over 100 individuals in the open area. "Wait for me." At that moment, Huang Deong, wielding a hoe, arrived late. Seeing the crowd rushing forward, he shouted and joined the fray. In less than a minute, the 2 factions, armed with various weapons, met in the open space. Everyone brandished their weapons, pointing at each other and hurling insults, yet maintained an unspoken understanding, refraining from any genuine attack. "What the hell do you mean, you Majayakan scoundrels? Are you here to block our Huangjia village? Do you wish to court death?" A burly man, wielding a 2-meter-long steel pipe, pointed it menacingly at an opponent. A similarly aged man of around 50, who brandished a baseball bat and displayed a mouth full of yellowed teeth. With an air of arrogance, he shouted angrily, "Huang Datu, whom are you insulting? Do you believe I won't knock your teeth out today? I call you a fool, so what? You dare to bring trouble to our Huangjia village? Not only will I insult you, but I will also curse your ancestors for generations. Do you not see the gravity of the situation? We number over 150, all robust young men, while your side barely has 100. What do you intend to use to challenge us from Ajayakan? Let me be clear, for the highway construction, which entails over 40,000 in land compensation, our village demands half. Otherwise, from this day forth, the people of Huangjia village will not be able to leave Majayakan. We shall see if he can fly or not." The middle-aged man with yellow teeth coldly chuckled, raising his baseball bat defiantly as he threatened, "To hell with you. That compensation belongs to our Huangjia village and has nothing to do with your Majayakan." Chapter 439. Confrontation. What's so impressive about having more people? Does fighting depend on numbers? Besides, there are still many from our village who haven't arrived. Are you brave enough to wait a while? I'll call for reinforcements and make you regret it. The middle-aged man, wielding a 2-meter-long steel pipe, glanced at the crowd before him and then turned to survey his own companions. He realized, as the yellow-toothed man had pointed out, that his side was indeed outnumbered. The prospect of an impending altercation cast a shadow over his countenance. Although he understood the reality, he refused to concede verbally. His expression darkened momentarily before he retorted defiantly, "All right, Huang Datu, you think you're impressive? I shall see just how many you can rally." The yellow-toothed man sneered coldly in response. "We're neighboring villages. Everyone knows each other. The population of Huangjia village is 2/3 less than that of Majayakan. Thus, the number of able-bodied men we can gather will naturally be 2/3 fewer as well. I am eager to witness how this boastful Huang Dadu will come undone. Everyone, call for reinforcements. For every person you bring, the village will reimburse 300 yuan for travel expenses. This is a matter of great significance for Huangjia village, determining whether we can hold our heads high in the future. Act now." The steel pipe-wielding man glared fiercely at the yellow-toothed man and turned back to the crowd, shouting, "Understood, village chief. We will call for help immediately. Village chief, my 6 cousins live nearby. I will summon them myself and cover their travel expenses. Damn it. Anyone who dares to stir trouble in Huangjia village, I, Huang Hui, must contribute. Excellent. Truly, a commendable man from Huangjia village. When the time comes for our ancestral worship at the Huang clan shrine, I shall ensure your contributions are recognized. Village chief, my uncle has responded. He can bring 30 people, and I will cover their travel expenses. They will arrive in 20 minutes. At that moment, another loud voice rang out. Haha, splendid. Huang, sure. Your efforts will be duly noted. Village chief, my cousin can bring 10 people. Village chief, my aunt's husband is on his way with 25 people. The reports came in rapid succession, one after another. As he listened to the unending stream of updates, the steel, pipe-wielding man initially wore a broad smile, only for his expression to change upon a sudden realization, followed by a long, relieved sigh. His mood shifted because he recalled that if he were to distribute 300 yuan in travel expenses to each individual, as he had mentioned earlier, the numbers could easily exceed 200. Such an influx would undoubtedly deplete the village's meager funds entirely. He might even find himself having to cover the costs out of his own pocket. Thankfully, the villagers had declared their intention to bear the travel expenses of those they brought, allowing him to finally exhale with relief. Listening to the crowd across from him, who were incessantly reporting how many people they had summoned, the middle-aged man with yellow teeth found his expression darkening with increasing severity. Originally, there were only about 100 individuals from Huang family village, but now at least another 200 had been called, suggesting that the total number of people from Huang family village would be at least 300, possibly even 400. Given this, the residents of Ma family village were bound to suffer significant losses. Contemplating this, the man with yellow teeth gritted his teeth and turned to shout loudly to those behind him. What are you waiting for? Is it just the people from Huang family village who can summon reinforcements? Don't we have any relatives in Ma family village? Start making those calls. Damn it. We suppressed them for decades. Are we just going to let them turn the tables today? Make the calls. At his command, over 150 individuals took out their phones and began dialing. As both groups confronted each other, calling for reinforcements, a steady stream of people made their way towards the entrance of Huang family village. Predominantly male, this newer crowd was significantly older than the previous one, with many being gray-haired elders, some even relying on canes and trembling as they walked. Dad, you should really go back. With at least 200 people here, if a fight breaks out, it will surely be catastrophic, urged a bespectacled middle-aged man, gripping Huang Mingda's arm and gesturing towards the standoff in the distance. Let go of me. I just want to take a look. Your brother is over there, and I can't help but worry, Huang Mingda replied, glancing at the hand gripping his arm. Dad, please come back with us. If anything were to happen to you, we wouldn't know how to explain it to the women at home, interjected Xiang Wang, who had managed to catch up, urging him from a few meters away. This has nothing to do with you. You are merely my sons-in-law. This is an affair of Huang family village, so you should return and not hinder me. I'm going to see for myself, Huang Mingda retorted, frowning at Xiang Wang and Li Xiangdong, who was following closely behind. Mingda, I cannot agree with your statement. What do you mean by merely your sons-in-law? The sons-in-law of the Huang family are equally part of our village. Now, that Huang family village is in trouble. How can they not lend a hand? Look at me. I brought both my sons-in-law. The people from Ma family village have bullied us for too long. Today, we must reclaim our dignity. At that moment, an aged voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see a man in his 70s approaching briskly, accompanied by two burly men. Brother Ming, what is this? Huang Mingda inquired, pointing at the elder and then glancing at the two strong men behind him, feigning confusion despite understanding the situation. Was my previous statement unclear? Let your sons-in-law retreat like timid turtles, the elder scoffed, leading the two burly men directly toward the opposing group. As he gazed at the retreating figures of the three individuals, Huang Mingda's countenance grew increasingly grim. Father, what do you mean by father? He exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. I instructed you to return, yet you chose to disobey. Now, wishing to leave is futile. When his two sons-in-law attempted to interject, Huang Mingda, already scowling, reprimanded them sharply. What do you mean by that, father? One of them queried. Do you still need clarification? Now that others have stepped up, my son-in-law must confront this challenge. How else can I maintain my standing in Huangjia village? Let us proceed. With a disdainful snort, Huang Mingda marched towards the confrontational crowd. Father, are you sending me into a brawl? One son-in-law protested. You, of all people, are a pig farmer. Is it merely a fight? Must you be so anxious? Huang Mingda retorted. Anxious? With so many involved, the clash would have commenced long ago. Sending you is merely to add to our numbers. Without glancing back, he continued, hold on. To ensure no mishaps, you ought to call the authorities. Remember, do not disclose any names. Chapter 440. The battle of thousands. Time passed, 1 minute, then another, and before long, half an hour had slipped by. At this moment, in Huangjia village, the open space at the village entrance, what had initially been a standoff of over 200 people had swelled to over 1,000. How about it? Huang Datu, is it only you who can rally your people? Boasted a middle-aged man with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Now you have over 400, while we have over 600. What do you think your Huangjia village can do against us, the Maji village? If you're wise, you'll pay us the full compensation. Otherwise, your village will face dire consequences. To hell with it. I won't give you even half, let alone the whole amount. If you want compensation, let us settle it with a duel. Whoever wins takes the 40,000. Do you dare? retorted a middle-aged man wielding a 2-meter-long steel pipe, fully aware that their numbers were significantly fewer. Curse it, Huang Datu, do you think I'm a fool? Just because you have more people, you think you can intimidate me? Who the hell wants to duel with you? Sneered the yellow-toothed man. Coward, is your only skill in sheer numbers? Yes, I have in numbers. What of it? Brothers, grab your weapons and annihilate the people of Huangjia village. With that commanding shout, the crowd behind him, already restless and agitated, surged forward toward Huangjia village. To hell with you, Maji scum. I'll take you down first. The man with the steel pipe, realizing the impending chaos would not favor his side, decided to take the initiative. With a furious shout, he raised a steel pipe and swung it down toward the yellow-toothed man's head. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the yellow-toothed man raised a baseball bat to block the incoming blow. Huang Datu, you really want to take my life? Today, I will end yours. How dare you bring your people to block our village during the new year? The man with the steel pipe, not yet retracting his weapon, swiftly kicked the yellow-toothed man in the abdomen. Ah! A pain scream erupted as the yellow-toothed man was sent flying backward. I'm in agony. Huang Datu, you're as good as dead. Brothers, killed him. Clutching his abdomen in pain, the yellow-toothed man raised his head and pointed at the man with the steel pipe, shouting loudly. Clang! 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 Ah! In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing sticks and anguished cries, reverberating throughout the space. Are they really fighting? Huang Mingda, standing at the back of the crowd and observing the unfolding chaos, wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide in astonishment. Dad, what should we do? What do we do? As he gazed upon the chaotic melee involving thousands of individuals, the once composed middle-aged man, standing beside Huang Mingda, suddenly found himself gripped by panic. His legs weakened, and he stumbled, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Though a successful businessman, he was merely that, a businessman, and had never encountered such a grand spectacle. Have you seen your brother? Where is he? Huang Mingda questioned anxiously, his face betraying his distress. Where are the guards? Why haven't they arrived yet? He called out again when he received no response. What guards? Mingda, all the young men in the village have joined, including my 2 sons-in-law. Are you planning to let your 3 sons-in-law remain like timid turtles? If they don't want to participate, they might as well hide at home. 3 strong men cowering at the back. Wouldn't that just make the people of Maya village laugh at us? At that moment, a scornful voice pierced through the air near them. Huang Mingda turned to see that the speaker was none other than Huang Mingxian, who had previously mocked him. Knowing that, by virtue of their familial ties, he ought to address him as brother, Mingxian's brazen demeanor was well known, and he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Preoccupied with concern for his son's safety, Mingda chose to overlook the insult, merely casting a glance before returning his focus. He had initially summoned his 3 sons-in-law merely to bolster their numbers. But now that actual conflict was imminent, he dared not send them into the fray. Should any mishap occur, he would have no way to justify it to his 3 daughters. Suddenly, a series of escalating sirens resonated throughout the chaos. The throng of combatants instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. What met their eyes was a white SUV, adorned with flashing red and blue lights atop its roof, and emblazoned with the words guard. As the presence of law enforcement was acknowledged, the writhing mass of fighters subconsciously halted their movements, subsequently retreating to their original positions in tacit agreement. Huang Datu, you actually reported this to the authorities? Huh, how utterly laughable. You ought to change your name to Huang the Turtle from now on. A man with yellowed teeth, feeling the residual pain in his abdomen, mockingly covered his midsection while addressing a burly figure who was panting and brandishing a steel pipe, revealing several bruises on his forearm. You think you have proof that I reported this? You scoundrel, if you have the guts, come here. Hiding at the back is no show of courage. If it wasn't you who reported, then was it the people of Maya village? We, from Maya village, are not like those from Huang village, who need to seek protection from the authorities. How about this? Admit that the men from Huang village are all cowards, and from now on, the men of Maya village will protect your lot of Huang village women. The yellow-toothed man concluded his taunt with a triumphant laugh. How dare you? The burly man, wielding the steel pipe, felt a surge of rage at the affront to his village and shouted furiously before lunging forward once more towards the yellow-toothed man. Stop! What are you doing? At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Although it belonged to a woman, it was sufficient to halt the man who was on the verge of charging towards the yellow-toothed man. Instinctively, he turned to look, and to his surprise, the speaker was a young constable clad in uniform. His upbringing had instilled in him a natural dread of those in authority, regardless of the fact that this individual was merely a young woman. What are you all doing? Gathering in such numbers and brawling during the festive season? Do you wish to be detained? Do you no longer care about the new year? The young woman in uniform strode purposefully towards the crowd, her voice rising above the commotion. As the young constable with her ponytail advanced towards her compatriots, the throng of over 1,000 individuals exchanged glances, pondering the identity of this audacious figure. How could she possess such confidence in the face of so many robust men? Even as a constable, audacity was remarkable. "Luca, wait for me." Just as all eyes were fixed on the young female constable, another figure emerged from a white SUV, a middle-aged male constable, approximately in his 40s. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a tissue, he raised his voice to call out to the female constable. Chapter 441. Seeking the esteemed team leader's son. "Are you feeling warm in this snowy weather?" Luku inquired, perplexed, as she observed the captain repeatedly wiping the sweat from his brow. It was a bit warm in the car just now," replied the middle-aged officer, accompanied by two younger male officers, as they approached Luku directly. "Luku, we have over 1,000 individuals here, and we're merely 4. The others in the bureau are on holiday for the new year. To secure sufficient support, we must contact the city. This will take at least a few hours. Speak cautiously and politely. Do not provoke them, lest the situation escalates beyond control." The middle-aged officer stood beside Luku, casting a glance at the thousands of people once again in confrontation. He gulped hard, leaning in to whisper to her. Team leader's son, we're the officers. They are the civilians. Why should we fear them?" Leokiskiviko retorted Deyantle. "Dear lady, this is not like the provincial capital. You are new here and do not comprehend the situation. This is the countryside, filled with all sorts of rough characters. No one can guarantee that among these 1,000 people, there aren't any troublemakers. If a real disturbance occurs, we 4 could very well meet our end here," the middle-aged officer explained carefully, shaking his head. "Then what do you suggest we do, team leader's son?" Luku asked, her lips curling into a slight frown, revealing her displeasure. "Let me handle it," the middle-aged officer said, raising his head to reveal a kind smile as he walked into the midst of the opposing crowd. "Village head Huang, you recognize me, don't you? Team leader's son. Long time no see. Happy New Year." Yes, team leader's son. Happy New Year." "Village head Ma, Happy New Year." "Team leader's son. Happy New Year." Ha, now that's more like it. During this festive season, greetings are the priority. What is this commotion about? Team leader's son. Under normal circumstances, your personal presence today would merit my respect. However, today may be an exception. If I do not have this Ma Niao person beaten to a pulp, I shall no longer be fit to serve as village head. A middle-aged man wielding a steel pipe stepped back to confront Huang's side, glaring at him as he spoke to team leader Sunday. "How amusing. Can you not differentiate between the big and small kings? I have more people than you, and you think you can make me bite the dust? Unless you compensate me today, this matter shall remain unresolved." "I'll be damned. This is our village's road. The funds for its construction have nothing to do with you. Who says it is your village's road? When this road was built, a significant portion of the land used belonged to our village, and we rightfully deserve a share of the funds. Where's the evidence? Where's your proof? Ma Niao, you say whatever you wish without any substantiation. This matter dates back decades. Without evidence, your words hold no weight." Huang Datu. All right. Can you two truly resolve anything by merely arguing? I have a proposal. Let us consider it, team leader's son interjected, shaking his head in exasperation as he spoke. Team leader's son, what good method could you possibly have? The compensation belongs to our Huangjia village. It cannot possibly be given to Majia village. What do you mean it belongs to your Huangjia village? It clearly belongs to us, Majia village. Stop. Director-san, I am not clear on the details of this compensation. Perhaps it would be best if both villages select a person of high moral standing to discuss this matter with me. A person of high moral standing? Yes. Since the two of you only engage in bickering without yielding any productive discourse, it would be prudent to involve two esteemed individuals. I will serve as a witness to ensure a constructive conversation. Very well. Since Captain Sun has spoken, Majia village will certainly extend this courtesy. We do have an esteemed individual in our village, and I shall call him right away. A man with a baseball bat and yellowed teeth listened to Captain Sun's words. His eyes glinted mischievously, and a smile crept across his face as he said, Don't flatter yourselves. What esteemed individuals does Majia village possess? Who doesn't he know who? Spare me the theatrics. Huang Datu, whether you are merely boasting or truly have someone of high standing, you shall soon find out. Contrary to expectations, The man with yellowed teeth remained unfazed and smiled lightly. He then produced his phone and dialed a number. Witnessing his adversary actually make the call, the middle-aged man wielding a steel pipe furrowed his brow deeply. This is not ancient times. What esteemed individuals could possibly exist in a rural setting? Esteemed individuals are either wealthy or powerful, and the likelihood of finding such a person in an ordinary village like theirs is rather low. At least, he had not heard of any affluent or influential families in either Huangjia or Majia village. Director's son, I have made the call. Our esteemed individual will arrive in 10 minutes, the man with yellowed teeth declared, immediately casting a provocative gaze toward the frowning village chief of Huangjia. Well, Huang village chief, what about your side? Director's son first nodded at the man with yellowed teeth and then turned to the middle-aged man with the steel pipe, smiling as he inquired. I. The middle-aged man, clearly flustered, mumbled a few words before helplessly turning to glance at the crowd behind him. His eyes suddenly lit up as he raised a hand and called out to someone at the back of the gathering. Esteemed individuals are not merely defined by age. Calling upon an old farmer does not qualify someone as esteemed. This is utterly ridiculous. Enough. Give me some face. Let us all quiet down for a moment. Sensing that the two were on the verge of another altercation, Director's son quickly intervened. 10 minutes later, a white supercar, accompanied by two black SUVs, slowly approached the standoff on the village road of Huangjia. As the striking white supercar came into view, the eyes of over 1,000 onlookers widened in astonishment, many of them gasping in awe. This car must be expensive, right? It's so stunning. I estimate it costs several million. This is a supercar. How could such an expensive vehicle appear here? Indeed, could it be a relative of someone here? How wealthy must one be to drive such an exquisite car? The residents of Huangjia village murmured in astonishment, their expressions a blend of surprise and shock. A bunch of country bumpkins. This is Ma Xiaoyan from Majia village. He is a prominent businessman, and this car is worth several million. Do you see what it means to be esteemed and respected? This is what true esteem looks like, cackled a middle-aged man with yellowed teeth, his laughter brimming with arrogance. A minute later, the white supercar came to a halt, and a pair of gleaming white shoes emerged from the vehicle, followed by white trousers and finally a white suit. As they beheld this young man, who appeared to be no older than 30, the crowd from Huangjia village was left in utter disbelief. How could someone so youthful afford a supercar worth millions? And yet, they had never laid eyes on him, despite him being from the neighboring Majia village. Chapter 442. My son-in-law, Li Xiangdong Ma Yuan, dressed in a pristine white suit, approached the crowd with a subtle smile, addressing the burly man with yellowed teeth. Xiao Tian, I apologize for troubling you on such a cold day. If it weren't for the excessive bullying of the Huang family village, I certainly wouldn't have imposed upon you. With a mouth full of yellowed teeth, Ma Yuan beamed at Ma Xiao Tian with an ingratiating grin. We are family. There is no trouble between us. I'm also a member of Ma family village, and when there are matters concerning our village, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Ma Xiao Tian, exuding an air of righteous authority, replied firmly while leading a group of 7 or 8 youths with brightly dyed hair towards the crowd. This must be the village head of Huang family village, he mused, stepping forward to face the man wielding a steel pipe, offering what he believed to be a kind smile as he inquired, Might I ask your name? The steel pipe-wielding man, seemingly wealthy, opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately fell silent, lowering his head slightly. Faced with someone who could afford a multi-million-dollar supercar, he felt utterly outmatched and nearly lost his fighting spirit. He is Huang Zhongyi, the village chief of Huang family village. Xiao Tian, he is the one who orchestrated the misappropriation of our compensation from Ma family village, Ma Yuan declared triumphantly, unable to suppress the smile creeping upon his lips upon seeing his rival's silence. Enough of your nonsense. That money rightfully belongs to our Huang family village. Huang Zhongyi, infuriated by Ma Yuan's fabrications, erupted in anger. All right, continuing this shouting match will not resolve anything. Since your representatives are here, let us engage in a proper discussion. Captain Sun interjected, swiftly raising his hand to quell the rising tensions. Indeed, resorting to insults will not aid our cause, and such behavior is quite uncouth. If there are issues to discuss, let us address them through dialogue. There is no problem that cannot be resolved through negotiation. May I inquire who represents Huang family village in this discussion? Ma Xiao Tian feigned an air of superiority, smiling gently at Huang Zhongyi. I do. Before Huang Zhongyi could respond, an elderly man in his 70s standing beside him spoke up first. You? May I ask for your esteemed name? Ma Xiaotian inquired politely, his lips curling into a slight smile as he regarded the elderly gentleman. Huang Mingxian. Oh, might I inquire what authority you possess to represent all of Huang family village in negotiations with me? I hold no particular authority, Huang Mingxian replied, momentarily taken aback by the question, then furrowing his brow as he continued, I am merely an ordinary farmer. What? You possess no authority? So, you are simply an average old peasant? Ma Xiaotian terund Doma Yuan, Feining Chok. Is this a jest? How can anyone of such lowly status be here to negotiate with me? How dare you insult my elder simply because you possess wealth? At that moment, amidst the crowd of Huangjia village, a young man in his early 20s, his face contorted with anger, stepped forward and pointed an accusing finger at Ma Xiaotian, unleashing a torrent of invective. Who do you think you are? Do you see that car? A supercar worth over 28 million. What is my status? What is his? For me to negotiate with him is nothing short of an insult. Ma Xiaotian, with an expression of feigned innocence, gestured towards the white supercar not far away. You. The young man glanced at the gleaming vehicle, stammering for a moment and ultimately at a loss for words. In rural society, the wealthy are perceived as superior to those without means. Those who can afford multi-million-dollar supercars are regarded as far above the ordinary farmers, and deep down, he subconsciously agreed with the sentiment expressed. Ma Yuan, that's enough. I asked you to find someone to resolve the issue, not to exacerbate it, interjected Captain Sun, who had been standing by, now realizing that the once polite Ma Xiaotian was merely a fade, a pretentious show-off. Displeased, he cast a stern glance at Ma Yuan and spoke in a severe tone. Captain Sun, we cannot be blamed for this. Xiaotian earns over 100 million a year, and on Douyin, he boasts millions of fans. His accomplishments mark him as a figure of significance. Now, they from Huangjia village think they can simply send an old farmer to negotiate with us from Majia village. This clearly indicates their lack of sincerity, and we cannot bear the brunt of their ineptitude. Ma Yuan replied with a forced smile directed at Captain Sunday. Captain, I believe there is no need to waste our breath. We should arrest anyone causing a disturbance, remarked Lu Ku, who could no longer tolerate the unfolding situation. She shot a fierce glare at Ma Yuan before addressing Captain Sunday. Young lady, are you new here? I know better than you how spacious our town's government offices are. With over 1,000 people, do you think we have the capacity to house them all? Ma Yuan retorted with a mocking smile. Are you looking for trouble? Lu Ku snapped angrily, reaching for her waist to retrieve a baton, which she brandished menacingly at Ma Yuan. Lu Ku, stand down. If you don't listen, don't expect me to take you out on the next mission. Captain Sun quickly intervened, sensing Lu Ku's intent to escalate matters. Captain Sunday. Lu Ku turned to him, teeth clenched in frustration. This is an order. With a huff, Lu Ku reluctantly sheathed her baton. Ma Yuan, what exactly do you want? Speak plainly, my patience has its limits. As Lu Ku put away her baton, Captain Sun exhaled in relief, though his expression darkened. He then turned to Ma Yuan, his face clouded with displeasure. Captain Sun, my demands are not excessive. Either Huangjia village compensates me fully, or they must find someone of equal standing to negotiate with Xiaotian. Otherwise, this situation may not resolve easily, Ma Yuan declared, a smug smile spreading across his face. As Ma Yuan's voice fell, Captain Sun immediately let out a cold snort. He was now filled with resentment towards Ma Yuan, who treated him like a fool. If it weren't for the mere 8 or 9 individuals in the local government office, many of whom were on holiday during the festive season, and the overwhelming crowd present, he would have thoroughly dealt with Ma Yuan. Village Chief Huang, do you see? The Ma family village is acting with impunity. The only chance to resolve this matter is to see if there is someone of sufficient status from the Huang family village. Captain Sun cautiously inquired, despite the slim likelihood of such an opportunity. Upon hearing Captain Sun's query, Huang Zhongyi looked bewilderedly at the people behind him from Huang family village. After a moment, he turned back and helplessly shook his head at Captain Sunday. Captain Sun, it's not that the people from Ma family village are unreasonable. I have extended you courtesy by calling for Xiaotian, but they cannot find anyone, and we cannot be blamed for that. To avoid any unfortunate mishaps, it would be best for you to keep your distance. Ma Yuan chuckled, grinning widely. Who says we cannot find anyone? Our person has arrived. Just then, a loud voice rang out, and an elder emerged from the crowd of Huang family village, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The crowd turned to look and saw the elder holding the middle-aged man, striding confidently towards Captain Sun and his companions. Uncle Mingda, Huang Zhongyi instinctively called out as the figures drew closer. Huang Mingda nodded at Huang Zhongyi, leading Li Xiangdong directly to Captain Sun's side. Who is this? Captain Sun looked at Li Xiangdong, puzzled, and inquired of Huang Mingda. My son-in-law, Li Xiangdong, came to reply. Chapter 443. Is his surname Li? Li Xiangdong? Captain Sun mumbled. Suddenly his pupils dilated. What do you mean by Li Xiangdong or Li Xiangxi? You wish to negotiate on behalf of Huangjia village? What is your standing? Just as Captain Sun was about to inquire further, he was abruptly interrupted by the arrogant voice of Ma Xiaotian. I am merely a farmer. Li Xiangdong hesitated to say. Another farmer? What is this nonsense? Ma Yuan retorted. I see no need for discussions, since they lack sincerity. You may handle this matter as you see fit. With that, Ma Xiaotian turned to stride towards the sports car. Brothers, these people from Huangjia village show no sincerity. Let us continue until we subdue them. With Ma Yuan's command, the previously motionless crowd of several hundred from Ajayakan surged forward in an instant. Attack! The scene erupted into chaos. In mere moments, confusion reigned. Captain Sun and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Weren't we supposed to be negotiating? Why has it turned into a brawl? My son-in-law is a clansman of Li family village. How dare you lay a hand on us? A loud voice rose above the tumult, only to be drowned out by a cacophony of curses from the crowd. It hurts. Damn it. Cries of pain and curses echoed through the air. Suddenly, two deafening sounds reverberated throughout the space. These sharp reports silenced the clamor of 1,000 voices, compelling everyone to halt their actions. Whoever dares to move, I will shoot them, Lu Ke shouted, brandishing her black pistol. Observing the raised firearm, Ma Yuan and Ma Xiaotian exchanged a glance, swallowing hard in unison. Ma Yuan, what is happening? Do they have a gun? Ma Xiaotian stammered as he looked at Ma Yuan. I have no idea. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bring guns to settle disputes among villagers. Ma Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself. At that moment, the sight of the raised pistol shocked not only Ma Yuan and Ma Xiaotian, but also the thousands of villagers, as well as Captain Sun, who gazed at Lu Ke in astonishment. Who permitted you to carry a gun? Captain Sun exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pointed at Lu Ke. Why can't one bring a gun to such a large-scale brawl? Listening to Lu Ke's words, Captain Sun found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. Over the years, he had dealt with numerous village disputes, albeit on a smaller scale, and had always relied on persuasion. He had never brought a gun, as there was no reason to shoot at villagers. Thus, faced with Lu Ke's sudden display of firepower, he was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that aside from openly signaling a warning, there seems to be no other effective means to halt the violent clash among the thousands present. Blood. Wake up, Xiangdong. Just as Captain Sun was still in a daze, he was suddenly startled by a panicked cry from behind him. Instinctively turning around, he saw an elderly man crouched beside a motionless figure on the ground, shaking a man who lay there. What has happened? Captain Sun quickly approached, crouching down to examine the man, while simultaneously inquiring of the elder. My son-in-law has been struck on the head, and he is bleeding profusely, Huang Mingda exclaimed, his bloodied hands trembling as he looked at Captain Sun, his face a mask of panic. Your son-in-law? Is it you, old man? Is the man on the ground? Called Li Xiangdong. Captain Sun turned to the speaker, recognizing the elder as the one who had earlier been accompanied by a middle-aged man, claiming they were there to negotiate with the Ma family village. Recalling the elder's mention of Li Xiangdong, Captain Sun's pupils dilated, and he swallowed hard before asking, is he indeed your son-in-law, Li Xiangdong? Yes, he's my son-in-law, Li Xiangdong. Captain Sun, these individuals deliberately attacked him. I witnessed several people wielding clubs, striking my son-in-law. You must apprehend them all. Which individuals? Can you identify them? Captain Sun inquired, his brow furrowed as he examined the still body of Li Xiangdong. Despite the recent brawl involving over 1,000 participants, the actual number of those who engaged was merely a few hundred, with only dozens sustaining injuries. Cases like Li Xiangdong's, lying unconscious on the ground, were rare. The thought of Li Xiangdong being harmed compelled Captain Sun to find those responsible. Otherwise, he could not justify the situation, whether to his superiors or to the individual he suspected. I cannot recognize them, Huang Mingda replied, shaking his head with a troubled expression as he glanced at the people from the Ma family village. This complicates matters, Captain Sun murmured, equally troubled. Facing several hundred individuals, if they could not accurately identify the assailants, even the officials would find themselves at a loss. Surely, they could not arrest all several hundred. The law often finds itself helpless in the face of a multitude. Dad, what's wrong? Dad! Two young women suddenly shouted, rushing towards the motionless Li Xiangdong. Grandfather! What transpired? Why is my father bleeding so much? Dad! What was Yan? What brings you here? Huang Mingdao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his two tearful granddaughters. Second, uncle sent a video to my mom. Grandfather, what exactly happened? Oh, my father, darling, what has happened to you? Breathless and panting, Huang Tsohua rushed to Li Xiangdong's side, crouching down to caress his pale face, her voice trembling with terror as she exclaimed, Dad, what has happened? Huang Mingda cast a glance at his third daughter, shame washing over him as he bowed his head. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, pointing an accusatory finger at the people from Ajayakan, gritting his teeth as he declared, Old man, your words must be substantiated. Who struck him? I would argue it was one of your own. Ma Yuan, arms crossed, and looking down at the crouched figures with an air of superiority, replied nonchalantly, You wretched scoundrel. Why did you assault my husband so brutally? I shall confront you. Suddenly, Huang Tsuehua sprang to her feet and charged at Ma Yuan. Step aside. Ma Yuan scoffed at the approaching woman, a smirk playing on his lips before he casually pushed Huang Tsuehua away. A piercing scream echoed as she fell to the ground, her hair disheveled. Mom, are you all right? Li Xinran cried, rushing forward to help her mother to her feet. Mom, you have so much blood on your face. Oh no. I'm fine, hiss. Huang Tsuehua wiped the blood from her face, the searing pain causing her to draw in a sharp breath. What is your name? She demanded, her gaze fixed fiercely on Ma Yuan. I am Ma Yuan. What of it? Do you intend to settle the score with me? With you and these two girls? He chuckled derisively. Ha, there's always an opportunity in the bedroom. As Ma Yuan's laughter faded, the people from Ajayakan erupted in mocking jeers. My husband is Li Xiangdong. He bears the surname Li, Huang Tsuehua pronounced, her tone growing increasingly resolute. As Ma Yuan listened to the escalating intensity of her words, especially the final name, a look of realization washed over him, his laughter abruptly faltering. Li's surname? Ma Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes widening in sudden comprehension. Chapter 444. Waiting for someone's arrival not long ago, Huang Mingda mentioned that his son-in-law was named Li Xiangdong, a detail that had initially escaped his attention. However, at this very moment, hearing the insinuations from the woman before him, he began to grasp the underlying significance. The surname Li is a common one, shared by over 1 billion individuals, and ordinarily, it would not elicit much intrigue. Yet in Chunning County, anyone who has resided there for even a few months this year would comprehend the weight this surname carries within that locale. What nonsense about the Li surname? What's wrong with being named Li? Upon noticing Ma Yuan's sudden silence, akin to someone afflicted by constipation, Ma Xiaoyan's face shifted from confusion to a scornful smile as he addressed Huang Tsuehua. Upon hearing Ma Xiaoyan's derisive remarks, over half of the 1,000-strong crowd either wore expressions of shock or exchanged peculiar glances with those beside them. Moments later, these individuals cast varied looks toward Ma Xiaoyan and Ma Yuan. Xiaoyan, you've just returned and are unaware of certain matters. Refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Ma Yuan, swallowing hard, hurriedly interjected. Uncle Ma, what do you mean by that? A hint of displeasure emerged on Ma Xiaoyan's face. Who was he? A social media influencer with millions of followers and an annual income exceeding 100 million. In such a rural setting, he was undoubtedly among the elite. And what could possibly be off-limits when addressing these common folk? Xiaoyan, please just listen to me. Allow me to handle this matter, Ma Yuan said softly, lowering his head after a moment of hesitation. Have you forgotten our purpose for being here today? Ma Xiaoyan replied with a dissatisfied snort. Xiaoyan, my actions are guided by reason. Please heed my words. Ma Yuan cast a glance at Li Xiangdong, who lay on the ground, a pool of blood forming at the back of his head, before turning to Ma Xiaotian. You, Ma Xiaotian huffed, crossing his arms and falling silent. Brother Huang, I must admit that today's incident was indeed our fault. While I am certain that this brother's injuries were not inflicted by anyone from our Ma family village, we do have some connection to the matter. Therefore, I, on behalf of the Ma family village, am willing to cover this brother's medical expenses. What do you think? Observing Ma Yuan's sudden display of courtesy, Huang Zhongyi's lips curled into a cold smile. Combining this with earlier information and Ma Yuan's reaction, he began to grasp the situation. Huang Mingda's son-in-law was likely a member of the Li family from Li Village in Chunning County. What kind of family was the Li family from Li Village in Chunning County? A colossal clan that earns billions annually, capable of mobilizing thousands for revenge over a single girl from their lineage. They are a super family that controls the county's economy and provides employment for tens of thousands of residents. At the thought that the Ma family village, which had oppressed their Huang family village for decades, had inadvertently offended such a powerful family, he could hardly suppress a laugh. Ma Yuan, this matter transcends the boundaries of our Huang family village in your Ma family village. I wonder how you will account for this. Upon hearing Huang Zhongyi's profound words, Ma Yuan's expression darkened instantly. To speak of the distant, it suffices to note that numerous young people from Ma family village are employed at companies under the Tengfei group. If that individual were to discover that his kin was so grievously harmed by your people, the consequences would be dire. This young lady, I assure you, this is entirely a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize, and I shall immediately call for an ambulance. I will cover all medical expenses for you and this brother, and we can discuss compensation to resolve this matter amicably. Listening to Huang Zhongyi's words, although Ma Yuan's countenance remained grim, he pondered for a moment and found some merit in what was said. To smooth over this situation, it was imperative to placate the parties involved. With this in mind, Ma Yuan donned a conciliatory smile and turned to Huang Zuihua, attempting to appease her. Not only did you attack my husband, but you also assaulted me and insulted my daughter. This matter is far from over. Yan, hand me your father's phone. Squatting on the ground, with tears in her eyes, Li Yan hastily wiped her tears and began rummaging through Li Xiangdong's pockets. Mom, I found it, Li Yan exclaimed, standing up with the phone in hand and hastily approaching Huang Zuihua. Mom, what are you going to do? As she handed the phone to Huang Zuihua, Li Yan, with reddened eyes, curiously inquired. Hearing her sister's question, Li Xinran also looked at Huang Zuihua with interest. You two have only just returned, and your father has not mentioned it to you, so you are unaware. Your father's clan has risen anew. He is no longer a neglected child. Today, after he has been so grievously harmed, I must inform his clan. I believe someone will take charge on his behalf. After speaking, Huang Zuihua unlocked Li Xiangdong's phone, first capturing a photo of him lying motionless on the ground, blood still visible. She then accessed the social media application and entered the group chat, namely Clan. After sending the recently taken photo to the group, Huang Zuihua handed the phone back to Li Yan. Send the location to the group and state that your father has been attacked. Li Yan numbly acknowledged, taking the phone and following Huang Zuihua's instructions. Captain, should we call back the colleagues on leave and have them bring their gear? Lu Ku, who was somewhat confused about the situation, spoke to Captain Sunday. No need. This matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. We shall wait for others to arrive. Wait for whom? Lu Ku asked, his face filled with perplexity. A significant figure, Xiao Rue. Annie has not prepared any dishes, so please do not take offense. Annie, what are you saying? There are at least 20 dishes here, and we can hardly finish them, Li Rue said, pointing with the chopsticks at the table brimming with food, feeling somewhat speechless. But how do they taste? Indeed, my aunt's culinary skills are quite impressive, rivaling those of the chefs in fine hotels. Oh, it's not as extravagant as you claim. If you enjoy the food, indulge a bit more. Son, why aren't you hurrying to pour your cousin a drink? You show a distinct lack of initiative. No need. I can manage on my own. 15 minutes later, Li Rue set down his bowl and chopsticks, patted his belly, and let out a satisfied burp. Is Xiao Rue already full? Yes, I'm quite full, Auntie and Uncle. I'll take a short stroll to aid digestion. You two can continue your meal at your leisure. After Li Rue spoke, he waited for a nod of approval from his aunt and uncle before smilingly bidding farewell to Yun Lingxian and stepping outside. Upon reaching the outdoors, Li Rue casually twisted his waist and stretched. Just then, he was startled to hear a familiar ringtone. Taking out his phone, he discovered it was a call from his uncle. Uncle, what brings you to call me? As soon as the call connected, Li Rue inquired with a hint of curiosity. On this second day of the Lunar New Year, his uncle calling him could only mean that something significant had transpired. Chapter 445. Dare to compare with me? Xiao Hui, have you seen the clan group? Li Yongjin's serious voice emanated from the phone. Hearing his uncle's grave tone, Li Rue furrowed his brow. Given his uncle's character, it was unlikely he would speak so earnestly unless a significant matter had arisen. No, Li Hui vi Jikanjili. Li Xiangdong has been attacked, and his life hangs in the balance. What? Li Xiangdong has been attacked? Li Rue exclaimed. Though he suspected this Li Xiangdong was indeed a member of his clan, he was uncertain about the individual's identity and thus directly inquired. Li Xiangdong is one of our clan members, residing in the neighboring village. He was among the first to respond when Jianglan's incident occurred and the clan drum was sounded. Xiao Rue, as the head of the Li family, you must take charge of this matter. Understood, uncle. Where is he now? I will send you the location shortly. All right, please send it to me now. I will head over immediately. With that, Li Rue ended the call. A moment later, his phone vibrated. Upon opening the messaging app, he found a location sent by his uncle. After checking the map and navigation, Li Rue discovered that the place was surprisingly close, merely 4 or 5 kilometers away. Aunt, Uncle, I need to attend to something, Li Rue stated as he returned to the main hall where his aunt and uncle were still dining. Oh, Xiaohui, where are you going? There's a situation involving the family that I need to handle. It's not far, just 4 or 5 kilometers. All right, off you go then. Lingxian, stay here for a while. I will come back to fetch you once I am done. After Lingxian nodded, Li Rue turned and exited the hall once more. 100,000. I will cover all your and your husband's medical expenses, and additionally, I will provide you with another 100,000 as compensation. As Huang Zihua typed on her phone, Ma Yuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He was now fully aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent. The individual lying on the ground was undoubtedly a member of the Li family, and he thought to himself that he was in serious trouble. He hastily presented his terms to Huang Zihua. The Li family is already on their way. You can discuss it with them when they arrive. Don't even think about fleeing. You can escape the monk, but not the temple, Huang Zihua coldly retorted as she turned towards the unconscious Li Xiangdong. It's over, Ma Yuan muttered despondently. What exactly is going on? Uncle Ma Yuan, what has frightened you so? Seeing Ma Yuan's anguished expression, Ma Xiaoyan could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward to inquire again. Xiaodian, this time Ma Yuan began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. He suddenly recalled that he must not divulge any information regarding the Li family to Ma Xiaoyan. If he did, it would surely provoke the wrath of the formidable Li family. Based on his understanding of Ma Xiaoyan, it was evident that this individual would undoubtedly flee, leaving him to confront the wrath of the Li family alone, a burden far beyond his capacity to endure. Should he choose not to inform Ma Xiaoyan, he could, when faced with the Li family, assert that all these events were orchestrated by Ma Xiaoyan, potentially carving out a path for his own survival. Xiaodian, let me be candid with you. The individual lying on the ground is named Li Xiangdong, and his clan possesses formidable talents. Ma Yuan murmured quietly, his eyes glinting with cunning. Formidable talents? What kind of talents? Ma Xiaoqian was momentarily taken aback, but soon his brows knitted in concern as he inquired of Ma Yuan. Despite being a social media sensation and earning a substantial income each year, he was acutely aware that in this world, wealth pales in comparison to power. If the talents Ma Yuan spoke of were indeed influential figures, he would need to prepare for a hasty escape. A businessman? I thought it was someone of great stature. Merely a businessman? How much does he earn in a year? More than I do. Upon hearing that the individual was just a businessman, Ma Xiaoyan raised his head with pride, disdain dripping from his words. I cannot say for certain, Ma Yuan replied vaguely. Suddenly, a white ambulance, sirens blaring, entered the lane of Huangjia village, capturing the attention of all present. After a brief moment, the ambulance came to a halt not far from the crowd. Soon after, several nurses and doctors clad in white emerged from the vehicle. They hastened to Li Xiangdong's side, crouching down to assess his condition. Let us get him on a stretcher. Who among you is a family member? The doctor, dressed in white and wearing a mask, scanned the crowd before posing the question. I am. Huang Suihua raised her hand in response. Very well, then please accompany me. Doctor, how is my husband? Huang Suihua asked, her face etched with concern. At present, he appears to be out of immediate danger. However, we will only ascertain the full extent of his condition once we reach the hospital and conduct further examinations. Now, please come with me, the doctor instructed, turning toward the ambulance. Just then, another surprised voice broke through the air. 2 more vehicles have arrived. The onlookers turned their gaze back to the lane of Huangjia village. What came into view were 2 black SUVs. Observing these vehicles, Ma Yuan, Huang Zhongyi, and Captain Sun exchanged glances, each revealing their distinct reactions. They understood that the occupants of these SUVs were likely members of the Li family. A Range Rover? What a worthless vehicle. Ma Yuan scoffed. Is this what you refer to as a formidable talent? To drive such a dilapidated car and dare to compare themselves with me? Casting a sidelong glance at Ma Xiaoqian, Ma Yuan chose silence, having lost interest in engaging with this nouveau riche. Moments later, the 2 Range Rovers came to a halt in the open area. A young man emerged, accompanied by 4 brawny men resembling bulls. Isn't that our village hospital's ambulance? Gazing at the ambulance before him, Li Rue murmured to himself. Just as his words faded, a shout pierced the air. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a doctor beside the ambulance, who lowered his mask and greeted him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this doctor as one of the bioengineered physicians produced by the system. How is he faring? Li Huinkid, taking a few steps towards the back of the ambulance to glance at Li Xiangdong, who lay on a stretcher. The head has suffered a severe injury, resulting in considerable blood loss. If there is no intracranial hemorrhage, he should survive. Otherwise, it remains quite perilous. Apart from that, there are a few bruises on his body, but nothing of great concern, the bioengineered doctor replied succinctly. Very well. Let us hasten to the hospital. Li Rue nodded, having briefly assessed the situation. Are you the clan leader, Li Rue? Woe is me. Clan leader, you must ensure justice for Xiangdong. He once vowed to sacrifice himself for the Li family. You cannot abandon him. At that moment, Huang Tsuhua, standing nearby, suddenly burst into tears, addressing Li Rue with fervent desperation. Chapter 446. Is this too much pretentiousness? Listening to the words of this unfamiliar woman, Li Rue was suddenly taken aback. This Li Xiangdong possessed such a profound sense of belonging to the Li family. It was something he had never anticipated. It goes without saying that since Li Rue's rise to prominence, he had significantly aided his uncles, cousins, and other relatives, transforming them from ordinary farmers and workers into millionaires earning tens of millions annually. His contributions were unmistakable. He had even spearheaded initiatives for the villagers of Li Family Village, enabling them to earn substantial additional incomes each year. However, the assistance he extended to the Li clan beyond Li Family Village was rather limited. Now, a relative who had not truly enjoyed the benefits of his generosity expressed a willingness to sacrifice for the Li family, which profoundly moved Li Rue and prompted him to make a silent resolution. Rest assured, since I am here, I will certainly take charge of this matter. You should get into the ambulance. Do not waste any more time. Swift treatment is of utmost importance, Li Rue declared, raising his hand with a flourish before striding directly into the midst of the two opposing factions. From the moment Li Rue and the others exited their vehicle, the attention of the thousand-strong crowd was entirely fixated on him. Some displayed expressions of fear, while others exhibited curiosity, and a few stealthily retreated towards the back of the crowd. As Li Rue and his companions drew nearer to the throng, over 100 individuals from the Ma family village began to slowly back away simultaneously. Cousin, what are you doing? Why are you hiding? A young man, around 25 or 26 years old, observed his cousin, who had called for him, now cowering in fear and retreating behind him. Scratching his head in confusion, he inquired, Cousin, we have landed ourselves in serious trouble. You may not fully understand, yet since you've just returned, and explaining it will take time. Just know that the individual in question holds immense power. Please help me by shielding me. I cannot let him remember my face, or I will be doomed. What? What is going on? Can someone explain this to me? As Li Rue stepped a few paces into the center of the standoff, he scanned the surroundings and, slightly raising his chin to gaze into the distance, calmly inquired, what transpired here? Upon the conclusion of Li Rue's inquiry, the murmurs that had previously filled the air vanished abruptly, plunging the gathering of over 1,000 people into an eerie silence. Do not presume to test my patience. Whoever initiated this conflict had better step forward now, Li Rue said, narrowing his eyes and scoffing coldly upon witnessing the silence. Chairman Li. It was the people from Ma family village, Huang Mingda, swallowing hard in fear, finally spoke up. And you are? Li Rue asked casually, noting that the responder was an elderly man of about 70. I am the father-in-law of Li Xiangdong, Huang Mingda replied nervously. The father-in-law of Li Xiangdong? Please recount the events in their entirety. Indeed, I shall do so without delay. The situation unfolded as follows. Huang Mingda took several minutes to relay the gist of the matter to Li Rue. Upon the conclusion of Huang Mingda's account, a subtle smile graced Li Rue's lips, after which he unexpectedly closed his eyes. As Li Rue's eyelids descended, an enveloping silence once again enveloped the scene. Captain, who is this person? Is he not being rather pretentious? Lu Ku, positioned not far from Li Rue, observed the latter's closed eyes, a sneer forming on her lips, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain, before she quietly inquired of Captain Sunday Sho. My dear, could you kindly refrain from speaking? Upon hearing Lu Ku's sudden query, Captain Sun felt a tremor run through him, swiftly raising a finger to his lips and admonishing her in a hushed tone. As he spoke, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Why must I remain silent? With so many witnesses observing him lost in contemplation, is that not sheer arrogance? Lu Ku retorted, her face a mask of defiance. My dear lady, this gentleman has no need for pretense. His prowess is genuine. I implore you, cease your remarks, for should you offend him, I will find it difficult to explain myself to the director. Captain Sun, nearly on the verge of tears at Lu Ku's continued insinuations, cast a cautious glance at Li Rue, who remained with his eyes shut, before exhaling a sigh of relief and promptly warning Lu Ku. Unable to explain to the director? Does he possess a connection to the director? Or perhaps a familial tie? Lu Ku queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. He neither knows the director, nor is he a relative of theirs, Captain Sun clarified. What do you mean by that? Lu Ku pressed on, her curiosity piqued. His lack of acquaintance with the director stems from the fact that the director is unworthy of meeting him. Not only our local director, but even the county director would find it exceedingly difficult to secure a private audience with him. Would you not agree that he is indeed impressive? Ah, Captain Sun, what is his occupation? As Captain Sun's words hung in the air, Lu Ku initially wore a look of astonishment, which soon transformed into one of intrigue. He is the village chief of Majiakin, Captain Sun replied. Who is Ma Yuan? Just then, Li Rue abruptly opened his eyes, turning towards the assembly of Majiakin and inquiring aloud. I, Yao Ma Yuan, hesitantly responded Ma Yuan, who stood at the back of the crowd, his face twitching in uncertainty. Ma Yuan, do you comprehend why I had my eyes closed just now? Li Rue inquired with a slight smile as he regarded the middle-aged man emerging from the throng. And no, I do not, Ma Yuan stammered, lowering his gaze after briefly meeting Li Rue's eyes. I was contemplating how to address this matter. I am a clan leader of the Li family, and now my kin have been grievously injured by your actions. How do you propose I handle this? I shall grant you one opportunity. Who among you struck the blow? Let them step forward. Li Rue's words trailed off at that point, although Li Rue's words remained unfinished. The threatening implication was unmistakable to the gathered crowd. It was Ma Xiaotian. He orchestrated this entire affair, seeking recognition and prestige, which is why he instigated me to create chaos. As for who actually struck the blows, I genuinely have no idea. The situation was too chaotic at the time, and I didn't pay attention. Under the oppressive force of Li Rue's formidable presence, Ma Yuan, in a state of despair, responded with irrelevant answers. Ma Xiaotian? Li Rue was taken aback, realizing that there was someone behind this incident. Yes, it was he who urged me to cause trouble, Ma Yuan exclaimed, turning to point at Ma Xiaotian in haste. What the hell, Ma Yuan? Have you lost your mind? Ma Xiaotian stared incredulously at Ma Yuan, who had suddenly betrayed him. Chapter 447. Who moved their hand? Step forward, Ma Xiaotian. Do you desire fame and respect? Provide me with money, and I shall create a disturbance. Dare you deny this? I shall return the 1 million to you. I no longer require it. By the heavens, Ma Yuan, do you believe I won't end your life? Ma Xiaotian seethed with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Ma Yuan. Ma Xiaotian, whether you orchestrated this affair or not is of no concern to me, nor do I care about your intentions. I demand to know, who struck Li Xiaodong? Do you have any idea? Witnessing the heated exchange between Ma Xiaotian and Ma Yuan, Li Rue furrowed his brow and impatiently inquired, how dare you speak to my brother Xiaotian in such a manner? Do you even comprehend who he is? Before Ma Xiaotian could respond, a young man with red-dyed hair stepped forward, arrogantly pointing at Li Rue and hurling insults. I know not who brother Xiaotian is, but I am well aware of the hound of Xiaotian, a mere dog of Erlingshan. Li Hui retorted, his expression devoid of emotion as he walked towards the red-haired youth. How dare you, brother Xiaotian? He dares to call you a dog. The red-haired youth turned, incredulous, to Ma Xiaotian. You. Hearing Li Rue compare himself to a dog sent Ma Xiaotian into a furious rage. He glared at the approaching Li Rue, wishing to retort, yet momentarily at a loss for words due to Li Rue's formidable presence. Who struck Li Xiaodong? Li Rue inquired once more, his expression impassive. Now within 2 meters of Ma Xiaotian. It was I who struck him. What of it? Do you know how many fans brother Xiaotian has? Do not be deceived by your luxurious Range Rover. Compared to my brother's vehicle, it is but a pile of refuse, a stinking heap of dog waste. Do you understand? The red-haired youth stepped forward, continuing to point and berate Li Rue. Enough of this noise. With those words, Li Rue advanced 2 steps, seizing the red-haired youth's outstretched finger. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by a horrific scream that pierced the air. Let go, let go. Damn you, release me. The red-haired youth cried out in agony, cursing at Li Rue. You seek death. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Li Rue sent the red-haired youth flying. In the throng, 7 or 8 individuals were toppled to the ground by the impact, each emitting various cries of distress. Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons. Let's finish off this son of a dog. As they witnessed the red-haired youth being sent sprawling by Li Rue's kick, the other young men, standing beside Ma Xiaotian, each with their hair dyed in various colors, immediately raised their clubs, pointing at Li Rue and shouting, Little chicks, do you wish to harm my boss? You must first pass through me. Li Yi who had been closely following Li Rue, quickly positioned himself in front of him, casually shedding his black down jacket and tossing it aside. As he faced the oncoming group of young men with hair of various hues, he shouted loudly. The sight of Li Yi charging towards them like a raging bear made the young men's pupils contract simultaneously. They attempted to halt their advance, but the speed and short distance left them unable to stop, resulting in a direct collision with Li Yi. In just a few seconds, several pained cries echoed through the air. How can you even pretend to fight? I haven't even broken a sweat. Li Yi scoffed derisively at the writhing figures on the ground. Are you above the law? Officers, won't you do something? Ma Xiaotian cried out in terror, raising his voice towards Captain Sun and his team. Hearing Ma Xiaotian's loud plea, Luca furrowed her brow and called out to Captain Sunday. Although she held a disdain for Ma Xiaotian, she could not tolerate witnessing violence before her eyes. At that moment, she could barely restrain herself and instinctively reached for her waistband. Luca, put your hand down. If you dare to make a move, not even your father can save you, Captain Sun warned sternly, his eyes wide with concern as he noticed her subtle action. Captain you, Luca replied, but as she saw Captain Sun's increasingly stern expression, she could only huff in frustration and retract her hand. As Ma Xiaotian noticed that the officers had heard his cries, yet remained unresponsive, his anxiety intensified. I only wanted to ask if you knew who was responsible. All you had to do was answer yes or no. Now, I'm quite displeased with you, so. Damn it, someone stop him. I'll pay each of you 1,000 to restrain him. He shouted in fear at the approaching Li Rue. The memory of how the red-haired man had been sent flying was still fresh in his mind, and he had no desire to experience a similar fate. Upon hearing Ma Xiaotian's generous offer, nearly half of the several hundred people from Ma family village lit up with excitement, their gazes shifting towards Li Rue, eager to act. Conversely, the remaining half exhibited a starkly different reaction. Rather than showing enthusiasm, they appeared tense and began to retreat nervously. This unusual response from the latter group caused the excited individuals from Ma family village to exchange glances, puzzled. After a brief moment, they all seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, quickly stowing away their eagerness and retreating a few steps. Though the reasons remained unclear, everyone understood that following the majority was certainly the safer option. 2,000. I'll pay each of you 2,000. Ma Xiaotian shouted. Suddenly, Li Rue delivered a resounding slap to Ma Xiaotian's right cheek. Ah, that hurts terribly. I will give you 5,000. Strike him, strike him. Ma Xiaotian retreated while covering his cheek, hysterically shouting at the villagers of the Ma family. Slap! Another resounding blow landed on Ma Xiaotian's right cheek, sending blood and a few teeth flying. Ah! Ma Xiaotian screamed, rolling on the ground before losing consciousness. Observing the fallen and unconscious Ma Xiaotian, Li Rue finally withdrew his gaze. My patience is finite. Whoever struck him should step forward. If no one does so within a minute, even if you choose to shield the perpetrator, the consequences will fall upon all of you. With these words, he declared that henceforth, the people of Ma village would no longer be considered for recruitment by the Tungfei group, and those currently employed would be dismissed. Li Rue spoke with a calm demeanor, his expression impassive, as he regarded the villagers without uttering another word. As his words echoed in the air, the previously silent villagers of Ma village erupted into chaos, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chairman Li, I know who struck him. Please do not dismiss me. A middle-aged man exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. I know who did it. Chairman Li, grant me one chance. Please don't dismiss me. I also know it was him and him. Chapter 448. What foolishness have you committed? Moments later, 4 young men were pushed out from the crowd by 7 or 8 others. Upon noticing Li Rue's gaze, their expressions shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling with fear. Was this your own idea, or were you incited by someone else? Li Rue inquired flatly, fixing his eyes on the 4 youths. I. The young men stammered, exchanging nervous glances, yet only one managed to utter sound, struggling to form a coherent response. Observing these 4 individuals, who hardly qualified as mere lackeys, Li Rue suddenly lost interest in exacting retribution. Whether they had acted under duress or out of a desire to show off was inconsequential. He had resolved to hold their leader accountable. May I ask how to address you, officer? Li Rue abruptly turned to the oldest among them, Captain Sun, who was clad in uniform. My name is Sun Qing. You may call me by my name, or simply Xiao Sun or Xiao Qing, as Chairman Li prefers, he replied, intimidated by the stature of someone who was clearly his superior. Casting a brief glance at Sun Qing, who appeared to be in his 40s, Li Rue smiled slightly. I leave these four in your care. Rest assured, Chairman Li, we will handle this matter according to the law and provide a satisfactory resolution for the injured party. Sun Qing assured promptly. Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to Ma Xiaotian, who lay on the ground. Go wake him up, he instructed, shifting his gaze to Ma Yuan. Yes, yes, Ma Yuan replied eagerly, scanning the surroundings before hastily approaching a patch of untouched snow, scooping up a handful, and heading towards Ma Xiaotian. Ah, so cold. Ma Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Ma Xiaotian's muffled voice broke through the air, filled with confusion. What are your plans regarding the medical expenses? Li Hui idiot. My tooth, it hurt so much. Ma Xiaotian exclaimed. Initially dazed, then grasping the intense pain in his mouth, gasping sharply. I hear you have over 10 million followers? On which platform? Li Rue inquired, his expression unchanging as he regarded Ma Xiaotian, who was clutching his face and wincing in agony. This is outrageous. Is there no one to intervene? My tooth. You must compensate me. Otherwise, this is far from over. True, compensation is in order, 10 million. If you pay that amount, we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise. What? Surely I misheard. Are you insane? You expect me to pay 10 million? Have you lost your mind? What qualifications do you possess to demand compensation of 10 million? Ma Xiaotian rose to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Li Rue. I have no qualifications, as you will soon realize. Li Yi, have someone investigate this matter. Chairman Li, I am aware that Ma Xiaotian is a streamer on the Douyin platform, Ma Yuan interjected, flashing a sycophantic smile at Li Rue before he could respond. Call Lu Yin, Li Rue instructed Li Yi, casting a glance at Ma Yuan. Understood, boss, Li Yi replied, promptly taking out his phone to make the call. Heh, are you implying that you wish to blacklist me? What are you anyway? Do you possess such power? Ma Xiaotian scoffed, glaring fiercely at Ma Yuan before directing his derision at Li Rue. Ma Xiaotian, you would do well to apologize to Chairman Li at once and comply with his demand for compensation. Ultimately, you are the one who orchestrated this affair behind scenes, resulting in unwarranted misfortune for Chairman Li's kin. You must take responsibility, or you will undoubtedly come to regret it. Before Li Rue could respond, Ma Yuan stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ma Xiaotian. Ma Yuan, despite your position as the village head of the Ma family, do not forget that I must still address you as uncle. Why do you side with outsiders? You are nothing but a traitor. Seeing Ma Yuan continually supporting others, Ma Xiaotian erupted in fury, urlingin salts. Ma Xiaotian, I am merely looking out for your best interests. While you may have achieved a measure of success, compared to Chairman Li, you are insignificant. If you refuse to acknowledge your mistakes and make amends, you will certainly regret it. You constantly refer to him as Chairman Li, but what does he really amount to, driving around in a battered Range Rover? Chairman Li is merely humble. Tongfei Group earns billions annually. Do you truly believe he cannot afford a luxury vehicle? Humble? Ha ha ha. Earning billions a year, Ma Xiaotian began, only to abruptly pause, his eyes widening in realization. He suddenly recognized the discrepancy. The unit Ma Yuan had mentioned was indeed billion. Tongfei Group? He murmured to himself, his spirit seemingly drained. Before glancing up, his gaze vacant and lost in disbelief. This group, akin to a miraculous rise, was known even to him as an internet streamer, and he understood well what it meant to offend such a corporation. Despite boasting millions of followers, the CEO of such a conglomerate could easily render him a mere pawn on the platform with a single word. As Ma Xiaotian spiraled into anxious thoughts, uncertain of how to proceed, a familiar ringtone jolted him back to reality. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to find it was a call from a supervisor at Douyin. Supervisor Yang, what can I do for you? Though a foreboding suspicion loomed in his mind, Ma Xiaotian feigned ignorance. Ma Xiaotian, where are you currently? A commanding male voice resonated through the telephone. Director Yang, I have returned to my hometown in Chuxi County. Ma Xiaotian, have you offended someone? Director Yang, what do you mean by that? Ma Xiaotian inquired into the phone, his gaze instinctively shifting towards Li Rue. The CEO of Tongfei Group is personally calling the boss, explicitly demanding your banishment. What foolishness have you committed? The voice on the other end was laced with fury. Ah, Director Yang, this. You must save me. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotian, just as he had anticipated, became utterly flustered. How can I save you? Although Tongfei Group has little interaction with our company, it is undeniably one of the most promising conglomerates in the Dragon Country. Chapter 449. Lawless. There are rumors that they have already acquired the capability to produce chips. Which company or group would dare to oppose them? Do you truly believe a company would offend the Tungfei group for your sake? Ah, Supervisor Yang, you should resolve this matter on your own. If you cannot, there is no need for you to broadcast any further. Supervisor Yang. Supervisor Yang, as he stared at the already disconnected call, Ma Xiaotian shouted in panic. Ma Xiaotian, are you finally aware that I was not deceiving you? Why aren't you apologizing to Chairman Li and offering compensation? Ma Yuan bellowed at Ma Xiaotian, who appeared utterly despondent. Chairman Li, please spare me. I am willing to pay. Is it 10 million? I will provide it immediately. Ma Xiaotian pleaded loudly into his phone, his voice already tinged with tears. He, Ma Xiaotian, was merely an illiterate who had not completed middle school. Without his Douyin account and the millions of followers, he was nothing. What was even more terrifying was that once the Tungfei group decided to blacklist him, news of it would spread, and no streaming platform would accept him, leading to his complete downfall. As he looked at Ma Xiaotian on the verge of tears, Li Rui merely cast a casual glance before shifting his focus to the two young girls beside him, whose tears had yet to dry. Li Xiaodong, are you their father? Li Rui inquired of the two girls. Yes, I am Li Xiaodong's eldest daughter, Li Xinran quickly replied after wiping her tears with her sleeve. I am Li Xiaodong's youngest daughter. My name is Li Yan. Are you the clan leader? Li Yan also wiped her eyes and, with wide eyes filled with curiosity, asked Li Rui. Yes, I am the clan leader of the Li family. Do you have bank cards? Bank cards? I have one. Li Xinran hesitated in response. Give him your bank card, Li Rui instructed as he glanced at Ma Xiaotian. Yes, give it to me. Ma Xiaotian exclaimed with an eager expression. Hearing Ma Xiaotian, Li Xinran hesitated as she looked at Li Rui. Seeing the girl glance at him, Li Rui remained silent but nodded slightly. With Li Rui's approval, Li Xinran took a small wallet from her pocket and, retrieving a bank card, slowly approached Ma Xiaotian. Ma Xiaotian hurried forward, snatching the bank card from Li Xinran's hand, and then began operating his phone. More than a minute later, Ma Xiaotian returned the bank card to Li Xinran. Feeling her phone vibrate, Li Xinran picked it up and opened a message. 20 million. Li Xinran gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Upon hearing Li Xinran's startled exclamation, the 1,000-strong crowd present widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Li Rui cast a surprised glance towards Ma Xiaotian. Chairman Li, to express my sincere apologies, I am willing to compensate you with 20 million. I implore you to spare me this once, Ma Xiaotian said, slightly bending at the waist, his face adorned with a forced smile. After observing the smiling Ma Xiaotian, Li Rui remained silent. I am prepared to donate an additional 50 million in the name of Tungfei Group for charitable purposes. This constitutes my entire fortune. I kindly ask for your mercy. Chairman Li, Ma Xiaotian continued, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Next time, refrain from such arrogance, Li Rui replied curtly before turning away, disregarding Ma Xiaotian. As for Ma Xiaotian, he was merely a nouveau riche eager to flaunt his wealth back in his hometown. In truth, he bore no genuine grudge against the Li family. Li Xiaodong, too, had fallen victim to misfortune, and now that Ma Xiaotian had offered 20 million in compensation and an additional 50 million for charity, Li Rui could hardly be bothered to hold a grudge. To deal with such a social media celebrity was no more challenging for Li Rui than squashing an ant. Yet such an act held little significance. Would you two like to ride with us to see your father? Li Rui inquired, turning to Li Xinran and Li Yan. Patriarch, that is 20 million. Such a sum is far too much. I cannot accept it, Li Xinran stammered, startled back to reality by Li Rui's voice as she waved her hands in refusal. Sister, this is your father's compensation. Please take it. Shall we not ride together back home? I must be on my way, Li Rui encouraged. Xinran, Yan, your patriarch is willing to escort you back to see your father. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and agree. Huang Mingda, who had been dumbfounded by the astronomical figure of 20 million, finally reacted, urging his granddaughters. This is a splendid opportunity to become acquainted with Li Rui. Missing it would be a grave mistake. Grandfather, then we shall return to see my father? Li Xinran finally replied, awakened by Huang Mingda's reminder. Then let us depart, Li Rui said, striding towards the two Range Rovers. Chairman Li, take care, Ma Yuan said, relieved as he saw Li Rui finally preparing to leave, quickly bowing in deference. Upon hearing Ma Yuan's words, Li Rui, just having taken a step, suddenly halted. He glanced back at Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan raised his gaze slightly, and upon meeting Li Rui's eyes, he felt a surge of panic, his body trembling as he stood upright. Just as he was about to speak, a female voice interrupted. Patriarch, that person recently insulted both me and my sister. Leon pointed at Ma Yuan, accusing him before Li Rui. What? Ma Yuan's body stiffened initially, then he gasped, as though electrocuted, freezing in place. Hearing this, Li Rui narrowed his eyes, turned around to scrutinize Ma Yuan, and then stepped forward. Bang! Li Rui delivered a powerful kick to Ma Yuan's chest. Ma Yuan was sent flying, rolling several meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to prop himself up, he clutched his chest, grimacing in agony. And it was not until 10 agonizing seconds had passed that he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Without casting another glance at the writhing Ma Yuan, who was moaning in pain, Li Rui turned and continued towards the Range Rover, his demeanor unyielding. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, the two sisters, Li Xinran and her sibling, exchanged a glance at the writhing Ma Yuan before hastily following suit. Stop! You stop right there. Just because you have money, does that make you untouchable? To assault someone in my presence is intolerable. I will ensure you are taken back to the precinct today. Lu Ku, who had been seething with rage, could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, pointing at Li Rui's retreating figure, her voice resonating with indignation. Chapter 450. Do you still have the face to weep? Upon hearing the noise, Li Rui halted his steps and turned to gaze at Lu Ku with an expression of indifference. Ah, Seruman Li, Apologiza. She might be a bit feverish, perhaps a little muddled. Please do not take offense. Sun Qing interjected, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed to the ground, suppressing the urge to curse under his breath while hurriedly explaining to Li Rui. Captain, how can you behave in such a manner? He struck someone, and I intend to apprehend him. What is wrong with that? Lu Ku, witnessing her captain, smilingly explained to Li Rui, felt a surge of fury and retorted angrily at Sun Qing. Silence, Lu Ku. Am I the captain, or are you? I am in command here, and you are to heed my orders. I command you to shut your mouth immediately. Sun Qing, his own anger flaring at Lu Ku's defiance, turned to face her, his eyes ablaze. I refuse to be silent. Is it merely because he is wealthy that he can act with impunity? I refuse to believe that. As she spoke, Lu Ku defiantly drew a handgun from behind her waist, aiming it directly at Li Rui. Stop! You're courting death. Two thunderous shouts erupted simultaneously. Lu Ku, startled by the powerful roars, turned to identify the source of her reprimand. She first felt a gust of wind against her face, followed by the sudden appearance of a formidable figure looming before her. Before she could comprehend the situation, her grip on the gun was wrenched away, leaving her hand empty. You wish to harm the clan leader? Li bellowed in rage, redirecting the confiscated firearm towards Lu Ku. Stop! Do not! At the sound of Li Rui's command, Li, already in the process of pulling the trigger, hastily halted. However, the trigger had already been pulled halfway, and knowing that the gun was now activated and could not be avoided, Li swiftly elevated his palm slightly. Bang! The bullet grazed Lu Ku's scalp, soaring into the sky. The deafening gunshot startled everyone present, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. In the wake of the gunfire, Sun Qing was momentarily stunned, but being an experienced officer, he quickly regained his composure. Rushing forward, he anxiously assessed Lu Ku's condition. After a brief examination, he noted that although Lu Ku stood still, appearing dazed with fright, she was unharmed. Relieved, Sun Qing exhaled deeply. Chairman Li, Lu Ku is still young and inexperienced. Please do not hold her actions against her. With a sigh of relief, Sun Qing noticed that Li Rui was observing Lu Ku from a distance, and fearing that Li Rui might harbor a grudge, he quickly offered a conciliatory smile. To the average person, he was merely a police officer, yet he was acutely aware that in the eyes of someone as significant as Li Rui, he bore little distinction from an ordinary citizen. Perhaps it merely requires a single utterance from the other party for one's retirement pension to become a matter of uncertainty. It is with this clear understanding that, when confronted by Li Rui, he consistently maintained a sufficiently humble demeanor. Returning the firearm to him, Li Rui, listening to Sun Qing's words, chose not to respond, but cast one last glance at Lu Ku before turning to Li. As the clan leader, Li affirmed, raising his hand to pass the pistol to Sun Qing. Thank you, Sun Qing expressed, bowing repeatedly as he accepted the handgun. Let us depart, Li Rui stated, turning towards the Range Rover. This time, no one obstructed him, and he smoothly settled into the vehicle, accompanied by the two sisters, Li Xinran and Li Xian. They navigated the village road of Huangjia village and exited the village. As the Range Rover vanished from sight, Lu Ku suddenly burst into tears. Lio Kiskiviko, do you still have the audacity to weep? Are you aware that you nearly caused a grave disaster today? Who is Li Rui? He is a top-tier entrepreneur of high technology, a figure of renown even among the elders. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Just because of your father in the municipal bureau? Humph. Upon returning, I will instruct the director to call your father. You are no longer fit to remain here, and all of you disperse. If anyone stirs trouble, I shall have each of you apprehended. Sun Qing admonished Lu Ku with fury, then turned his head, surveying the crowd of thousands present, and spoke with a menacing tone. Noticing that the crowd remained silent in response to his words, Sun Qing understood that they would not act further today. With a dismissive wave, he strode away towards the white SUV, followed by two other officers who assisted Lu Ku into the vehicle. The crowd then averted their gaze. Brother Mingda, I have wronged you earlier. I hope you will not hold it against me. Had I known your son-in-law was a member of the Li family, I wouldn't have dared to speak so boldly. Mingming said, Brother Mingda, I am aware of your disposition. One cannot blame you for this. Very well, let today's matter conclude here. I must prepare to visit my injured son-in-law. Uncle Mingda, we owe much to your son-in-law today. Otherwise, we would not know how to resolve matters in Huangjia village. As a gesture of apology, may I accompany you? Zhongyi, the affairs of the village still require your attention. There is no need to trouble you with this. Uncle Mingda, I will manage the village matters. Please do not decline. Otherwise, I would feel quite remiss. Very well, then let us go together. Mingda finally acquiesced after a moment's hesitation, recognizing that, as the village head, he should extend some courtesy. Although he understood that Zhongyi's insistence on visiting Li Xiangdong stemmed from a desire to curry favor with the Li family, he could not voice this, as they were fellow villagers sharing the same surname. In the afternoon, Li Rui picked up Yun Lingxian, returning to Li Jia village with the two sisters, Li Xinran and Li Xian. After the two sisters, Li Xinran, visited the hospital in Li family village, Li Rui brought Yun Lingxian back to the villa. Xiaohui, how is the situation? Upon alighting from the car, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw his uncle, Li Yongjin. Uncle Li Rui greeted, raising his hand towards Li Yongjin, who was still several meters away. Li Xiangdong is all right, isn't he? Li Rui inquired as his uncle approached within 2 meters. He is in our hospital. His life is not in danger. He suffered a head injury and lost quite a bit of blood, Li Rui replied candidly. What exactly happened? Li Yongjin asked, furrowing his brow after hearing Li Rui's words. It can be considered an unfortunate calamity. The situation unfolded as follows. 3 minutes later, Li Rui concluded his account. Indeed, it is an unfortunate calamity. Fortunately, there is no threat to life that can be regarded as a blessing amidst misfortune, Li Yongjin remarked, shaking his head. Uncle, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Li Yongjin asked, looking at Li Rui in confusion. The family fund. I believe it should be open to all the relatives of the Li clan. After all, it seems that my cousins no longer have a need for this money. The family fund? Li Rui, this is something I am not familiar with. You shall decide how to proceed. Uncle, let us convene the clan elders after the new year to discuss this further. Chapter 451. Unable to support you indeed? This is a splendid opportunity. It won't be long before our entire Li clan enjoys prosperity. I suggest we set the date for the 10th day of the lunar month, by which time everyone should have completed their tasks. Well, it's settled then. Uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right, go ahead. Li Yong nodded in response. As the stars shifted and day turned to night, 3 days passed swiftly. In the preceding days, Li Rui accompanied Yun Lingxian to visit the relatives they had yet to see. Consequently, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Li Rui, believing there was little left to do, turned off his alarm and indulged in a leisurely slumber. While Li Rui was deep in sleep in a dilapidated house, permeated by the chill of the wind and located several kilometers away, an elderly man, approximately 80 years old and clad in tattered garments, sat with 2 young adults in their 20s around an old wooden table. The table was laden with an abundance of food, chicken, fish, and meat, standing in stark contrast to the crumbling abode and the patched attire of the elderly man. Xiao, you will be heading to the city this afternoon. I fear the next time you return may not be until the next Lunar New Year, the frail old man remarked, lifting a yellowed porcelain bowl and grasping a pair of bamboo chopsticks, suddenly looking up at the young girl with a smile. Yes, Grandpa. The place where I work is over 1,000 kilometers away, and it costs a lot to come back, the young girl replied, lowering her head in shame as she concluded her statement. Xiao, why do you apologize to Grandpa? Earning money is not easy. It is wise to save. The old man encouraged. Come, let us eat. If we do not hurry, the dishes will grow cold. Xiaolin, you should eat as well. He beckoned to the young couple with a wave of his chopsticks. Yes, yes, Grandpa. You should eat too, the young man named Xiaolin quickly responded, lifting his bowl and chopsticks in compliance. A few minutes later, the frail old man set down his bowl and chopsticks, gazing affectionately at the young couple as they ate. Grandpa, why aren't you eating? The young girl inquired, pausing her meal to address him. I'm old now. I can't eat much. I've only had a few bites and feel quite full, the old man replied with a gentle smile. Grandpa, you must eat more for your health. The young girl urged him. Xiao Xiao, I truly cannot eat anymore. You and Xiaolin should enjoy your meal. I shall eat when I am hungry again. Well, if you say so, the young girl acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. After several minutes, the young couple simultaneously set down their bowls and chopsticks. Are you full? The frail old man asked with a warm smile. Yes, Grandpa, they replied in unison. That is good to hear. That is good to hear, he said, maintaining his smile as he observed them. Grandpa, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? The girl sensed something amiss with her grandfather and hesitated to ask. Xiao Xiao. Do you know why Grandpa named you Li Xiao Xiao? The frail old man suddenly burst into laughter, addressing the young girl. Grandpa, I don't know. 22 winters ago, I was out scavenging as usual when I stumbled upon you, completely naked, amidst a pile of refuse. You were so cold that your body had turned a purplish hue, and your mouth was agape, yet you could not make a sound. At that time, I thought you were mute, the frail old man reminisced, his expression shifting from a smile to one of tenderness. Listening to her grandfather's recollections, Li Xiao Xiao was not particularly surprised. She had known since childhood that she had been found, having asked Grandpa several times about it. Though he never explicitly confirmed her suspicions, he also never denied them. Thus, as she grew older, she accepted the reality that she was indeed the child he had rescued. I took you home and wrapped you in a blanket. It wasn't until a whole day later that you cried out, and only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing such a small you, I decided to name you Li Xiao Xiao, he continued. Xiao Xiao. The truth is, Grandpa never had an education and didn't know what name to give you. So he chose this one. You don't hold it against me, do you? Grandpa, without you, I would have frozen to death in that winter 22 years ago. Regardless of the name you bestowed upon me, I cherish it, Li Xiao Xiao replied, rising to her feet and moving beside the frail old man. Throwing her arms around his shoulders, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm glad you don't blame me. Xiao Xiao, do you know after I found you, there are several occasions when I considered giving you away. You don't hold that against me, do you? The frail old man looked up at Li Xiao Xiao, whose eyes were now reddened, mirroring his own. Grandpa, she exclaimed, and tears began to spill from her eyes. Don't cry, my little one. Grandpa is here, the frail old man said, standing up and embracing Li Xiao Xiao's shoulders gently. It's not that I didn't want to raise you. Collecting scraps daily made it feasible to provide for you. However, I thought about your future as a girl. You would eventually marry, and, with my situation, should you face any hardships, I would be unable to support you. That is why I considered finding you a good family. As he spoke, a resigned smile crept across his face. In those times, so many girls were abandoned. Which decent family would be willing to adopt a female foundling? Grandpa, Li Xiao Xiao called once more, perplexed by his words. Xiao Xiao, you will be leaving this afternoon, and I have little to give you. Please take this money. Buy whatever you wish, the frail old man said, retrieving a plastic bag from his trousers and unfolding it to reveal a bundle of red bills. Grandpa, what is this money for? Gazing into the plastic bag, which contained nearly 40 to 50 red banknotes, Li Xiao Xiao, astonished, inquired of the elderly man. How could her grandfather, who had scrimped and saved to support her through college, possibly possess such a sum, especially now that she had only recently graduated? Xiao Xiao, there are 500 yuan here, of which 4,000 yuan is from the family. The frail elder explained with a hint of pride upon noticing her curiosity about the origin of the money. Really? From the family? Li Xiao Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing this revelation. Well, take it, my dear. You have many expenses outside, and I have little need for money at home. Besides, I will receive another 4,000 yuan this year. It will certainly suffice for you, so do not worry. But there are no buts here. Just accept it. Consider it your dowry. The frail elder's tone shifted slightly, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Grandpa, I cannot accept this. What is it? Do you find the dowry insufficient? The frail elder pretended to be displeased. No, then just take it. With that, the elder seized the banknotes from the plastic bag and stuffed them into Li Xiao Xiao's pocket. Xiaolin, I know you are a good child, and I trust you will treat Xiao Xiao well. However, your home is over 1,000 kilometers away, which is quite distant. I have never met your parents, so I cannot ascertain how they will treat her. Therefore, today, you must accompany me to a certain place. The frail elder turned around, his expression grave as he addressed the young man. Chapter 452. Ancestral Land. Grandfather, where are we going? The young man inquired, astonished. To the ancestral land of the Leaf family. Bring those 2 bottles of wine and those 2 packs of cigarettes. We shall depart at once. But grandfather, that wine and those cigarettes were meant for you by me and Xiao Xiao. Isn't it inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Cigarettes worth hundreds a pack. Wine costing hundreds a bottle. Such indulgence for this old man is mere waste. Besides, I've spent my life smoking hand-rolled tobacco priced at mere 10s per pound. I cannot get used to such fine brands. As for the wine, I prefer the humble rice wine that costs just a few dollars a pound. All right, both of you should wear an extra layer. It will be quite chilly riding in my little tricycle. Just heed grandfather's words. Li Xiao Xiao interjected suddenly from the side. She was well acquainted with her grandfather, knowing that once he made a decision, not even a herd of oxen could sway him. Moreover, her curiosity about the family and ancestral land was piqued, for this was the first time in 22 years she had heard her grandfather speak of family matters. 10 minutes later, the trio, clad in warm clothing, exited the dilapidated tile-roofed house. The frail elder mounted the worn tricycle outside, beckoning Li Xiao Xiao and the young man to join him. The old tricycle sputtered to life as they set off towards the outskirts of the village. An hour later, the rickety vehicle rolled onto the road, leading to Leaf Family Village. Grandfather, are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? This must be the estate of some affluent family. Grandfather, please stop, Li Xiao Xiao exclaimed urgently, her eyes wide as she beheld the grand and beautiful buildings in the distance. I may be old, but I am not senile. Though I've only visited this place a handful of times, it is etched in my memory. This is our Leaf family's ancestral land, the only place I can take pride in, the frail elder said with a jovial laugh. Is this truly the ancestral land of the Leaf family? Why have I never heard you mention it before? With her grandfather's firm assurance that they were on the right path, Li Xiao Xiao's curiosity intensified, prompting her to ask hastily. Xiao Xiao, have you heard of the Tengfei group? Grandfather, how do you know of Tengfei group? Li Xiao Xiao asked, astonished. The realization that her 80-year-old grandfather was aware of this rising top-tier conglomerate was astonishing. Even she had only stumbled upon snippets of information about it online, as such a colossal enterprise seemed worlds apart from her humble existence. The Tengfei group was founded by the Li clan residing on the ancestral land. Until last year, the ancestral hall had lain in neglect for decades. The revival of this heritage is thanks to the clan leader, Li Rui. He chuckled. As the frail elder, his face beaming with joy, finished speaking, Li Xiao Xiao and Lin Zai stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Who could have anticipated that this 80-year-old man, clad in tattered clothing, shared the same lineage as the chairman of Tengfei Group, Li Rui? Hold your tongues when we enter the village, the elderly man instructed, as the rickety three-wheeler continued its journey. Moments later, it came to a halt at the entrance of Li Family Village, where the frail elder found a vacant spot to park. Turning to Li Xiao Xiao and Lin Zai, he said, "Now let's proceed." Still in a state of shock, Li Xiao Xiao was roused by her grandfather's words and instinctively nodded in agreement. "Come, take the gifts and follow me," the elderly man added, leading the way into Li Family Village. After exchanging glances, Li Xiao Xiao and Lin Zai hastily followed, carrying the items. "Hey, Uncle Renfu!" A voice of surprise echoed as they stepped into the courtyard of the Li family villa, reaching the ears of the three, who were visibly tense while holding their belongings. Yongjin, the frail elder, turned around, astonished. "Uncle Renfu, what brings you out on such a cold day?" Li Yongjin inquired curiously, approaching them slowly. "Yongjin, I came to see the clan leader about a matter," the frail elder, Li Renfu, replied, his expression slightly awkward. "Looking for the clan leader? That rascal Xiaorui hasn't risen yet. Shall I go wake him?" Li Yongjin mused aloud, glancing at the two young individuals behind Li Renfu. "That would be much appreciated," Li Renfu responded. "We are all family. There's no need for such formality. Come, let's go inside. It's quite chilly out here." Li Yongjin smiled, leading the way toward Li Rui's residence. "Son, get up. Your uncle is here with something important to discuss." Li Rui, nestled in bed with Yun Lingshuan, was jolted awake by his mother's voice. Blinking groggily, he murmured, "Mom, what does uncle want with me? I don't know the specifics, but your uncle has brought an elder and two young people who should be members of the Li clan. I don't recognize them. Your father is out, so hurry up and greet them," Wang Sume urged from the doorway. "All right, I understand." Li Hui replied, reluctantly reaching for his clothes placed beside his pillow and dressing at a leisurely pace. His peaceful slumber had been interrupted leaving him somewhat displeased. However, upon hearing that his uncle had brought clan members, he knew he must rise to see what was amiss, especially as the nominal leader of the Li family. A few minutes later, after dressing and exchanging a brief word with Yun Lingshuan, Li Rui descended the stairs. "Uncle, you called for me." "Xiao Rui, it's not me who seeks you. It's your grandpa Renfu, who has something to discuss," Li Yongjin explained with a smile, gesturing toward the elder. Listening to his uncle, Li Rui turned his gaze toward the elderly man his uncle had indicated. With just a glance, Li Rui was taken aback. The frail elderly man before him wore garments that were not only faded and worn, but also bore numerous patches. In this day and age, how could one still don patch clothing? To make matters more perplexing, this man was his own kin, an elder of the clan, to whom Li Rui contributed 4,000 yuan annually. How could it be that he could not afford proper attire? Confounded by these thoughts, Li Rui instinctively furrowed his brow. "Clan leader I." Li Renfu addressed Li Rui, beginning to speak but faltering after uttering a single word. "Please have a seat, uncle. You too sit down." Noticing the hesitation of this elder, whom he ought to address as grandfather, Li Rui refrained from further comment and, with a gesture, took a seat on the sofa. After a moment's pause, Li Renfu followed suit and settled across from Li Rui. Chapter 453. The gift of the family. Speak your mind. I am here to listen. After pouring a cup of tea for the elder, Li Rui lifted his gaze cautiously, observing the two young individuals standing timidly behind the elder. "Clan leader, I have come today with a request," Li Renfu said, biting his lip and rising to address Li Rui. "A request for me? Please take a seat." "Whatever it may be, as kin, I shall do my utmost to assist," Li Rui urged, gesturing for him to sit. Xiao, come here." Li Renfu disregarded Li Rui's invitation and beckoned to the young girl behind him. Upon hearing her grandfather's sudden command, the perpetually tense Li Xiao trembled slightly. She glanced at Li Rui, then at her grandfather, and obediently made her way around the sofa to stand beside Li Renfu. "Kneel," Li Renfu commanded sternly, turning his serious gaze towards Li Xiao. Startled by her grandfather's unexpected order, Li Xiao was filled with confusion. However, understanding that her grandfather must have his reasons, she knelt without hesitation. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Rui and Li Yongjin both rose, exclaiming simultaneously. "Clan leader, she is my granddaughter, Li Xiao. I found her. She bears no blood relation to the Li family. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not seek assistance from the clan. Yet, I find myself with no other recourse. At 80 years of age, my health is waning, and I fear that one day I may depart this world without warning. I am not afraid of death, but I am deeply concerned for Xiao. She has found a boyfriend who lives over 1,000 kilometers away. I fear she may be mistreated and that no one will stand by her side. Therefore, I humbly beseech the clan leader to look after my granddaughter after I am gone." Upon concluding his heartfelt plea, the elderly Li Renfu, despite his age, knelt before Li Rui just as Li Xiao had done. "What are you doing? By virtue of our relationship, I should address you as grandfather. You kneeling before me is akin to inviting misfortune upon yourself," Li Rui exclaimed, swiftly moving to support the elder before he could make contact with the ground. "Clan leader. Enough, let us all rise. We can discuss matters seated comfortably. If this kneeling continues, I shall take my leave," Li Rui said, feigning displeasure at the elder's persistence. Noticing the hint of discontent on Li Rui's face, Li Renfu hurriedly stood up. Li Xiao glanced at her grandfather, who nodded reassuringly, prompting her to rise slowly as well. "You are a member of the Li clan, and your granddaughter is naturally one too. Rest assured, no one shall dare to bully a member of the Li family," Li Rui stated calmly as Li Renfu settled back onto the sofa. "Thank you, clan leader. Thank you," Li Renfu replied, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "What do you wish to be called?" As Li Renfu's tears streamed down his cheeks, Li Rui shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze towards the young man standing behind Li Renfu. "Ah, are you inquiring about me?" Lin's eye was startled by Li Rui's question, having been in a state of bewilderment since his arrival in Li family village. The sights and sounds he had encountered were utterly astonishing. Now, suddenly hearing the chairman of the Tungfei group ask him for his name left him momentarily at a loss for words. "Is it not permissible for me, the patriarch of the Li clan, to ask the name of one who intends to marry into my family?" Li Rui observed Lin Zai with a bemused expression. "Yes, of course, my name is Lin Zai," he replied hurriedly after swallowing hard. "Lin Zai, when you plan to wed?" "Ah, I haven't considered that yet," Lin Zai stammered. "And how long have you been together?" "For 3 years," We have been together since university, Lin's eye responded candidly. 3 years together and still no plans for marriage? Lin's eye, I propose this. Why not set a date for your wedding this year? What do you think? Ah, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted simultaneously. Why the surprise? I believe the patriarch's suggestion is quite sound. You have been together for 3 years. It's time to marry. With grandfather's health declining, if you delay, he may not have the chance to witness it, Li Renfu said, his mood involuntarily sinking. Grandfather, do not speak such foolishness. You will be fine. Li Renfu, hearing this, remained silent, merely waving his hand. He was acutely aware of his own condition. Well then, it seems we have settled this matter. Lin's eye, if you marry into the Li family, you must cherish her. Should I learn that you have wronged her, rest assured, the Li family will seek justice. Li Rui's voice took on a suddenly stern tone. I. Lin's eye was momentarily speechless at Li Rui's determination to set the wedding for this year. What? Do you have other thoughts? Li Rui glared at him. No. I'm willing to marry Xiao Xiao, it's just. I have recently graduated and truly lack the funds for a wedding, Lin's eye explained, hastily shaking his hands in protest at Li Rui's fierce gaze. Uncle, when we discuss the family fund, we can arrange for a dowry. Every clan member marrying off a daughter can apply for a family dowry fund of 500,000 each, he added, seeking to appease the situation. Ignoring Lin Zai's words, Li Rui turned to Li Yongjin and said, very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Xiao Rui. As Lin Zai and Li Xiaoxiao listened to the conversation between Li Rui and Li Yongjin, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Li Renfu, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of surprise, which soon transformed into sheer delight. Patriarch, thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I truly do not know what to say, Li Renfu exclaimed, rising once more to express his heartfelt thanks to Li Rui. This can be considered a familial gift for the children. There is no need for thanks. Lin Zai, do you have any questions? Before Li Renfu could respond, Li Rui turned to Lin Zai with a smile. No, none at all, Lin Zai stammered. What kind of family is this? Merely for the marriage of their daughters, they bestow a dowry of 500,000. Such generosity left Lin Zai utterly speechless. For the average citizen, 500,000 is a sum that would take a decade to accumulate. Uncle, from now on, whenever a clan member's daughter gets married, we must ensure that an elder from the clan attends the wedding. We, the Li family, must stand by our own. Li Rui suddenly rose and addressed Li Yongjin. Well said. Indeed, our daughters will have the support of the Li family. Let anyone who dares to bully them think twice. Li Yongjin also stood, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Chapter 454. Mass production of 1-nanometer chips amidst Li Ren's heartfelt gratitude. Li Rui returned to his room upstairs. As he gazed upon the sleeping Yun Lingxian, a multitude of emotions swelled within him. Had he not acquired the system, had he remained an inconspicuous, ordinary man, what would become of his daughter when she grew up and married? If she were to encounter a scoundrel and suffer at his hands, would he be able to stand by her side? Contemplating this, a bittersweet smile crept upon Li Rui's face. When that time arrives, aside from risking his own life, would he possess any other means to protect her? Fortunately, such a scenario would never unfold for his daughter, nor for the daughters of the Li family, solely because of his existence. With Li Rui around, the daughters of the Li family would have an unassailable pillar of support. Time flowed gently, fleeting as ever. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. During this period, Li Rui convened the members of the Li clan to discuss matters concerning the family fund. It was resolved that any Li family member wishing to engage in business could apply for financial assistance from the family. Furthermore, it was announced that the family would provide a dowry of 500,000 for daughters marrying into other families. On a whim, Li Rui declared several welfare measures aimed at the Li clan, such as the ability for clan members to purchase family health insurance, allowing them to receive free medical care at the village hospital for a nominal annual fee. The gathering saw hundreds of representatives from the Li family, who were left astounded by the array of benefits Li Rui announced. The venue erupted into prolonged cheers of jubilation. Amidst the astonishment and applause of the clan members, Li Rui received a notification from the system in his mind, indicating that he had earned a reward. This time, however, the reward was not the monetary gain he had anticipated, but rather a plethora of top-tier industrial technologies that the Dragon Kingdom sorely lacked. These included precision machine tools, dubbed the mother machines of industry, advanced industrial software, and even the most sophisticated artificial intelligence technologies from Blue Star. After experiencing a surge of excitement over these remarkable technologies, Li Rui promptly extracted all of them. He then informed Liu Yan to bring the hundreds of bioengineered individuals skilled in these technologies to the headquarters of the Tengfei Group. In the following days, Li Rui's life returned to a state of tranquility. His days were filled with eating, sleeping, and accompanying Yun Lingxian in cherished activities. Though life was simple, it was also blissfully carefree. Boss, you should come to the company headquarters today. Just after finishing breakfast and preparing to head upstairs with Yun Lingxian, Li Rui received a call from Liu Yan. The moment he answered, her excited voice resonated through the phone. Noticing the unusual enthusiasm in her tone, Li Rui raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. He could surmise the reason behind Liu Yan's exuberance. Have you succeeded? Li Rui inquired in a hushed tone. Yes, boss. Our company can now mass-produce 1-nanometer chips. Haha, splendid. I shall come over immediately, Li Rui exclaimed with laughter. Li Rui, what is the matter? You seem incredibly happy. Did you stumble upon some treasure? As Li Rui suddenly burst into hearty laughter, Yun Lingxian, standing beside him, inquired with great curiosity. Who do you think your husband is? How much do you think I would need to find to excite me? Li Rui scoffed dismissively. What on earth is going on? Yun Lingxian rolled her eyes and asked. Change your clothes. We're heading to the company. Once we arrive, you'll understand. Li Rui replied with a mischievous grin. 10 minutes later, Li Rui, accompanied by Yun Lingxian, boarded a Range Rover driven by Li Yi, setting off towards Shushan County. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt within the semiconductor industrial park of Tengfei Group. Boss, as soon as Li Rui stepped out of the car, he heard Liu Yan's enthusiastic call. Following the sound, he spotted Liu Yan approaching with 2 bodyguards in tow. Liu Yan, is it really necessary to be so cautious? Li Rui immediately questioned as she reached him. Boss, a month ago, the company designated the core area. No outside vehicles or personnel are permitted entry, Liu Yan explained. Does that include my car? Li Rui asked. No, only designated vehicles are allowed in the core area. All right then, lead the way. I'm eager to see just how remarkable this so-called 1-nanometer chip is, Li Rui said, gesturing for Yun Lingxian to follow him as she exited the vehicle. As Yun Lingxian stepped out, she heard Li Rui mention the 1-nanometer chip. In an instant, she felt a jolt, her body trembling, her eyes widening in astonishment. While she might not fully comprehend the implications of a 1-nanometer chip, she was aware that a major mobile phone manufacturer nearly faced bankruptcy due to an inability to procure 5-nanometer chips. With this insight, she could infer some significance of the 1-nanometer chip, causing a tumultuous wave of excitement within her. What are you waiting for? Come along. Noticing the absence of Yun Lingxuan's footsteps, Li Rui turned, puzzled, only to find her standing there, dazed. Understanding her reaction, he smiled faintly and called out, Come on. Oh, right. Yun Lingxian responded, quickly jogging to catch up. They passed through a gate guarded by numerous biosecurity personnel and boarded a sightseeing vehicle. After a few minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of an enormous square building. Following Liu Yan inside, they took the elevator to the 4th floor, entering a room filled with various instruments. Where is it? Li Rui scanned the room and asked Liu Yan. Over there. Liu Yan pointed to a workbench. Following her gesture, Li Rui's expression brightened as he rushed towards the workbench, where he spotted what appeared to be some trays. Seeing this, Yun Lingxian hurried to join him. Is this the 1-nanometer chip? Gazing at the tray on the workbench, filled with countless, yet meticulously arranged, black cubes the size of peanuts, Li Rui turned to Liu Yan with a look of astonishment. Indeed, these are the 1-nanometer chips produced by our company, Liu Yan replied with an expression of calmness, though her voice betrayed a palpable excitement. How can this be? This is not what I envisioned. How can chips be these little black squares? Boss, these chips are already packaged, which is why they differ from those you've seen in short videos. However, they are indeed authentic 1-nanometer chips. Wow, incredible, Li Hui exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration as he listened to Liu Yan's explanation, fully convinced that these black cubes represented the 1-nanometer chips coveted by every nation on Blue Star. The realization that he now possessed such a treasure caused him to burst into uncontrollable laughter. Li Rui, is this truly a 1-nanometer chip? Just as Li Rui reveled in his triumph, the stammering voice of Yun Lingxian suddenly echoed from behind him. Of course, it's right here. How could it be fake? Li Rui turned to Yun Lingxian with a triumphant smile. My goodness, Li Rui, you mean to say that the Tengfei Group can actually produce 1-nanometer chips? This is astonishing. Calm down, calm down. It's just a 1-nanometer chip. It might help me earn several hundred billion a year. Nothing too outrageous, Li Rui said, observing Yun Lingxian's astonishment as she struggled to find her words. With a mischievous grin, he added, several hundred billion? How could that be possible? You must be joking. Yun Lingxian, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide and round like ping-pong balls, appeared both dazed and endearing. Chapter 455, Embracing My Grandson. I shall depart, without regret, Lu Yan, do enlighten her on the monetary yield of this chip for our corporation over the span of a year. Li Rui inquired with an air of feigned composure as he turned to Lu Yan. Boss, based on our current production capacity, we preliminarily estimate an annual output value of 800 billion Long Nation currency, with a net profit margin of approximately 65. This translates to an annual revenue of 520 billion Long Nation currency for the Tongfei Group. What? Two astonished exclamations resonated in unison. Li Rui and Yun Lingxian exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. How can the profit be so exorbitant? How can there be such a vast sum? The astonishment echoed once more. Boss, we possess the entire industrial chain for the chip. A 65 profit margin is not excessively high, Lu Yan explained. Madam, this is merely a calculation based on our company's existing output. The Long Nation imports 3 trillion Long Nation currency worth of chips annually, and that is only within the domestic market. Our company's production of 1-nanometer chips is in high demand. An annual revenue of 800 billion is not overly exaggerated. The group forecasts that in 2 years, with an increase in production capacity, the revenue from each chip could exceed 1.5 trillion, with the group's profits estimated to reach trillions. Hiss! Another pair of gasps filled the air. Boss, the press conference is scheduled for 1 p.m. The county mayor, the county committee secretary, as well as the provincial secretary of Xiangnan and 2 senior elders from above will be present. Would you like to attend? Seeing Li Rui and Yun Lingxian lost in contemplation, Lu Yan asked with a gentle smile. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Li Rui gestured dismissively. 3 full minutes later, he finally looked up at Lu Yan and said, Never mind, I shall forego attending the press conference. I simply wish to lie in bed and recuperate. Very well. Lu Yan nodded nonchalantly. Li Rui's tendency to shirk his responsibilities was not a recent development. His absence rarely had a significant impact. By the way, boss, the financial report for last year has been finalized. The profit was over 82.1 billion. Shall we transfer this amount to your card? 82.1 billion. Li Rui responded. Yes, let it be deposited into my card. Upon hearing Lu Yan mention the previous year's profit of 82.1 billion, Li Rui exhibited little reaction, as the preceding figures were overwhelmingly substantial. Just from the chips alone, he could amass trillions annually, rendering the 82.1 billion somewhat inconsequential in his eyes. Furthermore, while 82.1 billion is a staggering figure for the average individual, for Li Rui, who aspired to develop the Li family army, it was merely sufficient to purchase an aircraft carrier. After spending over an hour at the Tongfei Group's semiconductor industrial park, Li Rui ambled through the entire facility in a days before, accompanied by Yun Lingxian. He returned to Li family village. After lying in bed for more than 3 hours, Li Rui finally descended the stairs with Yun Lingxian in response to Wang Sumei's calls and took a seat at the dining table. Halfway through lunch, Li Rui suddenly recalled that at 1 o'clock, Tongfei Group was to hold a press conference. Glancing at his phone, he realized there were less than 10 minutes remaining until 1 o'clock. Just as he prepared to open a short video app to watch the press conference, a pop-up notification appeared on his mobile browser. Tongfei Group, live broadcast of the chip press conference? Reading the content of the notification, Li Rui couldn't help but smile. Son, what are you grinning about? Li Yongzheng, lowering his bowl and chopsticks, inquired curiously. Dad, just turn on the television. Li Rui responded with a chuckle, evading the question. Given that the mobile browser was streaming the Tongfei Group press conference, he assumed the television must also be broadcasting it, so he directly addressed Li Yongzheng. Why turn on the TV? Are you still going to watch television while eating? Li Yongzheng asked, his face full of confusion. Dad, just turn it on and you'll see. Observing his son's mysterious smile, Li Yongzheng set down his utensils and walked over to the television, switching it on. Hello everyone, I am Wang Mingming, the host from Longwood Television. Next, we will be live streaming the Tongfei Group's new product launch. We have arrived at the venue prepared by Tongfei Group, where hundreds of entrepreneurs are already present, along with the mayor and secretary of Chunning County. As soon as the television turned on, a woman exuding intellectual beauty appeared, holding a microphone and explaining with a sweet smile. Son, what's going on? This clearly isn't Longwood Television. Why is there a broadcast from Longwood Television? And what is this Tongfei Group chip press conference? Li Yongzheng stood in front of the television, pointing at the screen with his mouth agape. Hee Dad, it's quite straightforward. Our company has produced a chip, hence the press conference. As for why it's not specifically long with television, just switch to another channel, and you'll find out, Li Rui chuckled in response. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, Li Yongzheng hastily grabbed the remote control and pressed the channel button. As Li Rui had anticipated, the same image and sound appeared on another station. How is this possible? Is it being broadcasted across all channels? Li Yongzheng exclaimed in astonishment. Dad, if you understood what a 1-nanometer chip signifies, perhaps you wouldn't be so surprised. What is a 1-nanometer chip? What does it mean? Hurry and tell me. Li Yongzheng hurriedly approached Li Rui, eager for an explanation. Dad, explaining a 1-nanometer chip is complex, and I can't articulate it fully. Just know that with it, Longwu will no longer fear any nation in the industrial realm. Is it really that impressive? Dad, the live broadcast of the press conference has begun. Noticing his father's look of utter astonishment, Li Rui shook his head with a smile, pointing at the television to remind him. Upon hearing Li Rui's reminder, Li Yongzheng hastily seated himself on the sofa, attentively watching television. Wang Somai and Yun Lingxian, upon noticing this, also set aside their bowls and chopsticks, joining him on the sofa to watch the live broadcast with earnestness. An hour later, Li Yongzheng, with a refreshed countenance, turned off the television. My son, your name will undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of the future Long Kingdom, achieving everlasting fame. My son, you have truly accomplished this. All credit goes to the researchers at the group. I'm merely a figurehead. Father, you know that, Li Yongzheng replied humbly. My son, do not be modest. Without the Tengfei group, there would be no 1-nanometer chip. Your contributions are irreplaceable by anyone else. I truly wonder what good deeds I performed in my past life to deserve a son like you. I can die without regrets. Li Yongzheng chuckled heartily. What nonsense are you spouting? You can't even hold your grandchild yet, and you're saying you're without regrets? Wang Somai, sitting beside Li Yongzheng, rolled her eyes in discontent. Yes, once I hold my grandchild, then I can die without regrets, Li Yongzheng replied, laughing as his gaze swept between Li Rui and Yun Lingxian. Father, Lingxian and I are going upstairs to rest, Li Rui said, feeling uneasy under his father's meaningful gaze. All right, go ahead. Rest well. Only then can you give me a plump grandson, Li Yongzheng encouraged. Lingxian, let us go, Li Rui said, casting an exasperated look at Yun Lingxian. Mom and Dad. We'll head upstairs now. Yun Lingxian greeted Li Yongzheng and Wang Somai, taking Li Rui's hand as they prepared to ascend. Li Rui, wait. Yun Lingxian suddenly furrowed her brow and paused a few steps out, turning to Li Rui. What's wrong? Li Rui asked in confusion, looking at Yun Lingxian. Ugh. Yun Lingxian released Li Rui's hand, covered her mouth, and crouched down, retching on the ground. Chapter 456, Pregnancy. Lingxiang, what seems to be the matter? Upon witnessing the scene, Li Rui crouched down, gently patting Yun Lingxiang's back, his voice laced with concern. Ugh. Yun Lingxiang managed to utter a couple of words before succumbing to another wave of retching. Lingxiang. Just as Li Rui was about to inquire further about her condition, Yun Lingxiang abruptly stood up, pushing him aside, and rushed to the bathroom at the back of the living room, covering her mouth. Are you all right? Li Rui called out anxiously to her retreating figure. A shared glance between Li Yongzheng and Wang Sumei was accompanied by a slow, rising smile on their lips, and Li Yongzheng suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Father, what is so amusing? Is Lingxiang unwell? Li Rui turned back, puzzled, to question Li Yongzheng. Dear wife, what do you think of our son as foolishness? Li Yongzheng responded, ignoring Li Rui's inquiry and laughing heartily at Wang Sumei. He's my son. Is he not also yours? If my son is foolish, then you're the foolish father of a foolish son, Wang Sumei retorted, a smile gracing her face as she responded to Li Yongzheng. Father, mother, what on earth is happening? Li Rui's expression reflected his confusion as he listened to their seemingly nonsensical exchange. My foolish son, have you never heard of morning sickness? Lingxiang is most likely pregnant, Wang Sumei said, shaking her head, her face alight with joy as she spoke to Li Rui. How can that be? That is utterly impossible, Li Rui exclaimed in shock, vehemently shaking his head in denial at Wang Sumei's words. As a representative of the new generation, amidst a deluge of information, he was certainly aware of what morning sickness entailed. However, the reason he had not considered this possibility when he saw Yun Lingxiang retching was that he alone knew her desire for pregnancy was inconceivable. As someone who feared commitment, how could he entertain thoughts of having a child? Consequently, Every intimate encounter was met with meticulous precautions. Thus, hearing of Yun Linxiang's potential pregnancy left him astounded and incredulous. What is impossible about it? Seeing Li Rui in disbelief, Li Yongzheng's brow furrowed, his smile vanishing as he regarded Li Rui with displeasure. Father, it is simply impossible. You must be mistaken. I will call a doctor immediately. Lin Xiang must be ill, Li Rui declared as he prepared to pull out his phone. Are you even a man? Father, that is quite insulting. Li Hui, having just taken out his phone, glared resentfully at Li Yongzheng. You are a man, and Lin Xiang is a woman. What could possibly be so improbable about her being pregnant after spending so much time together? If anything is impossible, it would be if you weren't a man, Li Yongzheng retorted, rolling his eyes with indignation. His dream of becoming a grandfather was on the brink of realization, and now to hear someone dismiss it as impossible, even if that someone was his own son, was infuriating. Alas, my father, are you truly unaware of the existence of the little umbrella? I am utterly astounded. Witnessing his father begin to question his own masculinity, Li Rui sighed, casting aside any concern for appearances, and candidly explained. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Li Yongzheng stood there in a daze, having been so preoccupied with thoughts of becoming a grandfather that he had momentarily forgotten this matter. Are you absolutely certain that you have taken all necessary precautions each time? Li Yongzheng asked, unwilling to relent. I suppose I am. Li Rui responded with resolute conviction, though by the end, a hint of uncertainty crept in. This was prompted by a sudden recollection. It is important to note that Li Rui's physical constitution far exceeds that of an average person, making him particularly vigorous in that regard. He suddenly remembered an incident from over a month ago when, after prolonged use, the little umbrella had reached the end of its durability and had suffered breach. My dear wife, it seems we can indeed look forward to this grandchild, Li Yongzheng exclaimed with unrestrained joy, his laughter echoing as he directed his words towards Wang Sume. Son, don't just stand there in shock. Hasten to call a doctor. If she is indeed pregnant, a doctor will be able to confirm it. Ignoring Li Yongzheng's boisterous laughter, Wang Sume reminded Li Rui with heartfelt enthusiasm. All right, I'll do that immediately. Prompted by her words, Li Rui quickly accessed his phone's contacts and dialed a number. 3 minutes later, Yun Lingxian, pale-faced, was supported by Li Rui as she returned to the living room. Lingxian, are you all right? Wang Sume inquired with concern. Auntie, I am fine, Yun Lingxian replied with a smile, shaking her head gently. Boss, a female voice suddenly rang out. Li Rui and the others turned in the direction of the sound. They beheld a female doctor clad in a white coat, accompanied by a female nurse carrying a large medical kit, entering the room. Quickly, come and examine her, Li Rui urged the doctor, gesturing towards Yun Lingxian as he recognized her as a physician from the village hospital. All right, the doctor acknowledged, hurrying alongside the nurse to Yun Lingxian's side. The doctor then began to inquire about Yun Lingxian's condition. 2 minutes later, the doctor spoke. Boss, it is highly probable that she is pregnant. To confirm, we will need to conduct a blood test. At this revelation, Li Rui stood frozen in place, with the doctor asserting such a possibility. It seemed increasingly likely that Yun Lingxian was indeed pregnant. Boss, noticing Li Rui's stunned silence, the doctor called out again. A blood test, is it? Please proceed. Li Rui responded promptly as clarity returned to him. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety, confusion, and a flicker of anticipation. Receiving Li Rui's consent, the doctor instructed the nurse before commencing the blood draw on Yun Lingxian. Boss, the test results will take about half an hour. All right, I understand. After placing the collected blood samples into the medical kit, the doctor and nurse rose, making their way towards the exit of the villa. Watching the departing doctor, Li Rui found himself once again lost in thought. Li Rui, I am pregnant. Are you not happy? Upon seeing Li Rui's expression, Yun Lingxian reigned in her fleeting joy and asked with a hint of melancholy. I'm not unhappy. He would dare not be unhappy. Today, I shall ensure that he is not. Just as Li Rui began to speak, Li Yong's smile vanished in an instant, his eyes widening as he shot a warning glance at Li Rui. Lingxian, dear, Li Rui certainly did not mean it that way. The lad is simply bewildered. After all, in a mere moment, his status has undergone a transformation, becoming a father, which understandably leaves him a bit taken aback. Wang Sume interjected at this moment, offering clarification on behalf of Li Rui. Indeed, what mother says is correct. Lingxian, if you truly are pregnant, then I shall take on the role of a father. Goodness, do you not find it a bit overwhelming? Once the baby arrives, how shall we manage? What if he cries? What if he is hungry? What if he needs to relieve himself? As he spoke, Li Rui's expression turned increasingly troubled. Son, with your mother and me around, is it not a bit excessive to fret over such matters? Wang Sumei reassured him, patting her chest and raising an eyebrow. Precisely. You two simply focus on giving birth. If one child arrives, your mother will assist. If two, both your mother and I shall manage. If 10, we shall hire help. Is that truly a concern? Li Yong chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Chapter 457. Preparations before marriage. All right, Mom and Dad, you are absolutely right. Li Rui casually responded to his parents, then turned to Yun Lingxian and said, Lingxian, why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a bit? Yun Lingxian remained silent, her earlier despondency fading away, replaced by a joyful smile as she nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few words with her parents, Li Rui led Yun Lingxian back upstairs. Half an hour later, Li Rui received a phone call from the female doctor. During the conversation, she informed him that Yun Lingxian was confirmed to be pregnant. Ah, old Lu, what wonderful news. With only 20 days left until Xiao Rui's wedding. And now Lingxian is expecting. This is truly a momentous occasion. Li Yungjin exclaimed, bursting into Li Rui's villa, addressing Li Yungzhen, who was rising from the sofa with a beaming smile. Indeed, we must pay our respects to our ancestors and express our gratitude for their blessings. Finally, I, Li Yongzheng, am to have a grandson, he echoed with hearty laughter. Congratulations, old Lu. Li Yongchun, who followed closely behind Li Yongjin, chimed in joyfully. Thank you, second brother. Thank you, third brother. Moments later, the first floor hall of Li Rui's villa was filled with people. The elder and younger generations of the Li family gathered, with only a few absent. With Xiao Rui's wedding approaching, we must make proper preparations. Everyone can see the contributions Xiao Rui has made to our family. Without him, our family would not be what it is today. Thus, his marriage is of utmost importance to us all. Does anyone have suggestions or ideas on how we should plan for Xiao Rui's wedding? Li Yongzheng addressed the gathering after everyone had expressed their congratulations. Brother, Xiao Rui's wedding must be grand. We should invite not only all the members of the Li family, but anyone from Chuning County who wishes to celebrate with us. Li Yongjin declared as he spoke. However, Li Yongda interjected, while inviting family members is feasible, accommodating the entire Chuning County, or could we possibly host tens of thousands of guests? Li Yongjin furrowed his brows at Li Yongda's remark, looking at him inquisitively. At a loss for words, Li Yongda pondered the enormity of the situation. It was clear that accommodating tens of thousands of people was no small feat, and one could surmise that no venue in all of Dragon Country, let alone Chuning County, could handle such a crowd. Father, while we cannot find a place to host tens of thousands, there are venues available for a few thousand. Li Tsong, standing behind Li Yongjin, chimed in, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What venue are you referring to? Li Yongjin turned to his son, intrigued. The new energy sector of the Tungfei Group, along with the road surrounding the semiconductor industrial park, complemented by a commercial street and a comprehensive square, could easily accommodate around 70 to 80,000 people. Indeed, that is a viable solution, Li Yongjin remarked, turning back and nodding in agreement after a moment of contemplation. However, he furrowed his brow, musing aloud. With several 100,000 residents in Chuning County, that may still fall short. We could host a flowing banquet, allowing the entire county's populace to partake in Xiao Rui's wedding within a week, Li Tsong interjected. A flowing banquet. Excellent suggestion. Let it be decided then. We shall invite the entire Chuning County to celebrate Xiao Rui's nuptials. As Li Tsong's words resonated, Li Yongjin rose, clapping his hands in approval. Ha! The youth truly possess agile minds, Li Yongda exclaimed, delighted that his elder brother had embraced his idea. Son, you owe your present fortune to Xiao Rui. When you married, Xiao Rui invested considerable effort. How do you intend to express your gratitude this time? Suddenly halting his laughter, Li Yongda turned to Li Weiguang with a serious demeanor. Father, is it appropriate to speak of your son in such a manner? If I am but a mere lump, what does that make you? Li Weiguang responded with a face full of grievance. Enough of your nonsense. You are a mere small lump, while I am a larger one. Does that suffice? Li Yongda retorted. What I speak is the truth. Without Xiao Rui, you would merely be a small security guard earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Would you be enjoying your current lifestyle? Speak no more. Think of how to make Xiao Rui's wedding splendid. He shot an angry glare at Li Weiguang as he admonished him. Dad, I'm not opposed to it. Just give me some time. Despite his father's harsh words, Li Weiguang understood their truth and felt immense gratitude towards his younger brother, a sentiment that simple words could scarcely convey. Very well. I shall grant you 2 minutes to think, Li Yongda commanded. Father, how about we invite celebrities to perform? After 2 minutes, during which his mind had been strained to the brink, Li Weiguang finally suggested, his face flushed. Invite celebrities? Which celebrities do you know? Li Yongda questioned, eyeing him skeptically. Father, I don't know any celebrities, but Wenlong does, Li Weiguang replied, raising his eyebrows towards Li Wenlong. Oh, Brother Weiguang, don't look at me. When have I ever known any celebrities? Li Wenlong protested, waving his hands as he felt the weight of their gazes upon him. My mistake. I meant to say that Wenlong's wife knows quite a few. Li Weiguang clarifia. Wenlong, Ziying surely knows many prominent stars. Have her assist in reaching out. Money is no object as long as they can attend. Upon hearing the mention of Song Zing, Li Wenlong's expression brightened as he nodded in understanding after a brief moment of reflection. Uncle, regarding the wedding vehicles, aside from Xiaorui's few supercars, we will undoubtedly require additional cars for the occasion, and I shall take charge of that. Uncle, I will also handle the decoration along the route. As for the various procurement matters, leave them to me. Uncle, with so many guests dining, there must be at least 1,000 or 2 chefs involved, along with the tables and chairs. These are not trivial matters. I will manage it all. In an instant, the younger generation of the Li family eagerly began to voice their opinions. Those with ideas shared them, while others simply sought to contribute in any way they could. In a vibrant metropolis, within a spacious and well-lit flat, Huang Xiaoming slowly set down his phone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Moments later, he picked up the phone again and dialed a number. The chairman of Tongfei Group is getting married. I invite you to join me in performing at the event. Name your price. What? The chairman of Tongfei Group is getting married? Is it the company that produces 1nm chips? Lao Huang, you must be joking. Came the animated response from the other end of the line. I'm not joking. Tell me, how much would you require to accompany me? Lao Huang, me de Lao Huang. Please don't taste with me just from Europe. To perform for the chairman of Tongfei Group, and even have the chance to meet him, I would willingly pay you. I wouldn't dare ask for anything in return. Chapter 458. As long as it dares to come, let us engage it. Finale. Ah well, I'd graciously accept your goodwill. Should you have any acquaintances, feel free to invite them along. Whatever the cost, let them speak freely. Old Huang, such a fortunate event cannot be monopolized by you alone. I will certainly extend invitations. As long as they are aware that this is a performance for the wedding of the chairman of Tongfei Group, I am confident that, barring the foolish, they will not demand compensation. If they do, the expense shall be mine to bear. Ah, splendid. Truly worthy of the title Music King. Your acumen is remarkable. Are you mocking me? To have the opportunity to know the chairman of Tongfei Group. What does a mere appearance fee even matter? All right, I shall not waste more words with you. Quickly reach out to your contacts. I still need to make a few more calls. With that, Huang Xiaoming hung up the phone. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the 6th day of the 2nd lunar month. In Chunning County, at the plaza of a vast commercial complex, a grand platform had been temporarily erected. Upon this platform sat dozens of men and women attired in vibrant red garments, each holding various musical instruments, sitting in perfect order. Surrounding the platform was a dense throng of people, with preliminary estimates suggesting at least tens of thousands in attendance. With such a multitude, one would expect a cacophony of noise and chaos. Yet at this moment, the crowd was remarkably orderly and unusually quiet. This was not merely due to the hundreds of imposing figures clad in black standing guard around the platform, but rather because of the young man dressed in a crimson hanfu standing atop it. In Chunning County, one might be oblivious to the identities of the county head or the secretary, but one could never be unaware of who Li Rue is. Otherwise, one would risk being pointed at and chastised. This individual, Li Rue, has wrought miracles for Chunning County. He has propelled the county's GDP from last year's 10 billion to a staggering several hundred billion, with projections indicating it could soar to over $1 trillion next year. Li Rue's contributions to Chunning County surpass the collective achievements of its 500,000 inhabitants. He has transformed the lives of all its people in monumental ways. Let the music commence, Li Yongjin declared, microphone in hand, gesturing with a flourish. With his command, the ensemble of men and women in red garments sounded their instruments, filling the air with jubilant notes of the Swana. First, we bow to heaven and earth, Li Yongjin joyfully proclaimed into the microphone. Hearing his uncle's call, Li Rue, clad in resplendent red hanfu, shared a smile with Yun Lingxian, adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal attire. The two exchanged knowing glances, then bowed together towards the azure sky. Second, we bow to our elders. Responding to the call, Li Rue and Yun Lingxian turned to face the seated Li Yongzheng. Wang Sumei, Yun Fanghai and Zhang Jinglan bending at the waist in tribute. Now, the couple bows to each other. Li Ruei and Yun Lingxian followed the ceremonial steps, stifling laughter as they bowed to one another. Ceremony completed. Time flows gently, and the years trickle by. 5 years later, within the villa of the Li family in Li Village. Daddy, my little brother snatched my toy. You must punish him. A petite girl, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, pouted as she pointed at a charming little boy behind her, his big eyes wide open and his gait unsteady. Xiao Qinyao, has your brother taken your toy again? Li Ruei raised his head from where it rested on Yun Lingshuan's lap, gazing at the little girl with a broad smile. Yes, my brother is such a naughty boy. Can I give him a spanking? That's something you'll need to discuss with your mother. Li Ruei chuckled heartily, glancing towards Yun Lingxian. Noticing Li Ruei's gaze, Yun Lingxian shot him a playful glare. Xiao Qinyao, your brother has just learned to walk. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from hitting him. If you make him cry, you'll have to comfort him. Doesn't that sound quite troublesome? She stood up and approached the little girl, squatting down with a smile. Hearing Yun Lingxian's words, the little girl turned to glance at the boy behind her. Sister, hug. The little boy babbled, giggling heartily. All right, I'll wait until my brother grows up before I give him a spanking, she said, embracing the swaying little boy and turning to Yun Lingxian. As Li Ruei and Yun Lingxian exchanged smiles while admiring their adorable children. The blissful moment was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of a phone from Li Ruei's pocket. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed it was a call from Lu Yan. Lu Yan, what do you need? Li Ruei answered directly after connecting the call. Boss, I need to report on the current operational status of the group and last year's financial condition. Oh, go ahead. Boss, Tongfei Group currently has 208 subsidiaries, with 205 of them turning a profit and 3 breaking even. As for last year, Tongfei Group's net profit reached an astounding 10 trillion. I understand. 3 minutes, Li Ruei interjected, and after Lu Yin finished her report, he promptly ended the call. 10 trillion, what an immense sum. Anyone in the entire Blue Star would be astounded to hear such a colossal figure, except for Li Ruei, who had already been informed of this staggering amount the previous year. Prepared for it, he was not taken aback once more. Moreover, with over 50 trillion in cash in his bank account, any amount of money now appeared merely as a string of numbers to him. In recent years, Tongfei Group has experienced rapid growth, equipped with various top-tier technologies rewarded by the system. In just 5 short years, Tongfei Group aggressively expanded, generating an enormous wealth of 30 trillion Longwa currency for Li Ruei. With this fortune, he procured for the Li family army 10,000 fifth-generation stealth fighter jets, 500 stealth bombers, 2,000 transport aircraft, 300 Blade-class cruisers, 200 strategic nuclear submarines, 20 aircraft carriers, and an endless array of other weaponry, along with a 2 million-strong army. Moreover, the Li family army has established over 50 military bases, both large and small, in the shadowy expanse of Blue Star, using this foundation to create 50 grand cities. The audacity is outrageous. As Li Ruei pondered the monumental transformations of the Li family army over the past few years, Li Yong, filled with righteous indignation, strode into the villa. Father, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Li Ruei inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. It is the Eagle Sauce Nation that has provoked my ire, driving me to the brink of fury. Son, is it not a fundamental truth that a father should discipline his child? If a son disobeys, is it unreasonable for the father to give him a sound thrashing? That. It is indeed not unreasonable, Li Ruei hastily replied, observing his father's stern gaze. Precisely. If a son misbehaves, it is only just for the father to correct him. What concern is it of the Eagle Sauce Nation? I just saw on the news that they intend to dispatch their so-called 7th Fleet to bolster the rebellious son of our dragon country. Can you imagine my anger? Father, let us remain calm. What is the Eagle Sauce Nation? If they dare to come, I shall deal with them as well. Son, what did you just say? Am I mistaken in hearing you intend to confront the Eagle Sauce Nation? Li Yong's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Li Ruei. What is wrong with that? Li Ruei replied with a smile, pulling out his phone to call Li Wu. Should they dare approach, let them face our might. Upon connecting the call, Li Ruei succinctly conveyed the situation to Li Wu and issued his command. Understood, clan leader. A week later, in a certain region of the Pacific, hundreds of warships and aircraft carriers gathered, while beneath the ocean's surface lurked over 100 submarines. The end.